Chapter 1909. The mission to recapture the stronghold was officially over. The surviving 5 all obtained a pretty good harvest. Just the mission reward was 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a large number of primeval heavenly pills was a large sum even for the core disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons. After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Chen, Wei Hongfei, and Murong Yen felt like a lifetime had passed. Before coming here, no one would have thought that a single mission would cause so many chain reactions. 2 of his clansmen had left them forever, dying in the midst of a mission. Furthermore, they had not expected Xiao Chen to explode with such terrifying power. Originally, they had looked down on Xiao Chen, thinking that he was a burden. Xiao Chen, it looks like you will be a very strong competitor in the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Wei Hongfei said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chen in his golden dragon robes. In the competition between the 7 outer palaces, the heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces would compete for the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City. The few of them were of the same opinion. With Xiao Chen's strength, he should be able to easily become a heaven-class core disciple. However, my cultivation is still too low. The heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces are all extremely horrifying. Even the Heaven Dragon Palace is no exception. It has always been better to have nothing than to have something substandard. You have only joined the Heaven Dragon Palace for a short period of time. Wei Hongfei did not blindly flatter Xiao Chen. He continued objectively, it should not be difficult to become a heaven-class core disciple. However, obtaining the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City is still too difficult. Actually, these words were true. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed was far from sufficient to enter Ancestor Dragon City. But this time, what Xiao Chen showed was mainly a kind of potential, a kind of feeling that made people's eyes light up. Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. He wasn't arrogant enough to think so. Right now, Xiao Chen could already sweep through the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces. As for the heaven-class core disciples, it would be even harder to say. Just the Wei Hongfei before him gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he would not be easy to deal with. He was very strong. I hope to see you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. It is not easy to become a heaven-class core disciple in the Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen said softly. Wei Hongfei smiled, and confidence flashed on his face. You will definitely be able to see me. Goodbye. The group took their leave. Soon, only Xiao Chen and Murong Yen remained. Murong Yen said, "This fellow is right. If we want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, we have to work hard. Remember to come to the Red Dragon Palace in the future. If you have the chance." Murong Yen clapped Xiao Chen's shoulder and soared into the sky. The path ahead was boundless. Xiao Chen was still far from entering the Ancestral Dragon Palace. Right now, he was thinking about the harvest of these 4 missions. Xiao Chen had obtained 10,000 primeval heavenly pills from killing Mu Yun, 8,000 primeval heavenly pills from the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape, 12,000 primeval heavenly pills from the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and 20,000 primeval heavenly pills from snatching back the Gathering Point. Just the mission reward amounted to 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. To Xiao Chen, that was barely enough. He had not let down the effort he had put into this mission, as well as the danger of death. Especially the 4th mission. Now that he thought about it, he was lucky. The 2 dead clansmen were a little unfortunate. Apart from the mission reward, Xiao Chen also obtained a crystal box containing the wealth that the Demon Cloud Mountain bandits had accumulated over the years. The Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Outyan's dragon-patterned battle suit, and demonic venerate Mu Yun's storage ring. There was also the mysterious box that General Feng had given him. He had gained a lot from this trip. After Xiao Chen returned, there was no need to think. He would immediately break through to late-stage Star Venerate and cultivate the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, Xiao Chen would improve Firmament's rage further. With resources in hand, he had the confidence to do anything. What did General Feng give me? Do you want to take it apart and take a look? We'll take a look when we get back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Let's take a look at this battle suit first. Xiao Chen took out the dragon-patterned battle suit and put it on with a thought. Xiao Chen recalled that when Qin Outyin activated the battle suit, a lot of dragon chi surrounded it. The patterns on the battle suit all lit up. In the end, Xiao Chen tested it and discovered somewhat embarrassingly that he could not activate the battle suit. Only dragon race cultivators with the golden divine dragon bloodline could activate it. Could this be a Dao tool passed down in the clan? After Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that this was possible. If that were the case, the requirements would be even stricter. Only the golden dragon bloodline's Qin clan could use it. Had Xiao Chen known, he would have snatched a few rings with different attributes. However, at that time, Xiao Chen thought that the owner of such an inherited Dao tool was either rich or of high status. There would definitely be an expert guarding in secret. Xiao Chen could not remain for long, so he left after snatching one battle suit. Now, it looked like he suffered a great loss. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen put away the battle suit, preparing to find an opportunity to sell it when he returned. Then, he started to ponder the demonic Cloud Mountain Bandit's crystal box. It was tightly packed and covered in formation patterns, containing the Dao. If he was not careful, it might explode. Xiao Chen was not skilled in refining or formations. He frowned slightly, not knowing how to deal with it. The Heaven Dragon Palace is equal to a peak rank 6 sect. There should be someone skilled in this. At that time, I'll go and seek out the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Masterly. Xiao Chen did not worry about the crystal box. There would definitely be a way to deal with it when he returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. 7 days later, as Xiao Chen traveled at full speed, he finally returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen had completed 4 missions over the past 2 months. He had spent about 40 days going back and forth. There were still 20 days left for him to prepare for the Heaven-class Core Disciple competition. That was sufficient. I'll go to the Law Enforcement Hall first. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, turning into a flash of electric light in the vast and boundless Heaven Dragon Palace. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at the Law Enforcement Hall. After reporting, he quickly received a reply. Vice Hall Master Li personally came out to welcome Xiao Chen. He walked over with a big smile and said, "Brother Xiao. Ha! This old man knew that you would return on time. Indeed, you are not bad. You are much earlier than I expected." "Did you complete the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li asked in a low voice as he walked over quietly. After all, Xiao Chen had to complete 4 rank 1 missions in such a short time. Vice Hall Master Li felt anxious for Xiao Chen. "If you did not complete it, I can help you think of a way. There is no need to worry about the sect's punishment." Vice Hall Master Li was very forthright. He thought highly of Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen said the word, he could help him resolve the problem. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Li. Naturally, I completed the mission perfectly. With this mission reward, the Heaven-class Core Disciple competition 20 days later will definitely be mine." "Excellent." Vice Hall Master Li felt slightly stunned when he heard that. Then, he praised, "You truly deserve to be the person that this old man thinks highly of. Come, I'll accompany you to the mission hall." Damn it. This old man has long found that damned administrator an eyesore. I'll show him that this old man's judgment is absolutely correct. I was thinking the same thing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, under Vice Hall Master Li's lead, they secretly arrived at the mission hall. When the administrator of the mission hall saw Xiao Chen and Vice Hall Master Li, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Isn't this the core disciple Xiao Chen? Why are you back so early? Have you completed the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li, "It is not that I am not giving you face. It is only right and proper to accept punishment for mission failure. The more failures, the heavier the punishment. Even I cannot change the sect rules." The administrator had a deep impression of Xiao Chen. Back then, Xiao Chen had taken 4 rank 1 missions in one go, putting him in a difficult position for a while. When the administrator saw that Xiao Chen had returned early with Vice Hall Master Li, he felt that he had failed the mission. The administrator wanted to ask Vice Hall Master Li to plead on his behalf and deceive him to avoid punishment. The administrator smiled coldly in his heart. "Who asked you not to listen to my advice back then, making things difficult for me? You also have times when you beg me." Xiao Chen and Vice Hall Master Li exchanged looks. Then, Vice Hall Masterly guffawed and said, "Who told you that they were not completed? Listen up. He has completed all 4 Rank 1 missions. Xiaochen even received a reward from the Flame Dragon Legion's commander." The expression of the mission hall administrator changed drastically despite himself. "That's impossible. How could he have completed 4 Rank 1 missions in such a short time? Give me the mission card and the proof of completing the missions as well." "That's impossible." Xiaochen calmly took out the heads of Demonic Venerate Mu Yun and the 18 Great Bandits, the Blazing Sun Berserk Apes Beast Corps, and the mission card that General Feng had approved. As Xiaochen verified the heads one by one, he confirmed that they were all real. The mission hall administrator's expression turned somewhat unsightly. When he heard the final mission card, General Feng's praise for Xiaochen, the administrator's expression turned as unsightly as it could be. His expression was as ugly as it could be, and he still couldn't believe it. Vice Hall Masterly felt delighted. He smiled and said, "Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over my brother's reward." "That's not right. Completing 4 major Rank 1 missions at the same time is a rare occurrence. No matter what, there should be some bonus reward, right?" This is a bit against the rules, Hall Masterly," the deacon of the mission hall stuttered. Vice Hall Masterly snorted coldly. "Just do what I tell you to do. Do you think I don't know that after the Rank 1 mission is completed, you idlers will also receive rewards from the Dragon Gate? Just give me 20%. Don't be so long-winded." The deacon of the mission hall felt bitter in his heart. He knew why Vice Hall Masterly had come here personally. He wasn't here to plead on behalf of Xiaochen at all. It was because he had acted like a villain last time that he had angered the other party. This time, he was here for revenge. "The Blood Dragon Guards are a bunch of bastards," the mission hall administrator cursed in his heart as he was forced to do as he was told. Chapter 1910. Vice Hall Masterly was a straightforward and righteous person. He directly increased Xiaochen's reward by another 20%. 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. An increase of 20% meant 60,000 primeval heavenly pills. Obtaining an additional 10,000 primeval heavenly pills for no reason felt very good. After leaving the mission hall, Xiaochen expressed his gratitude and stated the reason for his visit. "Big Brotherly, this is the crystal treasure chest I obtained from annihilating the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits. It is probably the wealth that the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits have accumulated over the years." Vice Hall Masterly received the crystal treasure chest and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an exquisite little thing. This old man actually can't figure it out in such a short time. After fiddling with the box for a while, before Xiaochen could say anything, Vice Hall Masterly smiled and said, "You want me to find a Grandmaster to help you open this box?" "That's right. No matter what's in the box, I'm willing to give 20% of it to Brotherly." Vice Hall Masterly laughed heartily and said, "There's no point in talking about this. The demonic Cloud Mountain bandits aren't even worthy of my attention. I think highly of you because you have a high chance of becoming a Heaven Dragon in Ancestor Dragon City." Heaven Dragon? I often hear these 2 words. What exactly is a heavenly dragon? Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. Vice Hall Masterly smiled and said, "The Heaven Dragon is a kind of transformation, a kind of leap. Breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, washing away all the impurities and becoming a legend. The Heaven Dragon is a legendary existence that surpasses the divine dragons. It is extremely terrifying. You might not understand what I'm saying. Do you see the statue of the Heaven Dragon standing on the peak of the mountain that looks like it's soaring through the clouds? It's right there," Vice Hall Masterly said as he pointed at a statue standing on a mountain peak in the distance. Looking in the direction of his finger, Xiaochen saw the statue. It was a statue of a giant dragon that could be felt from far away. The entire statue was incomparably long, occupying the peak of the mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of zhang tall, and its peak was vast and surrounded by clouds and mist. The clouds moved with the wind, and the statue hidden inside seemed to be alive. The Heaven Dragon bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the dragon race that cannot be inherited. In the Great Desolate Era, the Heaven Dragon actually existed, but its bloodline could not be passed down. In theory, a divine dragon could also mutate into a heaven dragon, but it had never happened before. Without experiencing the hardships of the lowest level, it's impossible to complete this sublimation and become a heaven dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said leisurely. There was a hint of yearning in his words. The heaven dragon could only be a legend. Are there any warriors with the heaven dragon bloodline in the dragon clan now? Xianxia asked. Nope. The probability of a heaven dragon appearing was too low. Once it appeared, the dragon clan would definitely prosper. Actually what? I shouldn't be saying this to you, but it doesn't matter. This old man doesn't have that many scruples. 25 years ago, my heaven dragon palace gave birth to a genuine heaven dragon. However, this person only appeared for a brief moment before his Taoist rhyme disappeared. Indeed, he died. When I was very young, I found him somewhat strange. Indeed, it was not strange. To think that the first thing he did after becoming a heaven dragon was to challenge the current dragon emperor. If that is not seeking death, what is? Vice Hall Master Li seemed to know that person. When he mentioned that person, his tone contained heavy sorrow. Even though Vice Hall Master Li purposely hid it, Xianxia could still sense it. Speaking of which, he was the one who created the supreme dragon fist that you chose. What? This startled Xianxia. His normally calm heart could not help rippling. He recalled that the martial technique pavilion disciple who led him there back then did not say this. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, he was the one who created the supreme dragon fist. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the supreme dragon fist was created by him. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the dragon race sealed up his deeds. Not everyone knows about it. Hence, sometimes, everything is preordained by the heavens. You were the one who chose that secret manual. Xianxia thought to himself, I am a blue dragon, a bona fide divine dragon bloodline. It is probably impossible for me to become a heaven dragon. I will have to disappoint Vice Hall Master Li. After saying goodbye to Vice Hall Master Li, Xianxia walked down the peak alone. Xianxia was still thinking about his conversation with Vice Hall Master Li. To think that the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by the Heaven Dragon who fought with the Dragon Emperor. Xianxia had not expected it. It was no wonder Xianxia felt that this fist art was disgraceful and unorthodox at first glance. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was honored? Luck was not on your side, and your life was as thin as paper. What was supreme? In the world, only I was honored. The incantation for the supreme dragon fist echoed in Xianxia's mind. His thoughts drifted somewhat. It looked like Xianxia had to practice this fist technique properly. The fact that it was created by the Heaven Dragon was definitely true. Vice Hall Master Li had also said that the divine dragon bloodline could give birth to a Heaven Dragon. Xianxia might have a chance. He wondered if there would be any difference between the transformation of the blue dragon bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline and the transformation of an ordinary bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline. Xianxia. Just as Xianxia's thoughts wandered, a startled cry startled him to his senses. When Xianxia raised his head to look at the newcomer, he felt slightly stunned. After a while, he showed an expression of understanding. Zhang Yunxian. Before Xianxia came out of closed-door cultivation, Zhang Yunxian had forced him to make a move and ended up being beaten up like a dead dog. Coincidentally, Xianxia had just returned, and he ran into Zhang Yunxian again. Xianxia, how bold of you! The law enforcement hall grounded you, and you actually sneaked out. When Zhang Yunxian saw Xianxia, he also felt stunned. After he saw clearly, he could not help smiling coldly in his heart. What a great Xianxia! Is it not enough for the law enforcement hall to teach you a lesson? You even dare to sneak out after being grounded? Quickly go and call the Blood Dragon guards over. I'll delay him. After violating the sect rules and being punished, he still dares to sneak out. Xianxia, no one can save you today. Zhang Yunxian smiled coldly as he looked at Xianxia. Then, he quickly left with his friends to inform the Blood Dragon guards. Suddenly, Xianxia recalled that he had indeed been placed in confinement. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that he had been imprisoned. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that Zhang Yunxian would give him a random punishment and not show himself for now. Xiao Chen had forgotten. However, does it matter? It does not. Xiao Chen raised his hand and punched at Zhang Yunxian. After the tempering of a few missions, Zhang Yunxian was no longer as weak as before. Xiao Chen's cultivation had stabilized, and his horizons had widened. He had accumulated a lot of experience. When Xiao Chen punched, the attack was sharp. The fist wind contained 30 cauldron force and a boundlessly sharp saber move. Xiao Chen raised his feet slightly, and 2 Dao discs appeared behind him. Winds blew and clouds surged. This time, Zhang Yunxian was on guard, guarding against Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen make a move, he smiled and said, "I was waiting for you to make a move." However, when the fist wind approached, a vast might pressed down. The sharp fist wind immediately stifled Zhang Yunxian. Zhang Yunxian immediately regretted his actions. He could not receive this punch at all. He had to dodge the instant he made his move. However, the fist wind had already arrived, and he could not retreat. Bang! The punch sent Zhang Yunxian flying amid a loud sound. After he landed, he moved back continuously. Bang! 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 Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen's entire body flickered with electric light. Saber winds danced, and fist lights flew endlessly. Xiao Chen threw punch after punch. With every punch, blood leaked out of Zhang Yunxuan's mouth. After 10 punches, Zhang Yunxian could no longer hold back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. But just as Zhang Yunxian was about to get up, Xiao Chen stomped heavily on him. "Senior brother Zhang, the Blood Dragon Guards are here. The Blood Dragon Guards are here." At the crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. Zhang Yunxian, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, could not help laughing loudly. "Xiao Chen, your death date is here. Let's see how you deal with the upcoming Heaven-class Core Disciple selection after being captured by the Blood Dragon Guards." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, his gaze fell on the 4 Blood Dragon Guards in the air, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When the 4 Blood Dragon Guards saw Xiao Chen, they all showed startled expressions. Before they came, they had not heard that the person who broke the sect rules was Xiao Chen. This was especially so when they felt Xiao Chen's gaze. They felt a chill. Bush, bush, bush. The Blood Dragon Guards landed on the ground and walked over to Xiao Chen and Zhang Yunxian. It's him. He left the confinement room and violated the rules of the sect. Today, he even injured a fellow disciple, adding to his crimes. When Zhang Yunxian saw the Blood Dragon Guards walk over, the smile on his face widened. He pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted, "Senior Martial Brother, you've worked hard. Leave this person to us." Not at all. Zhang Yunxian chuckled. However, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Those words were not directed at him. A core disciple, Zhang Yunxian, deliberately attacked a fellow disciple, Xiao Chen. He has a bad influence and is now being taken away according to the sect rules. Without saying a word, the 4 Blood Dragon Guards each struck out with a palm strike, knocking Zhang Yunxian unconscious. Then they worked together to raise him. The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Senior brother Xiao, goodbye." The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why did nothing happen to Xiao Chen, but senior brother Zhang was taken away? What a joke! How could the Blood Dragon Guards dare to offend Xiao Chen now? Everyone knew that he had Vice Hall Master Li backing him. They would be lucky if they didn't beat them up instead. Chapter 1911. As Xiao Chen watched coldly as the Blood Dragon Guards captured Zhang Yunxian, he remained expressionless. However, he thought to himself, "Serves him right. Zhang Yunxian repeatedly sought trouble for me. If this were outside, I would not let him off so easily." The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian startled to their senses after being stunned. Then, they ran over to block the Blood Dragon Guards. "Blood Dragon Guards, you are mistaken. Xiao Chen is the main culprit. My senior brother is just blocking him. You have to look carefully." Those disciples said in dissatisfaction as they pointed at Xiao Chen. "The Blood Dragon Guards are handling matters. It is not your place to interrupt. Scram. The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards felt impatient and directly attacked. Scarlet flames immediately burned in his eyes. When the Blood Dragon Guard threw a palm strike, vast veritable essence energy mixed with dragon might surged out. Then, that person shouted coldly, "If you still don't scram, we will capture you all as well. How dare you obstruct the Blood Dragon Guards? You are really bold." Seeing the Blood Dragon Guard's ferocious appearance, the disciples immediately trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. Their image of bullying the kind and fearing the evil was immediately exposed. The many disciples watching from the summit could not help laughing loudly when they saw this scene. The core disciples following Zhang Yunxian were usually arrogant and despotic. However, no one dared to do anything to him because he had Yi Qianyun as his backer. Even if they were bullied, they could only endure it. Now that the Blood Dragon Guards captured Zhang Yunxian, they felt incredibly happy in their hearts. As for Xiaochen, the spectators could tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. No matter what the rumors were, Xiaochen had never used his status as a core disciple to suppress the other disciples. Xiaochen had not taken the other disciples' cultivation resources either. He did not have any disputes with them at all. There was a balance in everyone's heart. They could distinguish between good and bad. At the very least, no one spoke up for Zhang Yunxian at this moment. No one stepped forward to accuse Xiaochen either. Of course, Zhang Yunxuan's lackeys were an exception. Seeing that the Blood Dragon Guards had gone far away, the lackeys did not dare to voice their anger. Instead, they vented their anger on Xiaochen. Just you wait. Now that senior brother Yi has broken through to middle stage Holy Venerate, he will definitely seek justice for senior brother Zhang. However, when they saw Xiaochen raise his eyebrows as if he was about to attack again, the group of people ran away quickly. He did not dare to stay for long, not giving Xiaochen a chance to make a move. He sure runs fast. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. He ignored this group of clowns and summoned out the demon blood vulture. He flew straight to his cave abode. Senior brother Yi, something big has happened. The group of people rushed to Yi Qianyun's residence in a fluster. Even before they arrived, they were already making a ruckus. Yi Qianyun, who was in closed-door cultivation, frowned slightly. When this group of people approached, he shouted, "Speak properly. Don't act like you lost your soul." Senior brother Zhang Yunxian was beaten up by Xiaochen in the mission office. What? Yi Qianyun immediately felt enraged. This Xiaochen is really going against the heavens. Does he not know that Zhang Yunxian is one of my people? Xiaochen repeatedly did not give me face, humiliating Zhang Yunxian in front of everyone. How is Yi Qianyun going to establish himself among the core disciples in the future? Something's not right? Yi Qianyun stood up. Then he thought, isn't Xiaochen in confinement at this time? Yi Qianyun had forgotten about this person long ago. At the crucial moment, Xiaochen violated the sect rules and was placed in confinement. He would definitely miss the Heaven-class core disciple selection. If Xiaochen could not become a Heaven-class core disciple, then Xiaochen would be as good as crippled, no longer a threat. Why did Xiaochen suddenly appear again? Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Speak. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Senior brother Yi, it's like this. After hearing this group of people's narration, Yi Qianyun's expression turned grave. His thoughts were quick, and he quickly guessed what happened. The Blood Dragon Guards completely ignored Xiaochen. This meant that Xiaochen's confinement was just a pretense. This was normal. A talent with potential like Xiaochen would always attract the appreciation of major characters. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Don't cause too much trouble during this period. When I become a Heaven-class core disciple, Xiaochen's good days will come to an end." Scram. Yi Qianyun felt uneasy. How could he care about Zhang Yunxuan's life or death? Now that a major character had taken a liking to him, the threat that Xiaochen posed increased several-fold. After the group left, Yi Qianyun said sullenly, "I have to show Elder Yun some respect as well. There is only one Heaven-class core disciple slot. Nothing can happen to it." At the same time, Qin Yan, Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and the other core disciples with extremely strong accumulations, who were disciples of heaven-class elders, also received news of Xiao Chen's strong return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Back then, as a disciple of a large clan, they had cleared the 3 stages together with Xiao Chen and become core disciples. Initially, they did not care about a mixed blood dragon. However, now, they had no choice but to take him seriously. However, these people were also very confident in their own strength. After arriving at the Heaven Dragon Palace for about half a year, they had brought out their accumulations to the fullest. Their respective accumulations were fully brought out, and under the guidance of a master teacher, they improved rapidly. These people did not believe that they would lose to others. Like Yi Qianyun, they all had absolute confidence. They believed that they would definitely become a heaven-class core disciple. However, in the end, there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. At Xiao Jinyu's residence, clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The sword intent was like frost, dyeing the surrounding 5,000 kilometers white. The surrounding mountains were covered in pure white mist, making them look like white snow. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that it was not white fog, frost, or snow. It was the sword intent. It was the sword. This was an extremely pure sword intent. With a thought, it turned into white frost, covering the mountains and lakes. A strong wind howled. When one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of metal horses and weapons clashing. That was the sound of the sword Dao. In the courtyard of the residence, pear blossoms filled the courtyard. Xiao Jinyu circled in the air before slowly descending. His heart moved, but his sword did not move. The pear blossoms flew and piled up. When he landed, he was buried in a pear blossom grave. Clang! Xiao Jinyu tossed the sword in his hand, and it stabbed into the ground by 1 centimeter. It buzzed endlessly, and the sword intent raged like a storm. However, that pear blossom grave did not move at all, looking like a real grave. Xiao Chen! Xiao Jinyu snorted coldly, and the white-clad Xiao Chen appeared before him. During the past month, Xiao Jinyu had cultivated bitterly day and night, Elder Tian Yun's words echoing in his mind. If you cannot defeat Xiao Chen and embarrass this old man, you can forget about remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace. Damn it! Damn it! The echoing words grew increasingly louder in Xiao Jinyu's ears. He could not help roaring to the sky. Dang! Ding! Ding! The sword stabbed into the grave directly shattered. Then, a horrifying sword intent howled out. Rumble! The broken sword shards stabbed into the surrounding peaks, instantly chopping them in half. Xiao Jinyu said coldly, "You cannot exist in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Only I can become a heaven-class core disciple. You are not worthy." The strong hatred caused Xiao Jinyu's sword chi to surge endlessly, raging and howling as he wished. Not bad. Elder Tian Yun suddenly appeared in the residence and praised Xiao Jinyu softly. Xiao Jinyu's expression changed slightly, and a hard-to-detect hatred flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Master, only with emotions can one erupt. The more hatred you have, the more ruthless you are. I know that your ambition is not in this Heaven Dragon Palace but the vaster Ancestor Dragon City. However, if you cannot even take the first step and fall at Xiao Chen's feet, your life will be over." Elder Tian Yun said coldly without any expression. "Disciple does not dare to. No matter what accomplishments I achieve in the future, I will not dare to forget Master's kindness. Humph! What use do I have for your kindness? If you become a heaven-class core disciple and enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon will naturally reward me. Remember, just don't embarrass me. In the future, if you really reach a high position, what does that have to do with me? This old man has lived long enough. I fight for the present, not the future." Elder Tian Yun said sullenly, "You have to ruthlessly defeat Xiao Chen. Otherwise, I will personally chase you out of the Heaven Dragon Palace." Xiao Jinyu's expression twisted slightly. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. It's Xiao Chen again. Why do you feel that I am definitely not as good as Xiao Chen? He is just an insignificant mixed-blood dragon. Yet you keep using him to provoke me. How hateful! Seeing that Elder Tian Yun clearly did not trust him, Xiao Jinyu's hatred for Xiao Chen and Elder Tian Yun deepened. Prepare well. There is still one more month. You need to make a breakthrough in the Sword Great Tao. Elder Tian Yun waved his hand and vanished. Chapter 1912. When Xiao Chen returned to Cold Moon Cave, he did not know that he had become a thorn in the side of Xiao Jinyu and the others. However, given Xiao Chen's character, it did not matter even if he knew. Those who did not incur the jealousy of others were mediocre. As long as one's heart was fearless, it did not matter. Xiao Chen was very open-minded, not thinking about these frustrating thoughts at all. There was no hatred or fear in Xiao Chen's heart, only an indomitable, proud, and unyielding heart. Xiao Chen clearly understood his heart and his goal. Then, he put in the effort and did not give up. Just that was enough. Inside his residence, Xiao Chen took out the brocade box that General Feng gave him. He could finally open it and take a look. What could it be? General Feng gave Murong Yan an abyssal flame seed. It happened to be compatible with Murong Yan's attribute, complementing his heart and body. Since it was given to Xiao Chen, it could only be good and not bad. Furthermore, it would be compatible with Murong Yan, not some useless treasure. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen opened the brocade box. Boom! The instant Xiao Chen opened it, a dazzling light immediately blinded him. It was white and gray, and he felt some pain. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Xiao Chen could not help mocking himself in his heart. Interesting. I have not even seen what it is, and I am already moved to tears. No wonder General Feng told me not to open it first. With such a piercing light, it would be hard not to envy Wei Hongfei and the others. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, the blurry, flickering scene slowly turned clear. The brocade box contained a stalk of grass and a piece of jade. The light came from the two. The main thing that came from the jade was the jade. The grass originally did not give off any light. However, after being in contact with the jade for a long time, it gave off some light. The jade was an unpolished piece of jade. Aside from the resplendent light, there was nothing strange about it. It looked very plain, white, and clear, like a drop of dew that bloomed with the morning sun. There was a burning flame hidden in the water. Something strange. The jade is like water, but there is a flame hidden in the water? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and magnified the flame in the jade by 1,000 times. Only then did he discover, to his horror, that the flame was actually a thunder flame. It was this thunder flame that had stabbed him just now. Good heavens, just how pure and dense must it be to be able to injure me with just a little bit? How can it compare to my great Tao of thunder? With a thought from Xiao Chen, the Tao disc representing the thunder great Tao appeared behind him. The Tao ring condensed and condensed into a point. The lightning was resplendent, and Xiao Chen placed it on his palm. The lightning flame was hidden in the jade, but it gave off a bit of light. However, compared to his own condensed Grand Tao, it was overshadowed. How could this be? Xiao Chen trembled slightly. He almost lost control of the great Tao of thunder, causing it to spill out and explode. Xiao Chen quickly focused his mind and slowly infused the thunder great Tao into his body to prevent an explosion from destroying his courtyard. Jade was not an ordinary object. It was like water or mist. However, this peerless unpolished jade was merely used to hide the aura of the thunder flame. What General Feng gave Xiao Chen was that thunder flame, not this unpolished jade. It was indeed a good fit. General Feng saw that Xiao Chen possessed the great Tao of thunder, so he gave him this item. This way, my thunder great Tao can be improved further. Indeed, it complements each other. It is indescribably wondrous and suits my heart. Xiao Chen looked at that stalk of grass. It was green and extremely simple, just like an ordinary grass that grew in a crack in a rock, in a corner, or on the ground. However, when placed together with that bit of thunder flame, it would definitely not be ordinary. What could it be? The first thing that came to Xiao Chen's mind was something like the sword monarch grass, a grass watered by sword intent. The grass before Xiao Chen might be a grass watered by saber intent. However, it was of a much higher grade than the sword monarch grass. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Holy Land was filled with sword monarch grass. At that time, Xiaochen felt that it was a great pity. How great would it be if it were saber monarch grass? If he directly absorbed it, his saber intent would reach peak small perfection and his saber great Tao would advance further. Right now, would this stalk of grass fulfill his wish? I'll know after trying. Xiaochen's spiritual sense entered the grass. Kasi. The vast saber intent shattered his spiritual sense in less than 1,000th of a second. All Xiaochen saw was a blurry saber light in his mind. It was as vast as the sea, disappearing in a flash. Xiaochen immediately felt a splitting headache. His sea of consciousness felt like it was about to be sliced in half. He stumbled and nearly dropped the brocade box. Fortunately, the scene that appeared in his sea of consciousness disappeared in a flash. It came and went quickly. When Xiaochen recovered, he revealed joy on his face. His eyes glowed as he laughed loudly. Good. Indeed, it suits my heart. Even a stalk of grass has its own pride. It cannot be underestimated by others or pry into it. General Feng, Xiaochen thanks you. Of the two treasures, one targeted his Thunder Dao and the other targeted his Saber Great Dao. No wonder he could not open it in person. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yen were still fine. At most, they would feel envious and jealous. However, it was hard to say for the other two. If these treasures were leaked, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring to him? Xiaochen, who already had the heaven-class core disciple spot in his grasp, could not help feeling even more confident now. I'll advance to late-stage star venerate first and absorb all these primeval heavenly pills. Xiaochen suppressed his restless heart. He knew that it was not the time to absorb these two treasures yet. It would be a waste to do so now. When he reached the peak in both aspects, he would absorb these two treasures and experience a qualitative leap. Even with important treasures in hand, he could not act rashly and summon a heart demon. Caution! Caution! This was the principle. After arriving at the cultivation room of the residence, Xiaochen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. Then he gently waved his right hand. 1,000 primeval heavenly pills appeared in the surroundings, floating in the secret room. Such a scene was extremely extravagant, dazzling to the eyes. These were primeval heavenly pills, something much more precious than superior-grade spirit jades. Time to break through. Xiaochen did not feel any pity or fear of wastage. He opened his mouth like a huge whale in the deep sea, swallowing all these primeval heavenly pills like you the shrimp. Boom, boom, boom. Intense tremors came from Xiaochen's physical body, making him excited. Dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking heaven and earth, surging in Xiaochen's body. Every cell in Xiaochen's physical body thirsted for the vast spiritual energy that the primeval heavenly pills turned into, greedily absorbing it. Xiaochen's aura soared explosively, rising continuously. When he finished absorbing all 1,000 primeval heavenly pills, a certain bottleneck in Xiaochen's body broke. It was like a dam instantly collapsing, surging energy crushing it. After successfully breaking through, Xiaochen advanced to late-stage star venerate. The bottleneck between middle-stage star venerate and late-stage star venerate no longer existed. However, Xiaochen wanted to temper himself in the middle stage, accumulating accumulations. Looking at it now, the effects were pretty good. After breaking through, Xiaochen's aura increased several-fold. The veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, which was already filled to the brim, immediately became sparse. The space within the primal core was like a nation with countless more territories added. The sky above the soul pool was densely packed with stars. When Xiaochen opened his eyes, starlight burst out. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by soul energy was strangely simple, like returning to its natural state, laying the final foundation for the next realm. Without circulating any cultivation technique, Xiaochen relied only on these 1,000 primeval heavenly pills to forcefully break through. It was tyrannical and efficient. There are still several tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills left. After this, I will have to work slowly and not succeed in one go. Xiaochen did not lose himself because of the sudden breakthrough. He closed his eyes again. With a wave of his hand, he placed the many primeval heavenly pills in the spirit-gathering formation below. Xiaoqun circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 11th layer, continuously absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. Immediately, electric light flickered in the room and thunder roared endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of lightning appeared in this quiet room, nourishing Xiaoqun, who was in the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Xiaoqun used up 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a horrifying absorption forced Xiaoqun to stop temporarily. Although Xiaoqun's physical body had a horrifying requirement after cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique, he still needed more primeval heavenly pills. Even if he swallowed 50,000 primeval heavenly pills in one go, his body might not explode and die. However, Xiaoqun maintained restraint and did not go that far. Xiaoqun had a balance in his heart. There were some bottom lines that he could not touch. Once he did, it would be hard to turn back. The consumption of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills thoroughly stabilized his late-stage star venerate cultivation. He was now a small perfection late-stage star venerate, not far from great perfection. Senior Brother Xiao, I'm here on Hull Master Li's orders. Please open the door and meet me. Just at this moment, a voice came from outside the residence's formation. Chapter 1913. He came on Vice Hall Master Li's orders? It looks like the seal on the crystal chest has been removed and can be opened. Whoosh! Xiaoqun turned into a flash of lightning, passing through the many formations and appearing outside the residence. This person was an inner palace disciple in his 20s. When he saw Xiaoqun appear, he was slightly startled. Then, an expression of worship appeared in his eyes. Xiaoqun glanced at the inner palace disciple and found this expression strange. Senior brother, this is the crystal chest that Vice Hall Master Li asked me to bring to you. He said that you can open it now, but it has not been touched. He also asked me to remind you that there might be restrictions in there, so you need to be more cautious. The inner palace disciple said respectfully as he looked at Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun received the crystal chest. Vice Hall Master Li was very thorough, fearing that Xiaoqun was inexperienced. However, Vice Hall Master Li worried for nothing. Xiaoqun had already experienced such matters many times and was very experienced. Oh right. Vice Hall Master Li also asked me to tell you not to lower your guard in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. He received news that there is only one slot this time. Those who are capable of competing for the Heaven Class Core Disciple slot are all cultivating like crazy. Among them, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and the other disciples who have taken a Heaven Class Elder as their master have become even stronger. Seeing that Xiaoqun was somewhat excited, this inner palace disciple's voice trembled somewhat. One slot? The Heaven Dragon Palace was different from the other palaces. It had many core disciples, more than 10,000. Getting these 10,000 people to compete for one Heaven Class Core Disciple slot was simply too cruel. No wonder Wei Hongfei said that the people who could become Heaven Class Core Disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Xiaoqun nodded and said, "Help me thank Big Brother Li. I will definitely do my best in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition and not disappoint him. I also believe that Senior Brother Xiao will succeed. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace knows about this." Senior Brother Xiaoqun killed demonic venerate Mu Yun in the violent flame desert. Then he killed Rakshasa Tian's clone in the first layer of the abyssal underworld with one saber strike and saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion by himself. Word of this has spread throughout the 7 palaces. Brother Xiao has brought glory to our Heaven Dragon Palace. He ruthlessly suppressed the might of those divine Dragon Palace disciples. The inner palace disciple was excited and said a lot in one breath. He was extremely excited. The inner palace disciple said a lot in one breath, feeling excited. Furthermore, mixed blood dragons always had a low status. The 6-colored divine dragons looked down on them. Even true dragons with slightly better bloodlines looked down on them. Suddenly, Xiaoqun appeared and surpassed the disciples of the other divine dragon palaces in 2 missions. This was indeed inspiring. Xiaoqun now understood. No wonder he felt that the inner palace disciples looked at him strangely when he came out. The news spread really fast. There are also some veteran core disciples whose strength cannot be underestimated. that Yi Qianyun has already broken through to the mid-stage Holy Venerate realm. Into of Mu, masters, the Chen Shaochen, he is into of sect. Is of Yunchen of master. Shaochen smiled and said, "Many thanks. You are too polite, too polite." Upon receiving Shaochen's thanks, the inner palace disciple rejoiced. "I'll take my leave first." Honestly speaking, after opening General Feng's brocade box and receiving 2 great gifts, Shaochen felt very happy. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits could have any pleasant surprises in the crystal treasure chest. Shaochen did not have any expectations for the items in the crystal treasure chest. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain bandits could have any pleasant surprises. After thinking for a while, Shaochen casually put away the crystal treasure chest, not opening it for now. Shaochen had just absorbed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, so he was not in a rush to continue cultivating. So, he called out the demon blood vulture and arrived at the lake in his residence. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. When Shaochen arrived, he immediately felt a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, which made his heart calm down. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well walk around. Shaochen stood at the shore and emptied his mind. He did not think about the fight for the Heaven-class core disciple position or advancing his cultivation. Shaochen just walked around casually, aimlessly, moving as he pleased. Suddenly, Shaochen took a casual glance and was stunned. The mirror-like surface of the lake suddenly reflected a dragon image. The dragon image was clear and very realistic. Suddenly, Shaochen could not tell if it was real or fake. It was like a dragon really hid in the lake. Shaochen looked up into the distance. It turned out to be the projection of the Heaven Dragon statue on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace. The wind blew, and the Heaven Dragon statue revealed its true appearance, reflected in the lake. I did not discover such a wondrous scene in the past. It is truly mysterious. Shaochen muttered to himself. Soon, this wondrous scene vanished. The clouds hid the Heaven Dragon statue in the distance again. However, the reflection in the water looked like a heaven dragon swimming gently, not stirring up any ripples as it vanished silently. Heaven Dragon! Heaven Dragon! As Shaochen looked at the smooth and tranquil water, he felt disappointed and frustrated for some reason. It was like the Heaven Dragon had really slipped away before his eyes. The Heaven Dragon was an existence above the divine dragons. In the hearts of every mixed-blood dragon, it held a lofty, godlike position. Speaking of which, only the lowliest mixed-blood dragons could break out of their cocoons and become butterflies, becoming a heaven dragon. Once a mixed-blood dragon comprehended the Tao and became a heaven dragon, it would immediately surpass the 6-colored divine dragons, becoming a transcendent existence. Every mixed-blood dragon probably had similar fantasies in their hearts. They hoped to one day become a heaven dragon. At this moment, the heaven dragon's figure was deeply engraved in Shaochen's heart. If Shaochen became a heaven dragon, he would be even more confident of fighting for the Dragon Emperor position in the future. Let's go and take a look. With a thought, Shaochen turned into a flash of lightning and merged into the clouds. After a while, that extremely distant main peak appeared before Shaochen. The interesting thing was that when Shaochen got closer, he could not see the full appearance of the Heaven Dragon statue. The scene that Shaochen saw became even more blurry, unable to see clearly. Furthermore, he could sense layers of restrictions around the main peak and layers of dragon might. The restrictions blocked him outside, not allowing him to get close. I'm a core disciple. Could it be that I can't get close to the main peak? Shaochen knew that there was a problem with his identity. The vast Heaven Dragon Palace was filled with restrictions. However, he had a core disciple identity token. Many places were unobstructed and unrestricted. Never mind. Now that he was in the mood, how could he return disappointed? So, Shaochen decided to force his way in. Boom! Xiaochen turned into a saber with an unparalleled sharpness, allowing Xiaochen to endure the vast dragon might and barge through 3 layers of restrictions. The immense pressure made Xiaochen feel extremely uncomfortable. All the bones in his body creaked from the pressure. Divine Dragon War Body. With a shout, Xiaochen materialized the Divine Dragon War Body. The dragon might merged with every cell in his body. A suit of armor made of dragon might formed on the surface of his body. Bang! 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 Just like that, Xiaochen cleared another 3 stages and continued heading for the peak. Xiaochen did not know that when he cleared the first stage, there were already countless hidden old men cultivating on the main peak. Those old men opened their eyes and noticed Xiaochen. However, after seeing his identity, no one bothered with him. The many old men smiled and stroked their beards as they watched Xiaochen barge through the stages with much difficulty. To them, this was not strange at all. Every year, there would be newly advanced core disciples who came rashly. The dragon might of the Heaven Dragon statue attracted them and forced their way through the stages. Here comes an unfamiliar face. I wonder how many stages he can clear. It looks like he does not know the rules. Aside from the sect elders, only Heaven-class core disciples can cultivate on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. Only Heaven-class core disciples can cultivate in there. Old Lu, let's make a bet. Let's see how many layers he can clear. How about 100 subdivine crystals? This old man will join in as well. I bet that he will back off at the 50th layer. His physical body cultivation is pretty good. He should be able to break through the 80th layer. It is not just his physical body cultivation. His saber intent is incredible as well. I bet 90 layers. There were even some old men who started discussing in secret, betting on how many layers of restrictions Xiaochen could clear. There was a total of 308 layers of restrictions on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. Normally, the power of the restrictions was not fully activated. Only when an enemy attacked would the power of the layers of formations be activated. Otherwise, Xiaochen would be thrown out of the first stage. After making it to the 10th layer, Xiaochen's sharp spiritual sense suddenly discovered that although the main peak's aura was one and majestic, the dragon might seem to be sentient. However, the dragon might seem to have a mind of its own, wandering around and not merging with the main peak's aura. This strange feeling was extremely difficult to detect. However, Xiaochen's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Furthermore, he was very meticulous, so he still discovered it. That seems to be the case. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Since that is the case, I can dodge the dragon might as long as my movement technique is fast enough. Given this, the pressure on me will be significantly reduced. Xiaochen immediately took action. He scattered most of the veritable essence energy he used to protect his body and executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Xiaochen's figure immediately flickered like lightning, moving extremely fast. He skillfully passed through the many restrictions. Oh no, he is going to break through the 100th layer. Jokes aside, once Xiaochen broke through the 100th layer, he would be able to break through the outer barrier and land on the main peak, even though he would not be able to reach the peak. In the past thousands of years, there had never been a core disciple who landed on the main peak. Chapter 1914. After passing over 100 layers of restrictions, Xiaochen suddenly felt his body become much lighter, and he could roam freely. It turned out that he had broken through all the restrictions on the outer layer. Further ahead was the restriction on the inner layer. He reckoned that there should be a core restriction on top. It seems like we can go down now. Xiaochen relied on trickery to break through to the 100th layer. He admitted that he couldn't break through the inner layer's restriction, so he simply fell down. Looking down, Xianxia saw 3 people cultivating with their eyes closed on a platform. 2 men and 1 woman. They blended in with the surrounding mountains and rivers, their auras becoming one, parts of each other. Behind the platform was a cliff that was 10,000 zhang tall. Above them was a faintly discernible dragon head hidden in the clouds and mist. Spiritual qi cascaded down from the dragon head like a waterfall. As it splashed down, it formed a dense stream of spiritual energy that meandered down the mountain. Under such a background, the platform seemed like an immortal realm, like a dreamland, ethereal and refreshing. Shio. The three people cultivating on the platform opened their eyes at the same time. Their sharp auras seemed solid as they looked at the descending Xiaochen. The magnificent momentum was vast and boundless. The three lines of sight were vast and mighty. Xiaochen gathered his dragon might and sent out a palm strike. Dragon roars could be heard from his body. The palm wind surged out violently, breaking through the three auras and bringing Xiaochen down. Xiaochen pushed off the air and landed firmly on the edge of the platform, on an old tree by the cliff. As Xiaochen sized up these 2 men and 1 woman, he thought to himself, these 3 should be the current heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Pexen, Li Luo, Zhu Yun. A heaven-class core disciple truly lived up to his reputation. With just one glance, he exuded a vast might and an unparalleled sharpness. With just one glance, Xiaochen looked up at the tall cliff behind the platform, where the heavenly dragon's head reared up. Looking at it from afar and up close gave people a different feeling. Compared to the divine dragon's dragon might, the heaven dragon's dragon might was ethereal and ancient. It had a righteous chi that was compatible with the heavens. Xiaochen focused his gaze and comprehended it carefully. A mysterious feeling lingered in his heart. What is heaven? The heavenly Tao is heartless. The Tao is heartless. The heavenly Tao is heartless. The heavenly Tao is not old. The life and death of mortals, the flourishing and withering of plants, the destruction of dynasties, the birth of empires, what did it have to do with the heavens? What is a heaven dragon? Emotionless, heartless, desireless. No, that's not right. If it's heartless and heartless, it's not the heaven dragon, it's the devil dragon. Inexplicably, Xiaochen came to many realizations, but these realizations were constantly denied. Thousands of thoughts hung in his mind, tens of thousands of strands of annoyance dazzled his eyes. All of a sudden, the clouds dispersed, revealing the heaven dragon's head. As if dissatisfied with someone spying on it, a vast dragon might descended. Boom! Xiaochen fell down on the spot, but Xiaochen still didn't wake up. He was still immersed in that wonderful enlightenment. He didn't know. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mixed-blood dragon, and you dare to look directly at the heaven dragon? The blue-clad heaven-class core disciple of the 3 said indifferently and then ignored him. Ha! Ha! The other 2 recovered their calm after being stunned for a while. Heaven-class core disciples already cultivated their mental states to a sufficiently strong level. Ordinary changes would not cause too much of a reaction. Since a core disciple barged into the main peak, the sect elders would naturally deal with it. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A golden light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he fell into the deep abyss. A vast dragon roar came from Xiaochen's body, and the top half of the mountain trembled slightly. Xiaochen's body exuded a dragon might that he had never felt before, giving off an ethereal and divine feeling. What was a heaven dragon? It was not heartless or heartless. Instead, it required one to be bold and broad-minded, to be able to accept this boundless heaven. However big the heaven was, one's heart had to be as big as the heaven. One had to accept the heaven and not completely merge with it. That way, one would end up walking the path of no return, heartless and heartless. One had to merge with the heaven and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiaochen discovered that his body was falling. With a thought, he turned into a flash of lightning and soared into the clouds. In the end, he ran into great resistance. There was a natural aura on the main peak. Dragon transformation. Xiaochen shouted in his heart, and he turned into a lightning dragon. The solemn and divine dragon might scattered the resistance. After a while, he flew back up. The shocking roar of the heaven dragon startled the 3 heaven-class core disciples awake. The instant they stood up, they saw a lightning dragon charge over. The dragon swung its head, and before the 3 could react, it was already above their heads. A strong wind blew, and the 3's long hair fluttered. They quickly turned around and rushed over. The lightning dragon stuck close to the spiritual energy waterfall and floated up. It gave off an aura that was compatible with the might of a heaven dragon. The second layer of restrictions actually did not work on it, and it continued to soar up. When the 3 heaven-class core disciples saw this, they were greatly startled. Their mental states fluctuated greatly. In the next moment, Xiaochen's physical body floated up and landed on the gigantic head of the Heaven Dragon statue. This was the summit of the Heaven Dragon. When Xiaochen looked around, he could see the entire Heaven Dragon mountain range, as well as the palaces and cities dotting the mountain range. The buildings, the densely packed outer palace disciples, and the spirit beasts flying in the mountains were all incredibly insignificant in his eyes. Xiaochen's mind immediately broadened. He felt a sense of disdain for the world, a tyrannical air of being the only sovereign. By relying on the momentum of the Heaven Dragon, Xiaochen's horizons reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, an unprecedented lofty feeling welled up in Xiaochen's heart. He vaguely felt like his heart encompassed the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiaochen did not know that many peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace had appeared on the dragon behind him. Xiaochen prepared to make a move and chase them away. Just at this moment, a figure silently drifted down from the sky. It was the third palace master. The third palace master slowly descended and gently pressed his hand down, indicating for the crowd not to act rashly and disturb Xiaochen. The third palace master's eyes glowed as he saw through the mysteries of heaven. He could tell that Xiaochen had entered some kind of profound state. Hence, the 100-odd peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace retreated quietly and scattered around the colossal Heaven Dragon statue, focusing only on Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not know this. His mind was immersed in this wonderful scene. His lofty sentiments surged, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. The sky changed color slightly. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was sovereign? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was sovereign? Luck was not on my side, and my life was as fragile as paper. Who was sovereign? In the world, only I am sovereign. For some reason, the energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist started circulating on its own at this moment. Xiaochen smiled. Then he used the boundless lofty sentiments in his heart to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist at the top of the Heaven Dragon statue. First move, leaderless dragons. Xiaochen's veritable essence energy surged, and his qi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out everywhere as he punched, and his entire body trembled. Boundless veritable essence energy merged with the dragon might, turning into strands of dragon qi that wandered in the sky and turned into thousands of divine dragons. The thousands of dragon qi turned into true dragons flying above the Heaven Dragon statue's main peak. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of the millions of people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Second move, summoning dragons. Xiaochen shouted, and the berserk dragons immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might supported Xiaochen, causing his aura to soar. Xiaochen's body erupted with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. Third move, Heaven Dragon without regrets. The boundless aura turned into lofty sentiments, gathering in Xiaochen's punch. When he punched, it was like a regretless Heaven Dragon. It carried an aura of determination and sacrifice, shaking the entire main peak. The Heaven Dragon under Xiaochen's feet seemed to sense it and came to life, roaring ferociously. Dang! Ding! Ding! The ancient bells in the many palaces of the Heaven Dragon Palace rang at this moment. The bell tolled, and dragon roars reverberated endlessly. Fourth move, raging at the unfair heaven. The lofty sentiments turned into rage, shaking the sky and making the world change color. The rage in Xiaochen's heart made the sky restless. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts descended, striking at Xiaochen. Xiaochen attacked in anger. His fist light soared into the sky, shattering all the lightning bolts that came at him. Fifth move, Master of the World. As Xiaochen circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a war banner burning with flames. He held the war banner in his hand and gently placed it on the ground. Boom! The dragon trembled ferociously, shaking the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. As Xiaochen stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue, he entered a wondrous state. His mind was clear, and all sorts of questions that were hard to understand were answered. Xianxia executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, moving clouds and flowing water, looking very soul-stirring. Every scene shocked the peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace behind. When Xianxia finished executing the fist technique, he felt very satisfied. His blood surged as he roared, "What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme." Immediately, a huge dragon image came out of Xiaoqian's body and soared into the sky. The dragon eyes looked down on the entire Heaven Dragon City. Delightful! Xiaoqian laughed loudly and looked around. However, he discovered no one. For some reason, none of the elders on the main peak appeared. Xiaoqian had been thinking about how to explain himself, but he could not be bothered to think. He turned into a flash of lightning and fled far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Xiaoqian left, more than 100 figures appeared and gathered on the dragon head, watching as Xiaoqian left. The third palace master stood at the front. After thinking for a long time, he said gravely, "As the palace master, I announce that no one is allowed to say a word about today's matter. If anyone asks, just say that I practiced the fist technique on the Heaven Dragon Peak." Yes, third palace master. Chapter 1915. Normally, few people appeared on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. Outsiders could not have known that Xiaoqian had been practicing the fist technique earlier. The third palace master gave a rare stern order. Clearly, he wanted to protect Xiaoqian. The third palace master gave a deep look in the direction that Xiaoqian had taken. Then he left with a complicated expression. When the many peak experts guarding the main peak on the Heaven Dragon statue saw the third palace master leave, they immediately started discussing the third palace master. Incredible! That white-clad youth actually comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. He might really become a Heaven Dragon in the future. It's hard to say. It is not like one can become a Heaven Dragon just by comprehending the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. There have been failures in the past. However, he managed to comprehend a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with just one look. That is the most shocking thing. Otherwise, why would the third palace master seal off news of him? Clearly, he wants to protect him. All of you, you're all wrong. It is because of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This fist technique was created by a bona fide Heaven Dragon. Most importantly, the Heavenly Dragon eventually chose to go against the Golden Dragon Emperor. The Heavenly Dragon was too vicious. The third palace master is afraid that the Golden Dragon bloodline will find out about this fellow. That's right. Back then, the Golden Dragon bloodline said that they wanted to destroy all the secret manuals that he left behind. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before he managed to preserve the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Golden Dragon bloodline felt that no one could practice it, so they agreed to keep it. If the Golden Dragon bloodline found out that someone practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be bad. Humph! What do you mean by bad? Could it be that they want to control what cultivation techniques the people of our Heaven Dragon Palace practice? The shock that Xiaoqian caused was too great. This resulted in this group of sovereign personage experts discussing it intensely. Compared to the peak experts of the main peak, the outer palaces, inner palaces, and core disciples outside the main peak were even more shocked. Everyone in the huge Heaven Dragon Hall saw the shocking scene at the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Compared to the group of elders on the Heaven Dragon statue who had seen the whole situation, they were far away. Everything he saw was even more magnificent, shocking, and inconceivable. If one were to say that the Heaven Dragon statue had come back to life, there would probably be people who would believe it. When the phenomenon disappeared, many disciples went crazy and asked around for information. He wanted to know what was going on and what had happened. Unfortunately, the third palace master had already sealed off the news. No matter how they tried, they could not find out the details of the matter. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, a palace was hidden in the clouds. The three palace masters had gathered because of Xiaoqian. The first palace master sat on his throne in the clouds. After hearing the third palace master's explanation, his expression turned grave. In that case, he succeeded in practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist? In my opinion, although he seems a little shaky, he has indeed brought out the state of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the third palace master said honestly and objectively. The second palace master said softly, "Big brother, it looks like your decision back then was rather wise." However, the first palace master frowned heavily. He did not show any smile on his face as he said indifferently, "Back then, when this fist technique appeared, I participated in it as well. I could not bear to seal it up like this. Who would have thought that someone would really succeed in practicing it?" "Humph. Big brother, what are you worried about? Haven't the 6 holy palaces squeezed our Heaven Dragon Palace dry enough? If he succeeded in practicing it, he would just practice a fist technique. Could it be that he wants to kill someone? In any case, I will definitely interfere in this matter. Even if he is not my disciple, I will not let anyone use this as an excuse to seek trouble for him." The third palace master showed a sullen expression, expressing his stance. The first palace master and the second palace master exchanged looks. They knew their third brother's temper. He would not go back on his decision. Speaking of which, it was just a fist technique. There was no need to worry too much. If this happened in the other palaces, the upper echelon would definitely be incredibly excited. They might even report this to Ancestor Dragon City. However, when it came to the Heaven Dragon Palace, they had to be so cautious. This was rather laughable. After some thought, the first palace master said, "This fist technique will probably be exposed soon in the Heaven Class Core Disciple Selection. However, there is still some time. That should be enough. I'll make a trip to Ancestor Dragon City. Third brother, since I was the one who left this fist technique, I naturally will not ignore it." The second palace master smiled and said, "Third brother is right. It is a good thing that such a talent appeared in my Heaven Dragon Palace. Big brother, just treat this trip as good news. Those old seniors of the mixed blood dragon bloodline will probably be happy." However, the third palace master could not bring himself to smile in his heart. How could this be good news? Big brother clearly wants to shoulder the responsibility for this trip. Big brother will definitely blame the third palace master for not supervising properly, allowing the Supreme Dragon Fist to remain and taking responsibility in advance. This will not affect Xianxia, ensuring that he can continue practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist. Who knows what kind of difficulties he will face? With this thought, the third palace master could not help feeling sour in his heart. The first palace master looked at the third palace master before shifting his gaze to the second palace master. "I'll leave the Heaven Class Core Disciple Selection to you, second brother. Also, make preparations for the competition between the 7 outer palaces." When Xiaoqin returned to Cold Moon Cave and saw the startled disciples, he felt that the commotion was rather big. However, he had indeed felt something when he stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue. That kind of lofty aspiration and enthusiasm from standing on top of the Heaven Dragon statue for the first time had been fleeting. If Xiaoqin did not grasp it, it would be hard to reappear in the future. Heaven Dragon. Compared to completing the Supreme Dragon Fist in one go, Xiaoqin cared more about grasping a trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. In the past, the Heaven Dragon was just an ordinary word to Xiaoqin. He only knew the name but did not understand its meaning. Now, not only did he understand, but he even took that crucial step. If it were in the past, Xiaoqin could only dream about becoming a Heaven Dragon. Now, he truly had that trace of possibility. "I can set aside the Supreme Dragon Fist for now. However, I have to properly grasp this trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon." If Xiaoqin knew that the 3 palace masters gathered because of the Supreme Dragon Fist and that the first palace master even wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City to ask for forgiveness, he would probably make a different decision. Xiaoqin guessed that the first palace master would make a different decision. For 3 days, Xiaoqin comprehended that trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, storing it in his heart and planting a small seed for himself. Regardless of whether Xiaoqin could become a Heaven Dragon in the future, at the very least, his current dragon might was different from the others. Compared to the ordinary incredibly tyrannical dragon might, it had an ethereal and otherworldly air, giving off an unfathomable feeling. During combat, it could achieve many unexpected effects. There are only 20 days left until the Heaven Class Core Disciple Selection. I have to allocate the time properly. Right now, Xiaoqin was very confident in the Heaven Class Core Disciple Selection. 20 days was a limited time. There was no need to rush the remaining primeval heavenly pills. He could absorb them all in these short 20 days. It would be more appropriate to refine the 2 gifts that General Feng left for him. With the resources in hand, Xiaochen could improve his cultivation at any time. After all, he had already broken through to late-stage star venerate. To Xiaochen, there was not much difference between small perfection and great perfection. There was still some time before he could advance to peak consummation. He definitely could not achieve that in 20 days. Xiaochen spread his hand, and a blade of grass and an unpolished piece of thunder flame appeared in his palm. The unpolished piece of jade still gave off a resplendent light. However, Xiaochen was already used to it. Now that he was prepared, it would not hurt Xiaochen's eyes again. It was just like the top of the heaven dragon. The second time he went there, he would not be as shocked as the first time. The Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Xiaochen would have to consider which one to choose. The Thunder Dao. I have been stuck at peak small perfection for too long with the Saber Great Dao. I will definitely make a breakthrough. I have only comprehended the Thunder Dao for a short time. It is hard to say whether I can reach great perfection or not. After making up his mind, Xiaochen decided to absorb the thunder flame containing the boundless Great Dao energy first. Whether the Thunder Great Dao could reach great perfection or not depended on this. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and sat down cross-legged. With a thought, a purple Dao disc slowly spread out behind him. Then, it condensed into a spot that gave off a resplendent light. Xiaochen pointed, and cracks appeared in the unpolished piece of jade. After a while, the unpolished piece of jade cracked, and the thunder flame could no longer be suppressed, breaking free. The entire courtyard looked extremely resplendent under the light of this thunder flame. Xiaochen endured the pressure and let the thunder flame enter his forehead. Boom! Instantly, the spot of Great Dao thunder light behind him grew resplendent, increasing at a visible pace. Chapter 1916. By the time Xiaochen had completely absorbed the thunder flame had already been completely absorbed. The spot of light formed by the Thunder Great Dao behind Xiaochen suddenly soared up, reaching a height of 3 meters. Lightning Dao, Greater Mastery. 3 meters was 3 meters. In Cold Moon Cave, Xiaochen's Great Dao might radiated out continuously. Cold Moon Cave, which was half the size of a city, was completely enveloped by Xiaochen's Thunder Dao might. Thunderclouds covered the sky. Xiaochen felt that his control over the Thunder Dao had become even more proficient. Xiao. With a thought, Xiaochen turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped around the Cold Moon Cave. Looking over, one could see a flash of lightning shuttling back and forth in the cave. Then, it became faster and faster, creating many afterimages. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with electricity. Combine! In an instant, the electric light quickly disappeared, and Xiaochen's figure appeared, floating in midair. Xiaochen revealed a smile. His Thunder Dao had reached great perfection. All his lightning-attributed martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and magic skills had advanced to a new level. The light of freedom was just like that. Freedom was like light, following one's heart. With a single thought, he could turn into a bolt of lightning and leap out. The agility of his movement technique increased greatly, causing Xiaochen to get carried away, immersing himself in this kind of fast running. After landing firmly, Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard. Xiaochen wondered if his Thunder Dao advanced further. Could the tyrant saber advance further? Xiaochen recalled that back then, he had successfully comprehended the Thunder Dao and activated the tyrant saber's second form. Purple flames covered Xiaochen's entire body, giving off a dreamy purple light. Its might reached the peak of an inherited Dao tool. Xiaochen closed his eyes and grasped the saber hilt. He continuously infused the Thunder Dao into it. Boom, boom. The surging thunderclouds were like a surging river, constantly surging. Wisps of lightning streaked across the sky, causing the sky to turn extremely terrifying. Imperceptibly, wisps of aura landed on Xiaochen's body, causing Xiaochen's aura to become increasingly domineering. There seemed to be an even more terrifying existence in the terrifying thunderclouds. As Xiaochen infused the way of thunder into it, a mysterious door seemed to open in the thunderclouds. Soon. Xiao Qin sensed that the tyrant saber's inherited secret technique was about to be revealed. Xiao Qin roared, and the thunder Dao berserk poured into his saber. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Qin's black hair danced in the wind. His delicate face looked as if it had been decorated with a paintbrush, becoming tough and masculine. A scarlet flame flared up on the purple saber. The thunderclouds in the sky scattered, and a door opened mysteriously. However, as soon as the flames appeared, they burned fiercely. Then they were extinguished. The saber turned purple, and the mysterious gate in the sky closed. Still lacking a little. Clang. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and said with some regret. He vaguely knew what this inherited secret technique was. It was a soul. The previous masters of the tyrant saber all died a violent death. Their souls were probably infused into this saber. Why did this saber not have an item spirit? The souls of the previous masters of the tyrant saber continuously merged into it. This saber no longer needed an item spirit. Or rather, the souls formed by the previous masters were the item spirit of this saber. Although it was still lacking a little, there was hope. In the end, it was a good thing. If you find your next saber, please name it Moon Seeker. For some reason, the words that Ao Jiao asked someone to say before she left appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Actually, the one I love the most will always be the Lunar Shadow. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Then, he took out the box that sealed the Lunar Shadow saber and slowly opened it. The Lunar Shadow, which had been folded in half, lay quietly in the box. The Lunar Shadow, which had accompanied Xiao Chen for many years, looked much weaker now. It could not even be considered a Dao tool. However, the emotions that Xiao Chen poured into this saber surpassed that of a soul tool. Seeing this object, one would think of the person. The Lunar Shadow saber represented Xiao Chen's past, his experiences in the Kunlun realm. Regardless of whether it was Lu Riue, Ao Jiao, or those unforgettable existences in the Kunlun realm, they were all related to this saber. Xiao Chen took out the remaining half of the saber and gently caressed it. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The expression on Xiao Chen's face changed as he let his thoughts wander. When Xiao Chen finished putting away the Lunar Shadow saber, he sighed and took out the grass. For the remaining time, Xiao Chen needed to focus on the saber Great Dao. At the same time, Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others all made good use of their time to cultivate. To think that there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. They found this somewhat unacceptable. In the face of such immense pressure, everyone put in 100 times the effort to cultivate. Everyone only had one thought, and that was to obtain that spot. Very good. You finally mastered the great Tao of the sword. Elder Tian Yun said in satisfaction as he looked at Xiao Jinyu, who was covered in sword wounds in front of him. Xiao Jinyu panted continuously. His entire body ached, but his heart filled with excitement. I succeeded. Xiao Chen had been working hard since he arrived at this Heaven Dragon Palace. For close to half a year, he had endured immense torture from Elder Tian Yun every day. Xiao Chen's great Tao of the sword finally made a breakthrough, successfully reaching great perfection. Elder Tian Yun said, I'll teach you a sword art. Together with your great perfection sword Great Tao, the Heaven-class core disciple slot will definitely be yours. Many thanks, Master. There's no need to thank me. You relied on your own hard work to get where you are today. You relied on the hatred in your heart. This sword technique I'll teach you is called the Serene Cloud Sword Art. It will definitely bring out the hatred in your heart to its fullest, materializing all the might of the sword Great Tao. Elder Tian Yun waved his hand, and a secret manual landed in Xiao Jinyu's hands. Serene Cloud Sword Art? Xiao Jinyu flipped through it. Soon, he revealed an excited expression. This was actually a peak Earth-ranked sword technique. No wonder Elder Tian Yun said that it could bring out the might of Xiao Chen's sword Great Tao to its fullest. Aside from primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques comprehended from primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques, the grades of cultivation techniques in the world were divided into 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Each grade was further divided into superior, medial, and inferior grade. Heaven-grade cultivation techniques could only be found and not sought, They were simply too rare. Even if Xiaochen found one, it might not be suitable for him, so he could cultivate it directly. In the Cloud Sea realm, even a sovereign personage normally cultivated a peak Earth-ranked cultivation technique. Elder Tian Yun gave Xiaochen this serene cloud sword art. Clearly, he had high expectations of him. This disciple will definitely not let you down. I will definitely obtain a heaven-class core disciple slot. As for that Xiaochen, I will make him regret what he said at the dueling plaza back then. Xiao Jinyu shouted after closing the sword art. Elder Tian Yun felt extremely satisfied with Xiao Jinyu's state. He nodded and said, "Good. Right now, be it your confidence, aura, or strength, you are already close to the peak. When you finish practicing the sword art, no one among the core disciples will be a match for you." "Master, this disciple has a question." "Speak." "Who exactly caused the mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon a few days ago?" Xiao Jinyu had also felt that majestic mysterious phenomenon back then. He had been shocked on the spot and felt very suspicious. Unfortunately, this matter had already been sealed. Even Elder Tian Yun did not know the truth. He said, "It was the third palace master. This matter has nothing to do with you for now. If you can become a heaven-class core disciple, you will have the opportunity to go to the main peak to cultivate and experience the might of the Heaven Dragon for yourself." The third palace master? Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart. No wonder. It turns out that the third palace master caused the mysterious phenomenon. Sooner or later, I will stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. Then, I will make the entire Heaven Dragon Palace pay attention to me. While Xiao Jinyu made a breakthrough, the other core disciples from the noble clans like Qin Yan and Feng Tianyi did not stop there either. All of them had trump cards and felt very confident. These people all possessed the true dragon bloodline and did not lack resources or talent. When they came to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they were like fish in water. All of them managed to enter the tutelage of a heaven-class core disciple. Under the guidance of a great teacher, they improved rapidly. Before the heaven-class core disciple competition arrived, no one knew who was the strongest. Unlike them, Yi Qianyun knew that he could not compare to these rich clan disciples in terms of resources and connections. However, Yi Qianyun was not stupid either. He did everything he could to get his lackeys to suppress the other inner palace disciples, squeezing out their resources. Yi Qianyun did his best to raise his middle stage holy venerate cultivation to great perfection. At the same time, he paid a visit to an expert in his sect. After some promises, he obtained a cultivation technique that could maximize one's advantage in cultivation, the Lord Dragon art. With a thought, Xiao Qin could materialize his holy venerate will for a moment. With a thought, he could turn his holy venerate will into a dragon-shaped venerate, sweeping through the place. Those with weaker cultivations would not even be able to touch Yi Qianyun's face before they were suppressed. Clearly, Yi Qianyun put in a lot of effort to cultivate this Lord Dragon art to deal with Xiao Qin. You are just a late-stage star venerate. Let's see how you are going to compete with me. Yi Qianyun revealed a sinister smile. Perhaps Xiao Qin's potential would be greater than his in the future. However, he would not give Xiao Qin too much time in this heaven-class core disciple competition. Yi Qianyun only hoped to trample on Xiao Qin today and become a heaven-class core disciple. Once Yi Qianyun became a heaven-class core disciple, he could enter Ancestor Dragon City in the future. Yi Qianyun was confident that he could trample on Xiao Qin forever, widening the gap between him and Xiao Qin, not giving him a chance to turn things around. The heaven-class core disciple position was an opportunity. Be it Xiao Qin or Xiao Jinyu's group, Yi Qianyun had to trample on them all. Only Yi Qianyun was qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple. I have endured for so many years. I absolutely will not let your group of disciples, who just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace for half a year, succeed. Chapter 1917. At the Heaven Dragon Palace's dueling plaza. On this day, when the sun rose, the surroundings were already crowded with people. The number of disciples from the inner and outer halls was uncountable. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 around the fighting arena. Back then, Xiao Chen and a group of large clan disciples took the core disciple test together at this place. Today, the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition would also take place here. The Heaven Class Core Disciple Competition was a major event for the Heaven Dragon Palace. Be it the core disciples in closed-door cultivation or wandering outside, they would not let go of this opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, the next one would be 3 years later. Even if they knew that they could not compete for a spot, if they performed well, they would still be able to obtain extraordinary rewards. More importantly, they would be able to account for themselves with a clear conscience. If they did not even have the courage to participate and were afraid of getting injured, they could forget about being a core disciple. Aside from watching the excitement, the outer and inner palace disciples wanted to see what they could learn from the core disciples. Normally, there were only about 1,000 core disciples in the entire sect. However, today, all the core disciples, whether in closed-door cultivation or traveling outside on missions, would be present. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the Heaven Class Core Disciple Competition as 1 in 10,000. The intensity of the competition would definitely require everyone to bring out their full potential. They would definitely be able to observe many consummate techniques that were rarely seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, many strong auras came. Many core disciples escorted Yi Qianyun up from the foot of the mountain. There were hundreds of people following behind him, like stars surrounding the moon. After several years of hard work, Yi Qianyun had managed to form a small faction among the core disciples, with him as the leader. Normally, these followers used Yi Qianyun's name to suppress the other disciples. Yi Qianyun reaped the benefits and was happy to see them succeed. By relying on the chain of benefits, he firmly tied this group of people together, with Yi Qianyun at the center. As long as Yi Qianyun's strength continued to increase, they would be able to gain even more benefits by following him. They would rise or fall together. There were many similar factions among the core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace elders did not object to this. As long as they did not go overboard, they would even encourage the core disciples to do so. This resulted in the competition among the core disciples becoming increasingly intense. He wanted to let those disciples who didn't have a chance to learn about the cruelty of the world in advance, and from there, they would have to compete even more fiercely. Yi Qianyun was a famous person. He had become famous many years ago. Before he advanced to Holy Venerate, he could already fight across realms. Now that Xiao Chen was a great perfection middle stage Holy Venerate, he was a popular candidate for the Heaven Class Core Disciple position. Yi Qianyun is here. This lineup is as big as ever. As expected of a veteran core disciple, he has so many supporters. Strange, why don't I see Zhang Yunxian beside him? Ha! Are you talking about that Zhang Yunxian? I heard that he ran into trouble and got locked up in the Blood Dragon Guard's dungeon. Yi Qianyun tried to fish them out several times but failed. Hee, this idea is really unlucky. Although the many inner palace disciples and outer palace disciples who knew of Yi Qianyun acknowledged his strength, they did not like him. If this person really obtained a spot in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection, many people would be upset. Right at this time, another 2 groups of people came. The leaders were respectively Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan. These 2 were disciples of large clans, possessing true dragon bloodlines and outstanding talent. They had taken Heaven-class elders as their masters. In less than half a year, these 2 each gained their own territory. The number of people around them was no less than Yi Qianyun's. It looked like these 2 also knew about the core disciple competition. It was not just a competition between individuals. It also depended on how many supporters one had. Otherwise, when one went out and got into a conflict, it would be hard to avoid being outnumbered. When Yi Qianyun saw the 2 appear, he frowned slightly, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In less than half a year, these 2's improvements already made him feel threatened. Senior brother Yi, this is a Heaven-class core disciple competition, not a group fight. What is the meaning of bringing such a large group of people over? Could it be that you think that you can become a Heaven-class core disciple with more people? Fang Tianyi looked at the large group of people behind Yi Qianyun and mocked with a smile. Qin Yan smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps senior brother Yi thinks differently from us. After all, you are already a veteran core disciple. If you do not advance to Heaven-class core disciple soon, you will not have any more chances." It is hard to avoid doing something out of line. Ha! I understand. I understand. Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan echoed each other, angering the group of people behind Yi Qianyun. On the other hand, Yi Qianyun's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "They are just proud of themselves for a moment. They are just good at talking. There is no need to bother with them." As time passed, more and more core disciples appeared in the dueling plaza. However, this dueling plaza was extremely vast, large enough to accommodate 100,000 people. Hence, it did not seem crowded. Furthermore, this was without activating the spatial formation. If the spatial formation was activated, it could easily accommodate 1 million people. At this moment, a black-clothed, cold-looking young man with a long sword in his hand gradually appeared. This youth looked thin and skinny. He was not old, but he had a weather-beaten face. A strange aura surrounded this youth, prompting others to retreat automatically, not wanting to stand with him. "It's Zhang Yi, senior brother Zhang." Someone among the inner palace disciples exclaimed in shock when he recognized this person. "It really is senior brother Zhang. Didn't they say that something unexpected happened to him when he went to the snow domain to carry out a mission? I heard that he already qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple the previous time. However, something unexpected happened. Many people thought that he died." Senior brother Zhang is actually still alive? When the black-clad man who suddenly appeared was recognized, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The newly promoted disciples felt confused. The expressions of the many older generation core disciples changed slightly. This was especially so for Yi Qianyun, who felt incredibly shocked. To think that he is still alive. Back then, Yi Qianyun had risen up among the core disciples precisely because of Zhang Ye's accident, gaining his current position. Yi Qianyun simply did not expect this person to appear again. Yi Qianyun had many doubts. However, since Yi Qianyun appeared here, that meant that he had already obtained the sect's approval and was qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position. "Junior brother Yi, you have improved in the 3 years since we last met." Zhang Yi suddenly turned his head back and looked at Yi Qianyun. Then he smiled coldly. Yi Qianyun's heart trembled as a chill assaulted him. He took a long time to dispel the fear in his heart. Then he said calmly, "Senior brother Zhang, it has been a long time. So what if you are back? I am no longer who I was 3 years ago. Even if you are back, the heaven-class core disciple position is still mine. Senior brother Zhang." Just at this moment, several strong auras appeared in the dueling plaza. No one expected so many experts to be hidden among the core disciples. If not for Zhang Ye's appearance, these people would not have exposed themselves. These people were rather old and had only one chance. If they failed this time, they would not be qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position in this life. Hence, these people usually kept a low profile, unlike Yi Qianyun. Immediately, the newly promoted core disciples, like Qin Yan and Fang Tianyi, could not help raising their opinion of this Zhang Yi. Zhang Ye's sudden appearance not only incited discussion among the many core disciples but also drew out a group of strong, low-profile, veteran core disciples. This made the situation even more confusing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wisp of sword intent and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky at almost the exact same time as each other. Clang! Xiao Jinyu landed on the plaza and looked around coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the figure materialized of lightning across from him. This figure wore white robes, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His delicate face showed no expression. This was the white-robed Xiao Qin, the famous white-robed Xiao Qin of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces. Although the two appeared at the same time, everyone's gazes were fixed on Xiao Qin, just like Xiao Jinyu's. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless people stared at Xiao Qin, wanting to see the legendary white-clad bladesman who destroyed Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike and saved the Flame Dragon Legion by himself. At this gathering of dragons, be it Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Zhang Yi, or the other low-profile core disciples, they all had the same image in their eyes. At this moment, all of them had the same image in their eyes. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiao Qin received such treatment. Chapter 1918. This kind of treatment was clearly not what Xiao Chen wanted. The more attention he received, the more he would be targeted. Even if he wasn't afraid of being targeted, it would be better if he didn't expose some of his trump cards. When Elder Tian Yun and the other heaven-class elders appeared in the dueling plaza, the place immediately fell silent. Elder Tian Yun swept his gaze across the entire place. Everyone immediately felt a huge pressure, including Xiao Chen. Even after cultivating for 5 months and improving rapidly, Xiao Chen still felt that he was far from Elder Tian Yun. He could not match Elder Tian Yun. The rules for the Heaven-class Core Disciple competition are different every year. I believe you all want to know what the rules are this year? Seeing that everyone was silent and focused on him, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Clearly, the rules could not be revealed in advance. Even these Heaven-class elders would not know. Otherwise, if he knew the rules and had targeted training, it would obviously be extremely beneficial to him. The rules for this year's competition are very simple. The last person standing in the dueling plaza will be this year's Heaven-class Core Disciple. As for the others, even if they didn't qualify, for every person you knock into the air, you will obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill personally refined by the 3rd Palace Master." What? After Elder Tian Yun read out the rules, an uproar broke out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their minds somewhat blank. Actually, it was not just them. These Heaven-class elders were also confused. However, the rules were set by the 3 Hall Masters long ago. They could not object to it. Rumble. While Xiao Chen was shocked, the Heaven-class elders worked together and moved the entire dueling plaza into the air. At the same time, the formation was activated, and in an instant, a giant arena was formed in the sky. Snowflakes flew into the air on the dueling plaza. The temperature plummeted, and the environment changed drastically. "Haha, the heavens are helping me, the heavens are helping me." Yi Qianyun was the first to react. He reared his head back and laughed maniacally, unable to suppress his excitement. The rules were simply too advantageous to Yi Qianyun's group. Although there were many peaks of various sizes in the dueling plaza, they clearly could not compare to Yi Qianyun's group. Protect senior brother Yi. The core disciples in front and behind him immediately surrounded him, protecting him in the center. After the expressions of Qin Yen, Fang Tianyi, and the others changed slightly, they hurriedly gathered the disciples of their factions together. "It's not that simple." The Heaven-class elders smiled faintly and attacked at the same time. Space and time in the dueling plaza became chaotic. After a moment of dizziness, everyone's position changed. Everyone's position was disrupted. Before Yi Qianyun and the others could gather their strength, the chaotic battle began. Boom boom boom. If one killed one person, one could obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill. This was actually quite tempting. The white snow drifted on the ground, and there was an icy smell of blood. The situation was chaotic, and there was no way to stop it. In every corner, there were figures fighting. It was a complete mess. Sometimes, when the 2 of them were fighting, someone would suddenly rush out and launch a sneak attack from the side, and the unlucky one would be killed. However, a special formation had been activated in the dueling plaza, and it was said to be killed. In reality, he had been forcefully teleported out right before he was killed. Every time you kill someone, no matter what method you use, it will be recorded by the formation, and there will be no mistakes. In this icy and snowy weather, ice-attributed martial artists undoubtedly had a huge advantage. Amid the chaos, Xiao Chen did not panic at all. If he could avoid fighting, he would avoid it. If he could not avoid it, he would kill in one strike, ending the battle quickly. Xiao Chen knew very well that while these rules looked absurd and chaotic, in reality, only the strong would remain. The more chaotic it was, the more it would show off the strength of the strong. The weak would not get lucky. Right now, this was just the beginning. Preserving strength was the most important thing. If he could make everyone ignore his existence, that would be for the best. Suddenly, a cold intent assaulted Xiao Chen. He turned around and retreated. An ice-attributed swordsman sneak-attacked him. Xiao Chen's face turned cold, and he instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. Then, he gently caught the other party's sword with 2 fingers. How can this be? The newcomer was shocked to discover that Xiaochen easily caught the sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. Scram! Xiaochen flicked his finger, and that person vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Boom! Right after Xiaochen dealt with this person, a shock wave surged over from the side. Someone's killing move had reached him. Those who could become core disciples were at least holy venerates. A killing move executed at full power would definitely be extremely horrifying. The shock waves could not be underestimated either. Xiaochen turned into a flash of lightning and quickly dodged. When he appeared again, he happened to appear beside 2 core disciples fighting. When those 2 saw Xiaochen suddenly appear, they were stunned at first. Then, they decisively stopped and charged at Xiaochen at the same time, showing great teamwork. Whoosh! Standing on a lightning dragon, Xiaochen easily dodged the 2's attacks and punched with both fists. Boom! The surging vital qi knocked the 2 back at the same time. Xiaochen! Xiaochen had just stopped when a cold shout rang out. He turned around and saw a gray-robed youth. Snowflakes danced around him like butterflies. An expert. This was an expert who comprehended the Snow Great Tao. Excitement appeared in the gray-robed youth's eyes. He said seriously, "Let me try and see how capable the legendary person who chopped Rakshasa Tion's clone with 1 saber strike is." Xiaochen said calmly, "You will regret this. This heavy snow is my greatest help. Come, let me see how you will make me regret this." The gray-robed youth stepped forward and laughed loudly. Then he executed the Snow Great Tao, and his body immediately merged with the flying snow. His physical body turned corporeal, and his hair turned white. Even his spiritual sense could not detect the other party's existence. What an exquisite movement technique! With this heavy snow, it was simply a divine technique. No wonder the other party dared to look for Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen was still a little short. However, he could not fool Xiaochen. In the next moment, Xiaochen turned into a sharp saber, using his body as a saber. Combined with Thunder Dragon steps, Xiaochen burst forward, so fast that no one could detect him. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The inner and outer palace disciples watching from the periphery of the dueling plaza felt their hearts tremble. The gray-robed youth showed a pained expression. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as Xiaochen knocked him into the air. He was directly eliminated. How strong! The many spectating disciples could not help sighing to themselves. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality, it contained 2 great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality, it contained 2 kinds of great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. In a situation where others could not make out Xiaochen's strength, he easily knocked a veteran core disciple into the air. After this successful strike, no one dared to approach Xiaochen, creating a large empty space. However, after the chaos, the place slowly regained its order. Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others put in a lot of effort and finally gathered the disciples of their factions. Even Zhang Yi managed to form a team with a group of veteran core disciples that was not too many but extremely horrifying. After a while, Xiaochen was horrified to discover that the empty space around him was growing larger and larger. Then, Xiaochen looked back and discovered that a group of people had surrounded him at some point in time. Heavy snow drifted down, and a chill assaulted him. However, what was even colder than the snow was the way Yi Qianyun and the others looked at him. "You truly live up to your reputation," Yi Qianyun said with a smile. "Xiaochen, no matter how strong you are today, heavens will destine you to be eliminated. No one has any objections, right? Let's attack together and eliminate him first." No objections. There was a kind of tacit understanding. There was no need for words or discussion. It formed naturally. Such a large encirclement was formed by everyone unintentionally. It was still the same saying, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiaochen received such treatment. Chapter 1919. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw more than 10 groups of various sizes surrounding him. Among them, there were 2 strongest. One was Yi Qianyun. his group had the most core disciples, close to 100 people. The second was Zhang Yi. His group did not have many people, but they were all strong veteran core disciples. There were also people like Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and Fang Tianyi, who had advanced to core disciple status at the same time as Xiao Qin. They had developed very quickly in the past half a year. If they had enough time, it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed Yi Qianyun. Aside from these people, many core disciples startled awake from the chaos saw this scene and were startled. This startled them. In a fluster, they found their own factions to enter, increasing the number of people surrounding Xiao Qin. A rough count gave at least 1,000 people. Most of the core disciples had been eliminated in the first wave of chaos. For some reason, Elder Tian Yun waved his hand, not getting the other heaven-class elders to continue disrupting Xiao Chen's group. Elder Tian Yun, this? After the other elders asked for instructions, Elder Tian Yun said indifferently, just wait and see. If the palace master does not send any instructions, we do not need to act on our own. The second palace master and third palace master had indeed instructed them to disrupt Xiao Chen's group only once. However, that was because they had not expected such a situation. The two palace masters stood side by side on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. When they saw the scene in the distance, they felt slightly stunned. The second palace master wanted to say something to get the heaven-class elders to disrupt the factions gathered in the dueling plaza again. Just as the second palace master was about to speak, the third palace master thought of something and stopped him. There's no need. After thinking about it, it might not be a good thing for him to become a heaven-class core disciple so quickly. We might as well suppress him for 3 years. The second palace master thought for a while and felt that this made sense. Given Xiao Chen's potential, he could afford to wait 3 years. 3 years later, his potential would completely erupt. At that time, when he entered Ancestor Dragon City, his accomplishments would be even greater. The most important thing was that he could use these 3 years to slow down on the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This would ensure Xiao Chen's safety. The various factions in the dueling plaza carefully watched Xiao Chen. At the same time, they worried that their formation would be disrupted again. Who knew, even after waiting for a long time, the elders had no intention of disrupting the formation. A smile slowly appeared on Yi Qianyun's face. He said seriously, Xiao Chen, it looks like the elders do not wish for a mixed-blood dragon to become a heaven-class core disciple. Jump down yourself, lest we make a move and embarrass you. The leaders of the other factions showed playful expressions. Whether Yi Qianyun's words were true or false, they did not care. At the very least, the heaven-class elders had not broken their formation yet. It was worth pondering over the hidden meaning behind it. You don't want me to become a heaven-class core disciple? Xiao Chen did not know if it was true or not. Although his expression did not change, he felt slightly angry in his heart. He looked at Yi Qianyun coldly and said, I will stand here. Let's see how you will make me jump. Xiao Chen. Chen's this, Xiao Yun said. Chen's too, Palace Chen's, Xiao Chen's, Yi felt. Everyone knew how powerful Xiao Chen was. They spread out their holy venerate wills and merged them into one, looking like a vast mountain range that instantly encased Xiao Chen. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would have feared this holy venerate will. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, his dragon might gained an ethereal air. Xiao Chen merged his dragon might with his star venerate will and floated in the air. The early-stage holy venerate wills of the 10 did not affect him much. What's wrong? It's not very effective? The 10 holy venerates charging over at the same time were somewhat stupefied when they discovered Xiao Chen suppressed by the holy venerate will. They felt like Xiao Chen was like the wind. He clearly did not move, but he drifted around, not affected much. Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and the scabbard with his left. Then he pulled hard with his left hand. The scabbard turned into a beam of dim light and shot out. Before the leader could see clearly, a horrifying saber intent pierced through his chest. Then, the leader turned into a beam of light and was forcibly sent out by the formation. The other 9 turned their heads to look. They only saw the disappearing tail light of their leader, which shocked them. When the 9 turned their heads back, they only saw a flash of saber light. Blood spurted out of their necks as they were forcefully sent out. Clang. Xiaochen turned around gently, and the tyrant's saber happened to be stabbed into the scabbard, which remained in the air, giving off a melodious saber hum. Xiaochen's movements were as smooth as flowing water. Those who were slightly weaker could not even see how Xiaochen drew his saber. He was dressed in white and had a saber in his hand. It seemed like the saber in his hand had never been unsheathed. Xiaochen looked at Yi Qianyun and smiled faintly. Yi Qianyun, your follower is too weak. Whoosh. Whoosh. Xiaochen was clearly just smiling faintly. However, this smile startled the people beside Yi Qianyun into taking several steps back. Yi Qianyun was somewhat embarrassed to discover that the people behind him were 100 meters away from him. What fast speed! His Thunder Dao has reached great perfection. The eyes of several people lit up. When they saw the power of Xiaochen's earlier saber strike, they felt startled in their hearts. It was indeed a great perfection Thunder Dao. Otherwise, those 10 core disciples would not have been unable to block even one move. Xiaochen was too fast. Damn it! Xiao Jinyu cursed in his heart. To think that this fellow actually cultivated the Thunder Great Dao to great perfection. Fortunately, it was just the Thunder Great Dao. Compared to Xiao Jinyu's Sword Great Dao, it was still somewhat noticeable. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. We need to eliminate him first. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance. This saber strike exposed Xiaochen's strength, strengthening these people's resolve to work together to eliminate Xiaochen. Xiao Jinyu shouted. Then he led the disciples behind him and charged at Xiaochen in unison. Tekfen. Even Zhang Ye's cold expression changed. This veteran core disciple demonic genius also felt threatened by Xiaochen. Dong, dong, dong. Everyone moved. In that instant, the remaining 1,000-odd elite core disciples charged at Xiaochen. You really do not want me to become a heaven-class core disciple. You all are too much. Under such circumstances, those elders actually did not disrupt the formation. Xiaochen's heart had already died. Xiaochen raged in his heart. If you don't let me succeed, I will succeed for you all to see. I have to obtain the heaven-class core disciple slot. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. Fortunately, these 1,000-odd people were not united, giving Xiaochen some opportunity. The Supreme Dragon Fist was most suitable for fighting one against many. When Xiaochen executed leaderless dragons, dragon roars immediately rang out from his body. In that instant, more than 1,000 dragon-shaped strands of energy shot out. Bang! 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 Zhang Yi, Xiao Jinyu, and the other outstanding talents immediately shattered some of the dragon-shaped energy. However, most of them flew about chaotically, catching the many core disciples off guard. The 1,000-odd core disciples had an unparalleled aura. The overwhelming first wave of attacks actually ended up blocked by Xiaochen. When the many spectating cultivators saw this scene, they could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. However, how would they break the second wave? Still, the 100-odd core disciples and outstanding talents did not get flustered. They shattered the dragon-shaped energy and continued charging at Xiaochen. Dance of Remnant Snow. Zhang Yi drew the sword in his hand. His sword was actually a broken sword. After Xiaochen executed his killing move, the snow filling the air turned into a sword dance that seemed incomplete but actually contained hidden mysteries. Then, it swept toward Xiaochen with a horrifying aura. Serene Cloud Sword Art. Xiao Jinyu turned into a beam of dim light as his sword swept through the air, materializing jade-green sword images filling the air. They merged completely with his sword Great Dao, leaving no openings. Yi Qianyun snorted coldly and said, "Venerate Dragon Art." Yi Qianyun's horrifying Holy Venerate will turned solid and materialized an ancient Heaven Dragon traveler holding a Heaven Dragon dagger axe. Then, with a horrifying aura, he thrust it at Xiaochen. Rock Dragon Burst. Layers of heavenly shadows. The 100-odd core disciples that shattered the dragon-shaped energy did not hesitate to launch their killing moves. The overwhelming attacks immediately densely packed together, covering the sky and land. When Xiaochen looked around, he had no way to escape. All sorts of terrifying and peerless mysterious phenomena and towering auras were released. All of these attacks came crashing down. Xiaochen estimated that he would die on the spot. Even the formation would not be able to save him in time before he was blasted into bits. Damn it! Cannot die. Summoning the dragons. Xiaochen punched again. The berserk dragons in the sky immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might infused into Xiaochen's body, causing his aura to soar. Xiaochen burst out with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. That is not enough. Another punch. Xiaochen paled slightly. He gritted his teeth and circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then he followed the lofty aspirations and tyrannical air in his heart and punched again. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiaochen punched, a blazing war banner materialized. This war banner was incredibly heavy. Heavy might and pressure crossed the obstruction of time and space and landed on the war banner, making the flames burn even fiercer. No one dared to catch it. Together with the aura of summoning the dragons, Xiaochen stretched out his hand to catch the war banner. Then he paused. Xiaochen placed the war banner under his feet with some difficulty. Boom! The ground trembled, and the vast dueling plaza shook. Before the berserk aura, Zhang Yi and the other 100-odd core disciples' attacks and killing moves were stunned. Heaven Dragon's Rage. Xiaochen shouted and punched. His heart filled with rage as he sent the blazing war banner flying. The war banner instantly shattered all sorts of mysterious phenomena and sword moves. Zhang Yi and the other 100-odd core disciples vomited a mouthful of blood as the war banner knocked them into the air. Such a scene shocked everyone, rendering them speechless. How can an evil dragon rule the Tao? However, it was not over yet. Xiaochen's rage had yet to subside, and the flame of battle in his heart had yet to extinguish. He held on to his last breath and punched again. Boom, boom, boom. This punch detonated the thousands of strands of dragon chi in the air. The core disciples fighting with the dragon chi were all knocked back. Everyone looked around. Aside from Xiaochen, there was no one left standing in the dueling plaza. How can one be honored? I am honored. Chapter 1920. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Zhang Yi held his chest as blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He ignored it completely, only staring at Xiaochen. Without a doubt, Zhang Yi was certain that Xiaochen had executed the Supreme Dragon Fist earlier. Why was Zhang Yi so sure of the Supreme Dragon Fist, which was known as the Heaven Dragon Palace's forbidden technique? It was because he had practiced it before. However, after cultivating it for 2 years, he could not make any progress and could only give up. Zhang Yi, who had studied this fist technique for 2 years, was very clear on how horrifying the might of this fist technique, which the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon had ordered to be destroyed. Once Xiaochen succeeded in practicing it, he could only use one word to describe it: unparalleled. This was an unparalleled fist technique. It would be dazzling and dazzling, lasting for eternity. No matter how much time passed or how much time passed, the fist technique would give off a piercing light again. It's him. The one who practiced at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day was him. It's him. He was the one who was practicing at the top of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner hall disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after they recovered from their shock. The mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day reappeared at the dueling plaza. The unparalleled lofty sentiments and tyrannical air of supremacy were nearly identical. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Everyone would not forget what happened 20 days ago so quickly. Not to mention, he would never forget the phenomenon from that day. That blurry yet clear, seemingly contradictory existence at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had long since been imprinted in their hearts. At this moment, the white-clad youth stubbornly standing in the dueling plaza was completely different from the figure in their memories. They were a perfect match. White-robed Xiaochen. White-robed Xiaochen. White-robed Xiaochen. After a while, an orderly cheer came from the dueling plaza. All the inner palace and outer palace disciples shouted Xiaochen's name like crazy. Thunderous voices echoed in all directions. A rare scene appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. On top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain, the third Hall Master and the second Hall Master were stunned. Actually, they had seen a similar scene many years ago. What happened in the past was just like what was happening in front of him. History was always shockingly similar. Forget it. The third palace master closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He already knew Xiaochen's choice. At the same time, the snowy environment in the dueling plaza suddenly changed into a downpour of rain, lightning, and thunder. Yi Qianyun wiped the rain off his face and stood up as he cursed, "Damn it!" The people who could still fight stood up one after another. In the heavy rain, they looked at Xiaochen with somewhat grave expressions, their expressions complicated. They had obviously seen the scene 20 days ago, but they had never imagined that it would be Xiaochen. The figure on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain had left a deep impression on them. Should he give up? Everyone was asking themselves in their hearts as they allowed the heavy rain to pour down on them, completely ignoring it. Should he give up? The dragon race had always admired the strong. Even the mixed-blood dragons had their pride deep in their hearts. No matter how one denied it, no matter how much mockery one received, one would always have one's own bottom line in the depths of one's heart. I give up. Suddenly, a core disciple behind Yi Qianyun gave Xiaochen a deep look. Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet and spread out his arms. Then he moved further away in the heavy rain, slowly leaving the dueling plaza. Unfair. Xiaochen's strength had already convinced them. Furthermore, after learning that Xiaochen was the person who stood on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain that day, the one who made his mind waver, the core disciple found it simply unfair. This core disciple could not accept it in his heart if he continued to surround and attack Xiaochen. Since ancient times, from top to bottom, the dragon race worshipped the strong. The strong were fearless and fearless. I give up. I give up. I give up. Immediately, the various core disciples pushed off with their feet and became like phantoms, disappearing into the heavy rain. Heavy rain poured down, washing away the dust in the dueling plaza and washing away the hearts of everyone present. Immediately, most of the 1,000-odd people in the dueling plaza left in the blink of an eye. There were still less than 100 people left. Such a scene had never appeared before. Even those heaven-class elders were stunned when they saw this. White-robed Xiaochen. White-robed Xiaochen. However, in the eyes of the spectators, the inner and outer palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace felt inspired. Their exclamations became even louder. I withdraw. I withdraw as well. Slowly, the 100 people standing in the dueling plaza, the veteran core disciples with outstanding strength, all thought for a while. Indeed, they were not as strong as Xiaochen. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then, they left with a trace of loneliness and carefreeness. Soon, aside from Xiaochen, only the previous top core disciple, Zhang Yi, the current top core disciple, Yi Qianyun, and the three new core disciples, Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and Qin Yan, remained in the dueling plaza. There was only a total of 6 people. The 6 all had their own obsessions and desires. For this day, they had put in a lot of effort. Even if they knew that they would lose, they would not give up. Receive 3 moves from me before we talk. Fang Tianyi snorted coldly and threw a palm strike at the ground. Boom! The rainwater on the ground turned into thousands of waves that shot out. In the next moment, Fang Tianyi appeared in the air. Then he said, "First move, Traceless Heaven." When Fang Tianyi's palm strike landed, he sent out a flawless palm wind, as vast as the sky. It was like this palm strike created a real sky. It contained heaven's might, boundlessly vast. Bang! A fist light shot out, and Xiaochen clashed head-on with this palm strike. He took 3 steps back, moving 1 kilometer with each step. Heartless Heaven! Fang Tianyi roared ferociously and sent out an even mightier, more radical and more horrifying palm strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind tore through the heavy rain and struck Xiao Chen's face. In the next breath, Fang Tianyi charged over to Xiao Chen. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen made his move, using the scabbard to block the other party's palm wind. Bang! The heavy rain trembled and turned into powder. A temporary gap appeared around the two. Just as the torrential rain was about to fill this vacuum, the two of them each made a move at lightning speed. The instant the heavy rain filled the gap, blood spurted out and merged with the heavy rain, quickly vanishing. The rain was still falling and the saber was still there. However, only Xiao Chen remained. Fang Tianyi touched his neck in horror. The formation had sent him out. He had been eliminated. Clang! Clang! The sound of two weapons being drawn rang out. Qin Yan and Zhang Yi could not help attacking at the same time, charging at Xiao Chen. The tyrant saber was drawn, and a saber light appeared. Xiao Chen fought an intense battle with the two in the rain. 2 swords, 1 saber, 3 people fighting in the rain, seeking a result. At some point in time, the surroundings turned silent. Everyone was immersed in this exciting battle. It had to be said that both Zhang Yi and Qin Yan were experts at using the sword. When the two worked together, their might increased. However, when facing Xiao Chen, they could not suppress him. For some reason, they could not suppress him. Be it sword techniques, movement techniques, or states, they could not do anything. 1 man and 1 saber in the heavy rain would definitely have a way to deal with it. Instead, the two entered the beautiful dream that Xiao Chen fabricated. Why was it like this? Zhang Yi and Qin Yan used the swords in their hands to materialize states and create sword moves to suppress Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's cultivation improved further. He used the saber in his hand to detonate the flaws in his opponent's mind. Then, he looked for an opportunity to kill in one move. With dreams as a saber. When the opportunity arrived, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to detonate it. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and an illusory purple saber chi burst out of the two's chests. Pu Si. The two vomited a mouthful of blood as the formation forcefully sent them out. The rain continued to fall. However, the blood flowing out of Xiao Chen's wounds did not stop. The rain could not wash it off completely. Still not retreating? Xiao Chen looked around and smiled faintly when he discovered that Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qianyun were still there. He did not hold back at all, spreading out the 2 Dao discs behind him one after another. The 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then, they suddenly soared to 3 meters tall. How can it be like this? Xiao Jinyu, who was hugging his sword, was stunned. He thought that he had a trump card of the sword Great Dao and firmly grasped victory. Who knew? Xiao Chen immediately displayed 2 great perfection Dao might. Xiao Jinyu's expression turned sluggish, and his mind went blank. He no longer had the strength to hold on to his sword. It fell heavily to the ground with a clang. Pu Si. The instant the sword landed, the 2 great perfection Dao might layered over each other, knocking Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qianyun back at the same time. Chapter 1921. Yi Qianyun and Xiao Jinyu immediately got knocked into the air by Xiao Chen. They did not even get a chance to bring out the trump cards that they had prepared. This blow was simply too great. Be it Yi Qianyun or Xiao Jinyu, they both held huge trump cards in their hands. Yi Qianyun had a wholly venerate will. After it fully materialized, its might doubled. Xiao Jinyu had an even sharper great perfection sword Dao Dao might. Unfortunately, they ran into Xiao Chen. Even though Xiao Chen was already fatigued, the moment he revealed 2 kinds of Dao might, the two immediately gave up, losing all courage to resist. The two looked around. Aside from Xiao Chen, there was no one else in the vast dueling plaza. Only the heavy rain and Xiao Chen remained. Cheers rang out in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, all of them chanting white-robed Xiao Chen's name. Times create heroes. The Heaven Dragon Palace had not produced an expert for a very long time already. The Heaven Dragon Palace needed such a demonic genius, outstanding talent to stand out and redeem the name of the Heaven Dragon Palace. To redeem the name of all the mixed-blood dragon bloodlines, the people who lived at the bottom of the empire. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw the Heavenly Dragon Palace disciples shouting his name excitedly with excited expressions. A trace of warmth appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. For the first time, he had a strong favorable impression of the Heaven Dragon Palace and the dragon race disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. After Xiaoqun executed the Supreme Dragon Fist and blocked all the attacks, he suffered significant injuries. His soul energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy were nearly drained. However, these people did not take the opportunity to launch a second wave of counterattacks. Unless Xiaoqun activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, he would die for sure. However, these people did not do so. As they looked at Xiaoqun, they silently chose to give up. All for the sake of achieving the qualifications to obtain a Heaven-class core disciple spot. During the entire battle, no matter how intense it was, no one activated their dragon race bloodlines. If one could activate one's bloodline, others could as well. As long as it was not a life-and-death battle, there was simply no need. No matter what, one had to admit that even the lowest-level mixed-blood dragon bloodlines had their pride. The pride of a dragon was forever hidden in everyone's hearts. Boom! The Heaven-class elders attacked at the same time, and the dueling plaza returned to normal. Elder Tianyun looked at the only person left, Xiaoqun. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. 5 months ago, he had the opportunity to take Xiaoqun as a disciple. However, because of the other party's bloodline, Xiaoqun chose Xiao Jinyu, who had a true dragon bloodline. At that time, Xiaoqun, who was unconvinced, did not endure it. He laughed mockingly and said that he had misjudged Xiaoqun. 5 months later, Xiaoqun used the Supreme Dragon Fist to personally verify his words before Xiaoqun. It wasn't fake. He, Elder Tianyun, had misjudged. Although Elder Tianyun felt somewhat embarrassed, he still carried out his responsibility. He said seriously, "The results for the Heaven-class core disciple slot are out. Congratulations, Xiaoqun. You are the new Heaven-class core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace." After saying that, he took out a war flag with a heaven dragon on it from a brocade box held by a servant behind him and handed it to Xiaoqun. "Drip your blood on this heaven dragon war flag." Xiaoqun did as he was told. He took the war flag and dripped his blood on it. Boom! The might of the heaven dragons surged out of the war flag. A dragon image containing Xiaoqun's essence blood rushed to the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace and entered the Heaven Dragon statue. After entering the Heavenly Dragon statue, from now on, he could enter the Heavenly Dragon main peak at will. Whoosh! At this moment, the war flag also transformed, becoming 2 meters long. With a gentle wave, the Heaven Dragon war flag fluttered in the wind. The Heaven Dragon embroidered on the war flag seemed to come to life, looking very realistic. Xiao Jinyu, Zhang Yi, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, and Feng Tianyi, congratulations to the 5 of you for obtaining the reserve qualifications for Heaven-class core disciples. You can enter the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace to cultivate together. After further tests, you will have the opportunity to obtain the status of a Heaven-class core disciple. Elder Tianyun passed on the second palace master's instructions as he looked at the other 5. Such a pleasant surprise elicited joy on the faces of the other 5. Although it was only reserve qualifications, it was far inferior to Xiaoqun's official quota. Xiaoqun did not even have the Heaven Dragon war flag. However, at the very least, there was still a chance. "Come with me." Elder Tianyun glanced at Xiaoqun and the others. Then he led the 6 to the back. The other Heaven-class elders stepped forward and dismissed the spectating Heaven Dragon Palace disciples. The Heaven-class core disciple selection came to an end here. At the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace, the second palace master and the third palace master showed somewhat complicated expressions. Supreme Dragon Fist. It truly lives up to being a forbidden art. Even this cannot trap him, the second palace master said softly with a sigh. The third palace master said softly, "That is because the disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace are willing to give him this opportunity." Compared to Xiaoqun, who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I am even more delighted. The pride of our Heaven Dragon Palace disciples still exists. Even though the Empire suppressed them, their spines did not bend. That mixed-blood dragon bloodline will definitely have a future. I will personally refine the primeval heavenly pills of all the disciples who gave up. The second palace master was startled. "Third brother, can you handle that?" Do you really have to waste all your time on this? The third palace master said coldly, I'm happy. I'll leave the newcomers to you. I'll go back first. As the second palace master watched the third palace master leave, he smiled bitterly. Third brother is still as willful as before, his temper never changing. He's coming. The second palace master looked around and saw Elder Tian Yun leading Xiao Chen's group of 6 to the main peak. I should get busy as well. On a tall platform densely covered with palaces on the Heaven Dragon's main peak, the second palace master appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. Greetings, second palace master. When Elder Tian Yun saw the second palace master, he respectfully greeted the second palace master. Zhang Yi and the others immediately felt startled. This black-clad old man who suddenly appeared before them was actually one of the 3 most mysterious palace masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Zhang Yi and the others quickly bowed together with Elder Tian Yun. The second palace master smiled faintly and said, There's no need to stand on ceremony. This old man's name is Zhu Yang. Others address me as Old Eccentric Zhu Yang. Those who can become Heaven-class core disciples and are qualified to be substitutes are the pillars of my Heaven Dragon Palace. There is no need to stand on ceremony with me. Yes, second palace master. According to the rules, only newly advanced Heaven-class core disciples can make a request of me. Substitutes are not qualified. However, I'll make an exception today. All of you can make a request that is not overboard. Palace Master Zhu Yang did not waste any words, directly giving everyone a pleasant surprise. Being able to make a request to this person who might already be a divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor was simply too tempting. The group entered deep thought. Clearly, they were thinking about what kind of request they should make. Fearing that someone else would beat them to it, Yi Qianyun stepped forward and said, Second Palace Master, this junior would like to obtain a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can bring out the potential of my bloodline. That works too? No matter what, a great desolate Ian bloodline was a boundless treasure to any cultivator. Compared to ordinary people, a great desolate Ian bloodline held a huge advantage. The more potential one could bring out, the better. If one could transform 10% of one's bloodline power, one would gain great benefits. However, one could not rely on oneself to transform one's bloodline power. One could only rely on external items. Furthermore, the further one went, the more difficult it would be. The natural treasures needed would also be of higher quality. Sure. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly. Then, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Yi Qianyun. This is a peak-grade blood transformation pill that the third palace master specially made using 10 natural treasures that can transform one's bloodline. Only the third palace master knows the alchemic recipe. The other divine dragon palaces will use a large amount of resources to exchange for it every year. Thank you, Senior Zhu Yang. Yi Qianyun joyfully received the jade bottle and carefully put it away. Qin Yen immediately said, Second Palace Master, I would like a peak-grade blood transformation pill as well. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly and said, You are too late. Make another request. Such a reply drove Qin Yen crazy. However, Yi Qianyun secretly rejoiced in his heart. The others no longer hesitated. They all made their requests, and Palace Master Zhu Yang easily satisfied them. It seemed like the requests that they racked their brains for were trivial in Palace Master Zhu Yang's eyes. Elder Tian Yun watched from the side, silently making demands. These people's horizons are still too low. Only Xiaochen remained. Palace Master Zhu Yang handed him a jade bottle and said, This is your reward for becoming a formal disciple. It is a special peak-grade blood transformation pill. You can also make another request. Who knew? Xiaochen did not accept it. He looked at Palace Master Zhu Yang and said, I can forego the medicinal pill. However, Second Palace Master, I would like to meet someone. What? Qin Yen, Zhang Yi, and the others were stunned. What the hell is this request? This is too willful. Chapter 1922. Who do you want to see? Second Palace Master Zhu Yang asked as he looked interestedly at Xiaochen. Naturally, the person Xiaochen wanted to see the most was Lu Riyue. However, this was not the request that Xiaochen wanted to make. Lu Ryue was in Ancestor Dragon City and already knew the exact news. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was getting closer to that step. It was only a matter of time before they met. There was no need to waste this opportunity. Xiao Chen looked around. Then, Palace Master Zhu Yang said something to Elder Tian Yun, and Elder Tian Yun led Zhang Yi and the others away. Now, only Xiao Chen and Palace Master Zhu Yang were left. After Xiao Chen verified that there was no one else, he said, "I want to meet the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the senior who fought with the Dragon Emperor 25 years ago." "Who told you all this?" Palace Master Zhu Yang's face suddenly sank, and his gaze instantly turned incredibly sharp. It was like many sharp invisible arrows piercing towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen immediately felt immense pressure. His legs trembled involuntarily, and he found it extremely difficult to stand. It seemed like he had asked a taboo existence. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He asked calmly, "Does it have anything to do with my request?" Palace Master Zhu Yang looked at Xiao Chen for a long time. His expression remained sharp as he continued to put pressure on Xiao Chen. When Palace Master Zhu Yang saw that Xiao Chen did not react strangely under the heavy pressure, he slowly withdrew his aura. Then he sighed softly, "It does not matter. However, he is already dead. I cannot fulfill your request." That? Xiao Chen felt that it was impossible. He was a bona fide heaven dragon. He only challenged the Dragon Emperor and could not be executed. After becoming a heaven dragon, he held a special position and enjoyed an extremely high reputation. Executing him would be too great a threat. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled and said, "I know that you want to become a heaven dragon. Furthermore, you have cultivated the Supreme Dragon Fist. Your request is not excessive and very reasonable. However, I cannot do it. I cannot let you meet a dead person. Take the medicinal pill. Make another request. If you can't think of anything for now, you can keep it for now." Xiao Chen received the peak-grade blood transformation pill and muttered, "Then I'll keep it first. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "Alright, you may leave. Your soul blood seal has already been inserted into the core formation of the Heaven Dragon Peak. From now on, you can freely cultivate here." Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly. When he saw Xiao Chen turn around, he raised his head and muttered to himself, "There should be a full moon tonight. The summit of the Heaven Dragon is probably the best place to admire the moon." The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night breeze was cool. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen consumed 5,000 primeval heavenly pills. Then he stabilized his cultivation. Without thinking too much about it, Xiao Chen walked out of the room and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. In the night, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. This time, Xiao Chen did not encounter any obstruction. He successfully broke through and landed firmly. Then he arrived at the platform where the spiritual energy waterfall was. This place was known as the Profound Dragon Platform. The Heaven-class core disciples loved to cultivate here. Firstly, it was rich in spiritual energy. Secondly, it was the place where the Heaven Dragon hung its head. When cultivating here, one could sense the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, which could help a cultivator resolve many difficult problems of the martial Tao. More importantly, the summit of the Heaven Dragon was above. Many Heaven-class core disciples dreamed of standing there one day. Xiao Chen wanted to see if the scenery of the Heaven Dragon Palace was different at the summit. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a lightning dragon. Receiving the baptism of the spiritual energy waterfall, he soared upwards. After a while, he firmly landed on the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Xiao Chen saw a person happily admiring the moon above. Who knew how long he had been there? It was the second palace master, Zhu Yang. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, the second palace master Zhu Yang immediately flew over without saying a word. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen quickly followed. Gradually, he felt the pressure increase. He could not help feeling startled. The second palace master is flying to the starry heavens. Indeed, Zhu Yang was in front. Without saying a word, he tore through the sky and arrived in the boundless starry heavens. The vast starry heavens looked boundless. The second palace, Master Zhu Yang, arrived at an asteroid belt. Hundreds of thousands of Yuan meteors formed an extraordinarily vast formation, looking like a vast sea. This greatly startled Xiaochen. He found it hard to imagine that there was such a horrifying formation in the world. The stars were the rocks, and the starry heavens were the ground. Even from a distance, one could feel the vastness and grandeur of this asteroid belt. Xiaochen looked into the distance and was somewhat horrified to discover dense resentment and boundless killing intent gathering at the center of the asteroid belt, which was the center of the formation. Countless negative emotions gathered together to form a horrifying human face that kept twisting. Xiaochen could not help shivering as a chill assaulted him. He did not dare to look. Drip, drip, drip. Xiaochen seemed to hear the sound of water dripping. Every time a drop landed, his heart trembled. Even his soul felt shaken. What is that sound? Xiaochen thought, feeling confused. At the same time, he felt an unbearable pain, like his soul was about to scatter. The second palace, Master Zhu Yang, shielded Xiaochen in time. Then he leaped into the air and landed on an asteroid. The formation formed by thousands of asteroids immediately spun continuously. The might of the world that moved with it could easily kill a sovereign personage. Follow me closely, Palace Master Zhu Yang said. Palace Master Zhu Yang said. Xiaochen recovered his wits and quickly followed, not daring to act rashly. As Palace Master Zhu Yang ventured deeper, Xiaochen got closer to the core. The distorted human face formed by boundless resentment, killing intent, and rage in the center of the formation became increasingly clearer. Let's stop here then. Palace Master Zhu Yang stopped. The asteroid under him slowly rose as he peered through the hazy fog. Xiaochen suddenly discovered a black dragon city under that horrifying, distorted human face. That is Dragon Prison City. The Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign personage and above criminals are locked up there. The person you want to see is there. Xiaochen looked in the direction Palace Master Zhu Yang pointed and discovered an altar in the city. There was a scarlet dragon pillar on the altar. A cold sword was stabbed into the top of the dragon pillar. Chains flickering with cold light bound a petrified cultivator at the very bottom. Even though that cultivator was petrified, his eyes still looked spirited, filled with spirituality. This made it clear that he was not a statue. It was a person who was temporarily petrified. This is the person you want to see. He offended the Emperor's might and was personally suppressed by the Dragon Emperor. He is locked up in this dragon prison and will only be released after 3,000 years. Xiaochen did not reply, completely attracted by that petrified cultivator. That cultivator had a special air about him. Even from a great distance, Xiaochen could feel a great aura that encompassed the entire dragon city. However, this dragon prison filled with sin and negative emotions could not make him sink into depravity. This person was clearly suffering, but he could not see any rage or helplessness from being punished. That's not right. Xiaochen suddenly discovered that the scarlet dragon pillar was not scarlet in the first place. Instead, a terrifying divine flame burned on the altar, burning that dragon race cultivator red. Although this person was sealed, he was still suffering inhumane torture and punishment. He was constantly being burned by the raging flames. However, Xiaochen overturned his own thoughts after a while. The reason for that was because he saw that there was a sword wound on the chest of the sealed stone statue. Someone purposely left it there. Blood dripped onto the altar from the wound. The dripping sound that Xiaochen heard at first was this person's heart blood dripping. The scarlet dragon race cultivator was dyed red by his own heart blood. Xiaochen immediately felt shocked. He did not know how tall that dragon pillar was. To think that the heart blood dyed it red. What kind of punishment was this? Boom! Just at this moment, the distorted face in the sky let out countless miserable shrieks. The distorted face turned into countless strands of black energy that scattered in the starry heavens. However, it could not escape the top of the dragon prison. The distorted face scattered, and light and shadow turned blurry. Then, it formed the face of a normal person. This person looked exactly the same as the face of the person being punished on the dragon pillar. Even his aura was exactly the same. Zhu Yang, Are you here to see me again? A somewhat hoarse but incredibly mellow voice spread throughout the starry heavens, echoing endlessly. Every meteor in the entire meteor formation shot out a resplendent pillar of light as if trying to seal off this starry heavens. This startled Xiaochen. Such a scene was truly unexpected. Even after being sealed and suppressed, this person could still cause such a commotion. Chapter 1923. That face in the boundless starry heavens gave off a hazy light. His deep voice reverberated in the huge meteorite formation. A pillar of light soared into the clouds, isolating the space. Even that voice became intermittent. However, that did not stop Xiaochen from understanding what it meant. The face above the dragon prison glanced at Zhu Yang before looking at Xiaochen, who was behind him. Xiaochen's expression froze, and he stopped speaking. Zhu Yang said softly, "It is not me who wants to see you. It is him. You know the rules of the Heaven Dragon Palace. As long as it is within my means, I will do my best to satisfy the newly advanced Heaven-class core disciple's request. His request is to see you, to see the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist." The face floating in the air laughed and said, "I'm just a sinner. What's there to see? However, you said that he is a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. That is interesting." Ha! That person suddenly started laughing maniacally, stunning Zhu Yang, not understanding what was going on. However, Xiaochen found it strange. Could it be that this person already figured out my true bloodline? That's right. I immediately recognized your bloodline, the Blue Dragon bloodline. To think that the Blue Dragon bloodline did not go extinct and even infiltrated the Heaven Dragon Palace. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline? That person's voice suddenly rang out in Xiaochen's mind, startling him. How did you know what I was thinking? Your expression betrayed you. Don't worry. I will not tell anyone. If I did not specially study the Blue Dragon bloodline, I would not have recognized your bloodline so quickly. If it were anyone else, even if their cultivation was the same as mine, they would find it difficult to make out your bloodline. After all, it is a bloodline that people have forgotten long ago. Who would go to the Blue Dragon's old lands to investigate it like I did? The Blue Dragon's old lands? Where is it? After a short exchange, that person did not speak to Xiaochen or give Xiaochen an answer. Instead, he started chatting with Palace Master Zhu Yang. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist? After hearing Palace Master Zhu Yang's introduction, the gaze with which that person looked at Xiaochen became somewhat playful. I thought that it had already been destroyed. Unexpectedly, he still helped me keep it. However, this fist technique's flaw is extraordinarily large. While the two of them were talking, Xiaochen suddenly noticed a sword wound on the chest of the petrified body tied to the dragon pillar. It was no longer a drop of blood dripping down. Blood gushed out like a fountain and splashed out. The divine flame in the altar burned brighter and brighter as the blood poured into it. The dragon pillar became bright red and glistening. The treasured sword at the very top trembled slightly, as if it was guiding the sword wound on the man's chest. The petrified skin cracked bit by bit, looking exceptionally terrifying. Xiaochen felt intense pain just by looking at it. Who could endure such inhumane torture? However, the face above the draconic penitentiary did not seem to be affected at all. Instead, it calmly chatted with Palace Master Zhu Yang. Xiaochen could not bear it anymore. He said, "Second Hall Master, let's go." Palace Master Zhu Yang nodded and said, "Let's go then." The meteor under their feet carried the two away, moving far into the distance. Xiaochen turned his head and glanced at that person. He saw that the face in the air gradually turned blurry, but that person still smiled at him. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair. Who is honored? Luck is not on your side, and your life is as fragile as paper. The instant Xiaochen turned around, a mighty, ferocious roar suddenly rang out. That person roared with a voice that came from his soul. That person's voice echoed in the surroundings, chanting the incantations for the Supreme Dragon Fist. The veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body started circulating for some reason. It was not under Xiao Chen's control, moving according to that voice. As that person's veritable essence energy surged and that person chanted, his Heaven Dragon's mysteries slowly merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Heaven Dragon Fist absorbed water and nourishment, growing stronger bit by bit, complementing the Supreme Dragon Fist. Wait, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that the incantations that person chanted contained many things that were not in the Supreme Dragon Fist. Was it because the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiao Chen obtained was flawed in the first place? Or did this person gain new comprehension of the Supreme Dragon Fist in the past 20-odd years? Xiao Chen did not know, but he could clearly sense that this was only beneficial and not harmful to this person. Not only did the Heaven Dragon's mysteries grow, but the Supreme Dragon Fist also became complete. What is supreme? Until the end of time, the Supreme is not old. Time passes slowly, the Supreme is immortal. This heart does not die, these words do not regret, this body does not die. At the end of the incantation, Xiao Chen was certain that the Supreme Dragon Fist was not missing something. Instead, it was the new comprehension and completion of the Supreme Dragon Fist that this person had gained in the past 20-odd years. Many of the things that this person said surpassed Xiao Chen's understanding. What is supreme? The original Supreme Dragon Fist only had these simple words: "In the entire world, only I am honored." However, now that this person said so many words, he must have gained some new comprehension. Xiao Chen was extraordinarily intelligent. For now, he could only feel that he was honored in the entire world. This was very simple and tyrannical. 25 years ago, that person felt that he could be called supreme if he was unrivaled in the world. Now, he gained many new understandings. Until the end of time, time passes slowly. This involved the time Tao. This heart does not die, these words do not regret, this body does not die. However, it also transcended space and time. Xiao Chen could not figure out what it represented at the moment. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, you cannot lock me up. My heart is with the great desolate Aeon. My will be passed on forever. My physical body will be immortal. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I will return sooner or later. That person's voice grew softer and softer as he laughed maniacally. Second Palace Master Zhu Yang led Xiao Chen out of this oppressive place. When the two looked back, they remained silent. Do you regret it? Second Palace Master Zhu Yang suddenly asked. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment. He could not understand what the Second Palace Master meant by regret. Second Palace Master Zhu Yang was referring to him wasting a request. Or was it regret and disappointment in his heart? All he saw was a sorry state, suffering all sorts of torture, far from being as unrivaled as he imagined. However, it did not matter whether he understood or not. Regardless of which it was, Xiao Chen did not regret it. He directly shook his head. Second Palace Master, I don't understand. Does he not feel pain? Xiao Chen thought about the flame in the altar and the sword wound that Xiao Chen purposely left on his chest. Xiao Chen's heart bled at every moment. Such pain could not be described with words. Palace Master Zhu Yang explained softly. His pain is a soul-deep torture. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the most horrifying aspect of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. He makes you feel so much pain that you want to die, but you cannot vent it. After 1,000 years, once the seal is broken, all this pain will pile up and be vented. Even if you regain your freedom, your physical body and soul will crumble. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt horrified. The image of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor appeared in his mind, making him tremble in fear. No one can challenge the Dragon Emperor's might. Even the Heaven Dragon is no exception. Palace Master Zhu Yang said softly, hence, I feel that bringing you to meet him is not a bad thing. At the very least, you will not have thoughts that you should not have while cultivating the Supreme Dragon Fist. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help asking, what thoughts does Second Palace Master think I will have? Zhu Yang looked at Xiao Chen and said, even without me saying it, you should know the negative effects of the Supreme Dragon Fist. The rage and resentment it contains can attack a cultivator's soul at any time. There is no perfect cultivation technique in the world. There are always losses when there are gains. You are a rare genius of my Heaven Dragon Palace. First brother and second brother have high hopes for you, hoping that you can revitalize the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not wish for you to destroy yourself. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he said softly, many thanks for the 3 palace masters' concern. Xiao Chen will definitely engrave the Heaven Dragon Palace's kindness to this junior in his heart. The second palace master nodded and said, after you return, cultivate properly. Do not slack off. The competition between the 7 outer palaces will begin in half a year. Do not think that you can rest easy with just the Supreme Dragon Fist. Even in the current Heaven Dragon Palace, you are not unrivaled among the Heaven-class core disciples. This junior understands. Xiao Chen was very clear on the drawbacks of the Supreme Dragon Fist. If he could avoid using it, he would do his best. Aside from the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiao Chen was not much weaker than Xian, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun. As for the Heaven-class core disciples of the other outer palaces, Xiao Chen only needed to think about them. Murong Yan, Wei Hongfei, Sidichang Feng, and the others were just core disciples, but they were already incredibly strong. Xiao Chen could guess how strong those Heaven-class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines were. The resources they could use were much more than the Heaven Dragon Palace. Even if Xiao Chen used the Supreme Dragon Fist, he would not dare to claim that he was unrivaled. Xiao Chen still had a long way to go. Go ahead. Palace Master Zhu Yang led Xiao Chen back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. The moon was still there, but the moonlight was much thinner. Cultivate properly. If you have any questions, you can ask us. After saying that, the second Palace Master Zhu Yang vanished from Xiao Chen's sight as if he had never appeared. Chapter 1924. After the second palace master left, only Xiao Chen remained at the top of the Heaven Dragon. The hazy moon reflected Xiao Chen's current mood. The earlier scene had simply shocked him too much. The strength of the Heaven Dragon went without saying. However, even such a strong Heaven Dragon lost to the current Dragon Emperor, enduring inhumane torture. However, what Xiao Chen knew was that the 7 outer palaces were qualified to fight for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The Dragon Emperor of any generation could only sit on the throne for 500 years. This was similar to the dynasty's emperor. One could not sit on the throne forever. Otherwise, with the Dragon Emperor's cultivation, there would be no need for a replacement for 10,000 years. This was clearly not a good thing for the empire. If they suppressed the other bloodlines for a long time, not giving them any hope, it would be hard to avoid conflicts over time. Furthermore, this was not good for the Golden Dragon bloodline. Without competition, no matter how many resources one occupied, the Golden Dragon bloodline would decline sooner or later. However, while the 7 outer palaces were qualified, in reality, the position of Dragon Emperor had never been given to a dragon race cultivator born in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The mixed blood dragons and true dragons of the Heaven Dragon Palace could not compete with the divine dragon cultivators with better resources and stronger bloodlines. Although there were many of them, they were still at the bottom. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and stopped thinking about this for now. It was still too far away. When he saw the sealed Heaven Dragons still exuding a soul-stirring aura, Xiao Chen realized that he was not strong enough. As for the fight for the position of Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen felt that he had to return to the Kunlun realm to ask the Dragon Horse seniors if he had the opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Chen only focused on the Supreme Dragon Fist that the Heaven Dragon chanted at the end. The completed Supreme Dragon Fist was a completely new fist technique compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiao Chen obtained before. The mental state of that person 25 years ago had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to 25 years later. The meaning of the word supreme was completely different. Compared to the former, the latter's horizons and structure were much higher. The former only cared about being invincible, while the latter wanted to be immortalized for generations to come. It involved the Tao of space-time, and in the end, it even surpassed space-time. It was clearly unreliable to try to comprehend everything. Moreover, although he was strong as the Heaven Dragon, that was only his own understanding, not Xiao Chen's. Right now, Xiao Chen only wanted to absorb as much as he could before modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen made the Supreme Dragon Fist suitable for him and reduced its drawbacks. Xiao Chun could feel the soaring resentment when he held the secret manual. The second palace master had considered this when he agreed to let Xiao Chun meet the Heaven Dragon. He was indeed concerned about Xiao Chun and did not want to lose himself in the Supreme Dragon Fist. The morning glow dyed the horizon red. The sun leaped out of the clouds and the sunlight shone on the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chun, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Heaven Dragon, was the first to be baptized by the morning light. However, at this moment, he was immersed in yesterday's harvest and did not open his eyes. The spiritual energy waterfall below, where the Heaven Dragon statue lowered its head, gave off a multicolored glow under the morning light. At this moment, the air felt incredibly clear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sun had just risen when the three core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace, Xian, Ju Yun, and Li Luo, arrived at the profound dragon platform. After the three exchanged simple greetings, they sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes. Then, in this misty place with abundant spiritual energy and the Heaven Dragon statue, they meditated and cultivated bitterly. The morning was the most important part of the day. Everyone's mind, qi, and spirit were at their peak at this moment. It was clear that the three were very disciplined people, not wasting any good time in the morning. They had been living like this ever since they became Heaven-class core disciples. They were very disciplined. Not long after, a few silhouettes walked over. These were the ones who obtained the qualifications to become Heaven-class core disciples: Xiao Jinyu, Zhang Yi, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, and Fang Tianyi. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, the profound dragon platform could be considered a holy land in the hearts of all the disciples. More or less, they all dreamed of cultivating here one day. Although it was not convenient for the reserved disciples to enter the main peak, they could still cultivate here. The five of them were quite curious and looked around respectfully. What pure air! The spiritual energy is unimaginably abundant. Yi Qianyun took a deep breath. As he stood on the mountain and looked at the morning sun in the east, he felt this from the bottom of his heart. The others stood before the spiritual energy waterfall and used their hands to receive it. Under the illumination of the morning sun, the spiritual energy waterfall gave off a multicolored glow, looking very beautiful. When they felt the coolness in their hands, the five revealed smiles. Yi Qianyun discovered that the spiritual fog directly turned into a handful of clear spiritual water. Yi Qianyun used his hands to cup the water and drank it. He immediately felt a cool sensation wash over his internal organs. He exclaimed excitedly, "What refreshing spiritual water! To think that the spiritual energy can turn into a waterfall. This is incredible." When Yi Qianyun looked down, the spiritual energy waterfall turned into a meandering stream, looking like a long dragon coiling around the main peak. The five found it hard to hide their joy. Even Zhang Yi, who had kept a tense expression, melted under such a beautiful scene, revealing a warm smile. Just at this moment, the five felt a gaze on them and turned their heads to look. Li Luo and the other two, who were cultivating, opened their eyes at the same time and looked at them calmly. The five felt startled and quickly apologized respectfully. "Senior brother Xian, senior brother Ju Yun, senior sister Li Luo, sorry for interrupting your cultivation." Interrupting someone's cultivation was extremely rude. In serious cases, it might even result in a huge battle. However, Li Luo and the other two only smiled faintly, not showing any intention of blaming them. The only female Heaven-class core disciple, Li Luo, smiled and said, "It's fine. It's our first time at the profound dragon platform. It's hard to avoid some emotional fluctuations. We all had similar experiences back then." Xiao Jinyu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. When they thought about their earlier actions, they felt embarrassed. They were holy venerates, after all, and some of them came from large clans. Yet, they behaved like children. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xiao Jinyu asked, "Senior sister, are the three of you the only Heaven-class core disciples in our Heaven Dragon Palace?" Li Luo replied, "Naturally not. Even if we only choose one Heaven-class core disciple each time, the Heaven Dragon Palace has more than 3 Heaven-class core disciples. However, some have already gone to Ancestor Dragon City, and some have obtained permission to go out on experiential training. Senior brother, senior sister, Why are you not going out on experiential training? Yi Qianyun asked out of curiosity. It was rather strange for heaven-class core disciples to always cultivate on the main peak. Li Luo did not say anything. Zhu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "We want to as well. However, the sect has rules. If we do not meet the requirements, we are not allowed to leave the sect. It is the same for you now. Even if you have matters to attend to, you are not allowed to go out unless you obtain the approval of the 3 palace masters." The moment Zhu Yun said that, the expressions of Zhang Yi and the other 2 changed slightly. Wasn't that equivalent to being trapped in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Compared to being a core disciple, they had even less freedom. What requirements do we have to meet? Zhang Yi asked, recovering his indifferent expression. Li Luo pointed to the Heaven Dragon head on 10,000 feet cliff and said, "It's very simple. Fly up and stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. After that, you can leave." What a strange requirement. The group revealed doubtful expressions as they looked up. They could not understand why there was such a strange requirement. Suddenly, Xiao Jinyu's expression changed. He exclaimed, "There is someone up there." Li Luo took a look and said, "It's Xiao Chen. He came very early and probably sat there the entire night." The expressions of Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, and the others changed slightly. They felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Even the joy of becoming a reserve heaven-class core disciple and entering the profound dragon platform to cultivate faded significantly. It turned out that Xiao Qin had already ascended the profound dragon platform. Furthermore, he had climbed to the top of the Heaven Dragon, which even the 3 heaven-class core disciples could not reach. "It is just 10,000 feet. I am a middle-stage holy venerate. Could it be that I cannot go up?" Yi Qianyun snorted coldly, feeling unconvinced in his heart. Suddenly, his aura soared to the limit, turning into a strong wind that soared into the clouds. "Be careful!" Before Li Luo and the others could stop Yi Qianyun, they saw Yi Qianyun charge up, rising to a third of the way up. It turns out that he is only SOS. Although Yi Qianyun felt some pressure, he discovered that it was still bearable. It was not impossible for him to go up. The instant Yi Qianyun looked up, he discovered that the clouds had scattered at some point in time, revealing the true appearance of the Heaven Dragon head. Xiao Chen also saw the blurry figure in the clouds clearly. However, before Yi Qianyun could think of anything, the Heaven Dragon statue seemed to come to life. The statue roared, and the might of the Heaven Dragon descended from the sky. Puxia! Yi Qianyun vomited a mouthful of blood, unable to resist at all. Then he got knocked into the air, falling towards the deep chasm. The expressions of Li Luo and the others changed slightly. It would be difficult to climb back up after falling off the cliff. Furthermore, Yi Qianyun was injured. If no elders made a move, he would be in danger. Chapter 1925. Bang! A loud sound rang out, accompanied by a miserable shriek. Xiao Chen opened his eyes at the top of the Heaven Dragon. It sounded like someone had fallen off the cliff. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Yi Qianyun's. Xiao Chen's night of cultivation was interrupted. As he looked at the rising sun, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He stood on the top of the Heaven Dragon and looked around. His heart moved, encompassing everything. Boom, boom, boom. With a thought, Xiao Chen started practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist, testing out his comprehensions from the night before. Below, Li Luo and the others gathered together. When they looked down the cliff, they could no longer see Yi Qianyun's figure. "Will he die?" Qin Yan asked with some fear as he looked at the bottomless cliff. Li Luo shook her head and said, "No. He is a holy venerate after all. Although this deep abyss is somewhat strange, it will not kill a heaven-class core disciple. However, he is severely injured. It is hard to avoid being bedridden for a month or 2. The moment Li Luo said that, Zhang Yi and the others could not help feeling happy. After all, they were still heaven-class core disciples. Sooner or later, they would have to fight over them. The competition was still there. Yi Qianyun's rash actions were equivalent to ruining his qualifications to become a heaven-class core disciple. Thinking about it, it was extremely laughable. This also inspired fear in the others, not daring to give it a try. Li Luo withdrew her gaze and said gravely, "This heaven dragon's might grows stronger the stronger it is. Even if you want to give it a try, you cannot be so rash. However, I can't be so reckless. I have to leave myself some room to maneuver." Just at this moment, wind howled at the top of the heaven dragon. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the clouds moved. The group stopped talking and looked up. When they saw Xiaochen practicing his fist technique on the top of the heaven dragon, they revealed complicated expressions. How can he do it? Xiao Jinyu showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Looking up at Xiaochen made him feel sullen and depressed. Envy flashed in Zhu Yun's eyes as he said, he comprehended a trace of the heaven dragon's mysteries. He can already infuse his aura into the heaven dragon's might. This is the best way to climb to the top of the heaven dragon. If the three of us force our way, we have at least a 50% chance of reaching it. However, we want to comprehend the heaven dragon's mysteries and soar, not endure the dragon's might. Xiao Chen's talent simply astonished the three of them. Back then, when he barged into the Heavenly Dragon Palace's main peak, the three of them were shocked. The first time Xiao Chen came to this profound dragon platform, he managed to comprehend the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries just by observing for a while. On the other hand, they had been cultivating on the profound dragon platform for more than a year. Although their cultivation had improved rapidly, they were not as strong as before. However, the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries still felt unfathomable. Under the Xiao Qin, the dragon, Tin Xinyang Qinyu, out, and his looked, and you, and dragon, his, Qin his appeared, and looked, Yun. Heaven. I still can't do it. Xiao Qin shook his head. He felt that after the dragon, his practice of the Supreme Dragon Fist seemed to have gone awry. If he continued, he might end up entering berserking qi deviation. Indeed, the Supreme Dragon Fist cannot be easily modified. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin soared into the air and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. In an instant, he landed in Cold Moon Cave and started cultivating in a meditation room. Since Xiao Qin wanted to comprehend the Supreme Dragon Fist, his cultivation could not fall behind. Time passed peacefully. During the day, Xiao Qin cultivated in his residence, stabilizing and raising his cultivation. At night, he meditated at the top of the heaven dragon. When the morning sun rose, he would practice what he comprehended at night. Clouds gathered and scattered. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. I did it. On the top of the heaven dragon, Xiao Qin revealed a smile. After 30 days, he finally succeeded in refining the Supreme Dragon Fist. He had replaced the resentment in the fist with killing qi. Although it was also a negative emotion, as long as he vented his killing qi and controlled it well, there would not be any negative effects. As for resentment, it would accumulate over time. Sooner or later, it would distort one's mind. Replacing it with killing qi was more suitable for Xiao Chen than the heaven dragon. Actually, Xiao Chen did not have that much resentment. Forcibly using resentment to bring out the might of the fist technique would be putting the cart before the horse. After 1 month of consuming a large number of primeval heavenly pills, Xiao Chen's cultivation steadily increased, reaching peak late-stage primeval heavenly pills. However, Xiao Chen was still some distance from the bottleneck. He would not be able to break through to Holy Venerate within a short time. However, Xiao Chen did not want to break through to Holy Venerate for now. Holy Venerate was a whole new realm. Xiao Chen, who had suffered at the hands of Holy Venerate wills many times, was exceptionally cautious about this realm. Xiao Chen, junior brother. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, Xiao Chen heard someone calling him from below. With a thought, he descended. It was Li Luo, looking at him with a smile. Congratulations, junior brother Xiao Chen, on successfully modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. The people below had been observing for the past month. Naturally, they knew what Xiao Chen had been doing. Many thanks. Li Luo hesitated for a while before asking, Junior brother, can you tell us about your comprehensions of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries? Sure. Xiao Chen's simple and straightforward answer startled Li Luo and the others. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen agreed to it so readily. They had been conflicted for a long time over whether to ask Xiaoqin or what to do if he rejected them. It was not that there were no elders who could tell them about the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. However, the elders' cultivations were much higher than theirs. There were many things that were hard to understand and hard to understand. If it were someone of the same generation explaining it to them, it would be easier for them to understand. Many thanks, junior brother Xiaoqin. The others quickly expressed their thanks and invited Xiaoqin to a stone pillar on the profound dragon platform. Then the others spread out and formed a circle. Xiaoqin did not overthink. He answered honestly, I can only speak of my own understanding. Everyone's situation is different. I cannot guarantee that it will be of any help to everyone. Junior brother Xiaoqin, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Your accomplishments speak for themselves. If you are willing to share it, we will definitely gain something. It is just a matter of how much. The Heaven Class Core disciple, Zhu Yun, smiled and gestured for Xiaoqin to begin. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin said, in my understanding, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries are not about merging with the heavens, regarding the heavens as venerate and regarding the heavens as master. It is still regarding the dragon as master and venerate. Simply put, it is regarding ourselves as venerate. One must have a boldness greater than the heavens. No matter how vast the heavens are, one's heart must be even larger. The vastness of one's heart is greater than the heavens and greater than the earth. To comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, one first has to have great boldness. Then, one has to comprehend the state within the Heaven Dragon. Li Luo asked, what is the state within the Heaven Dragon? Xiaoqin explained, in my understanding, the state within the Heaven Dragon is an ethereal quality. It might be different from the tyranny, kingship, or heavenly might that everyone imagines. This, Li Luo and the others frowned slightly, confusion appearing on their faces. When they looked up at the Heaven Dragon head hidden in the clouds, the first feeling they got was a heavenly might that shook their souls. Next was an unparalleled tyranny and an arrogance that reigned supreme. Why did Xiaoqin only see the word ethereal? He simply could not understand. Xiaoqin, you aren't lying to us, right? Xiao Jinyu frowned slightly as he looked at Xiaoqin with some suspicion. I've asked many elders, but no one has ever said that the Heaven Dragon's mysteries contain an ethereal state. Could it be that you have a deeper understanding than those elders? Perhaps. Xiaoqin answered honestly, not denying it. In Xiaoqin's opinion, the Heaven Dragon was boundlessly ethereal, proud but unruly. No matter how tyrannical it appeared, it always had an unrestrained carefreeness within. Even the sky could not restrain the Heaven Dragon's wings, and the earth could not restrain the Heaven Dragon's footsteps. The vastness of one's heart was unfettered by the world. How arrogant! When Xiao Jinyu saw Xiaoqin being so immodest, he turned his head and left, showing no intention of continuing to listen. Xiaoqin did not mind, ignoring Xiao Jinyu. If you want to leave, it's up to you. I'm not asking you to listen. Xiaoqin continued to explain his views. In the end, the more he spoke, the more contradictions there were. Fang Tianyi, Xin Yan, and the others left. Even the 3 Heaven Class Core disciples frowned heavily. Earlier, the senior brothers and junior brothers who comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries were completely at odds with Xiaoqin's. Soon, only Li Luo remained in the entire profound dragon platform. The others could no longer bear to listen. They could not be bothered to rebut Xiaoqin, not wanting to get into a conflict with him. They snorted coldly in their hearts and left. Soon, even Li Luo could no longer bear to listen. The more Xiaoqin spoke, the more he deviated. She felt like she would break down soon. If she continued listening, her understanding of the Heaven Dragon might waver. Sorry, junior brother Xiaoqin. I have to leave as well, Li Luo said somewhat awkwardly as she stood up. Then she looked at Xiaoqin with some guilt. It's fine. Everyone left. However, no one discovered that Xiaoqin's aura was increasingly compatible with the place where the Heaven Dragon hung its head, nearly becoming one with it. Chapter 1926. No one can understand? As Xiaoqin looked at the empty profound dragon platform, he appeared somewhat disappointed. However, he was willing to share his insights with others. No matter what, he would feel something was not right in such a situation. Even the sect elders could not make out the inner state of the heaven dragon. Why was that? Xiao Jinyu might be lying, purposely opposing Xiao Chen. However, Li Luo did not seem like that kind of person. Xiao Chen's point of view and intuition conflicted intensely with their feelings. Otherwise, Li Luo would not have left. There had to be a reason behind this. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the heaven dragon statue, at the heaven dragon head hidden in the clouds. The indistinct heavenly might and dragon might merged, appearing tyrannical and arrogant. No one dared to look at it directly. However, Xiao Chen found it amiable. Aside from that, there was also an ethereal, free, and carefree air that was exceptionally clear. Strange, strange, this piqued Xiao Chen's interest. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of something. The blue dragon bloodline. That's right. It must be because my bloodline is special, much stronger than mixed blood dragons, true dragons, and even other divine dragon bloodlines. That's why I can make out the inner state of this heaven dragon statue with one glance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for those elders not to see it. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt that this was the only possibility. It was very likely. Aside from that, it might have something to do with Xiao Chen's experiences. Xiao Chen did not have the experience of being a mixed blood dragon. It was like looking at this heaven dragon statue from a bystander's point of view. It was hard to avoid seeing some other mysteries. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a treasure light suddenly flared behind him. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw the heaven dragon statue, where the clouds lingered. The heaven dragon's mouth gave off a 7-colored treasure light. After a while, the thing in the dragon's mouth flowed down the waterfall. It was resplendent and indistinct. What is it? Xiao Chen stepped forward and arrived before the waterfall. Then he reached into the water and took it out. The light scattered, revealing a fruit giving off a mellow fragrance. At first glance, the fruit looked like a small dragon crouching there. Strange. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen put the fruit away and left. At the same time, below the profound dragon platform, Xiao Jinyu and the others gathered together, expressing their views on the heaven dragon's mysteries. Xiao Chen's understanding is complete nonsense. It doesn't make sense at all. To think that he thinks that he can see more clearly than the elders. How arrogant and ignorant! Xiao Jinyu said in an intense tone, feeling upset. When Xiao Jinyu thought of Xiao Chen's nonchalant reply, perhaps, Xiao Jinyu felt depressed. Did he really think that he was invincible just because he stood at the peak of the heaven dragon? He was just lucky and went up ahead of time. From the bottom of his heart, Xiao Jinyu refused to admit that he was inferior to Xiao Chen. He did not believe that he could not compare to a mixed blood dragon. Qin Yen frowned and said, although he indeed comprehended the heaven dragon's profound meaning, I feel that it's completely brushing us off. He did not tell us the true profoundness within. Senior brother Zhang Yi, you are very knowledgeable. What do you think? Zhang Yi shook his head and said, it's hard to say. It is too inconceivable, completely at odds with what I comprehended. If I continue listening, I'm afraid that something might go wrong when I cultivate in the future. Zhu Yun and Exian maintained their poise but did not say anything. However, based on the two's expressions, they clearly agreed with what Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi said. Otherwise, they would have retorted. Senior sister Li Luo came down as well. Fang Tianyi said when he saw a graceful figure walking over from above. Indeed, even senior sister Li Luo can't stand it anymore. Like I said, he is just brushing us off, Xiao Jinyu said with emphasis, sounding even more certain. Li Luo frowned slightly. When she noticed that the expressions of the others were off, she said sullenly, Junior brother Xiao Chen already said at the start that this is his own personal comprehension. He cannot guarantee whether he can gain anything. Don't speak ill of him behind his back. I'm not saying that he is not good. He is just trying to mislead us, not wanting us to catch up to him. Xiao Jinyu smiled coldly. His opinion of Xiao Chen was rather heavy. Just at this moment, the profound dragon platform suddenly gave off a bright light. The group looked up and saw a clump of 7-colored light flowing down the waterfall from the mouth of the heaven dragon statue. Qin Yen immediately felt shocked. He asked doubtfully, what is that? A heaven dragon fruit. Zhu Yun's expression suddenly changed drastically. He exclaimed somewhat excitedly, "It is definitely a heaven dragon fruit. It is exactly as described in the sect's ancient records. A mutated fruit with a dragon's mouth giving off 7-colored light and flowing down the waterfall." Li Luo's expression also changed slightly. She muttered, "Junior brother Xiaochen did not lie to us. His understanding might really be correct." "Senior brother Zhang, what is a heaven dragon fruit?" Qin Yan asked as he looked at Zhang Yi. The veteran core disciple, Zhang Yi, replied softly, "When comprehending the Tao in the profound dragon platform, if one can obtain the recognition of the heaven dragon statue, there is a certain chance that it will spit out a mutated fruit. That is the heaven dragon fruit. This heaven dragon fruit can not only increase one's cultivation, cleanse the physical body, and refine soul energy, but it can also strengthen the mysteries of the heaven dragon. I have only heard of some legends. Unexpectedly, there really is a mutated item like the heaven dragon fruit." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhu Yun and Xian did not say anything. They directly rushed towards the profound dragon platform, not caring about anything else. They just wanted to ask Xiaochen for a leaf. If they could obtain a leaf from the mutated fruit, it would be a stroke of good fortune. The two had already rushed over very quickly. However, they could only fly quickly. They could no longer catch up to Xiaochen. Even if they could catch up, they would be too embarrassed to do so. Soon Xiao Jinyu and the others rushed over. When they did not see Xiaochen, they all felt regret. When the Heaven Dragon Palace was first established, the Heaven Dragon fruit often appeared. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Heaven Dragon fruit has only appeared 3 times in total. Every time, the person who obtained the Heaven Dragon fruit became an outstanding talent that could shake up the entire Great Thousand Realms, Li Luo muttered to herself. Then, she added indifferently, "Like I said, even if I cannot understand junior brother Xiaochen's words, I cannot slander him behind his back." Even the spiritual symbol of the Heaven Dragon Palace acknowledged his Tao. Clearly, he is not wrong. Xiao Jinyu showed an embarrassed expression. He knew that Li Luo was referring to him. This slap to the face felt somewhat painful. Even though Xiaochen was no longer here, he still felt a searing pain. The mutated fruit should have 3 leaves. After junior brother Xiaochen consumed the Heaven Dragon fruit, his need for leaves is negligible. He might be able to get one. Zhu Yun and Xian's thoughts were more practical. They muttered to themselves. After thinking for a while, the temptation of the Heaven Dragon fruit's leaves overcame the awkwardness. They decided to thicken their skin and ask for one. In the clouds above Cold Moon Cave, Xiaochen, who had turned into a bolt of lightning, sensed that someone was visiting his residence. When he appeared in the clouds and looked over, he revealed a surprised expression. The visitors were actually Wei Hongfei, Sidichangfeng, and Murong Yan. Xiaochen quickly landed and rushed to the front to welcome them. "Brother Xiaochen, it has been a long time." Murong Yan's loud voice had just landed when Xiaochen heard it from far away. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he met the group halfway up the mountain. Sidichangfeng smiled faintly and said, "You came really quickly. Brother Zhao's strength is becoming increasingly horrifying. You can even sense our auras from so far away." "That was not the case." Xiaochen replied softly, "It's just a coincidence. Everyone come with me. Let's go to the residence and have a seat first." After entering the residence, Murong Yan looked at Xiaochen, who personally brewed tea and poured water. His lips twitched as he said, "I say, Xiaochen, your residence is really empty and desolate. Why didn't you find some servants or maids?" Xiaochen could hire servants to manage his residence. However, Xiaochen preferred peace and quiet, so he did not apply for one from the sect. After exchanging conventional greetings, Wei Hongfei said, "Xiaochen, you still exceeded my expectations. Although I felt that it would not be difficult for you to become a heaven-class core disciple, I really did not expect you to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist." "I was just lucky." At the mention of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Murong Yan also became interested. Come, let's spar. I heard that this fist technique is rather ferocious. Coincidentally, I recently practiced a fist technique of our Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique. Naturally, Xiaochen would not fight with Murong Yen for no reason. Ignoring Murong Yen, he looked at Sidu Changfeng and asked, "Why are the three of you here?" Sidu Changfeng looked at Wei Hongfei and said, "Brother Wei, please speak." Wei Hongfei nodded and said, "There is still half a year before the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I want to use this half a year to make a trip to Desolate God Valley, so I went to look for Murong Yen and Sidu Changfeng, and then you." Xiaochen had heard of Desolate God Valley before. It was a forbidden land at the intersection of several empires. It was incredibly dangerous but also filled with fortuitous encounters. Xiaochen nodded and said, "I'm fine with it. I've been in closed-door cultivation for a long time already. Coincidentally, I want to move around." Sidu Changfeng smiled and said, "I just knew that Brother Xiao would agree. We cannot remain in this Heaven Dragon Palace for long. 3 days from now, we will meet in Heaven Dragon City. We will discuss this in detail so that you can make your preparations." Wait a moment. Xiaochen thought of something and took out the mutated fruit he obtained at the Profound Dragon platform. Then, he handed it to Sidu Changfeng and asked, "Brother Situ, what is this?" "This." When Sidu Changfeng saw it, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he exclaimed in shock, "Where did you get this?" Xiaochen honestly explained what he experienced. Sidu Changfeng exchanged looks with Wei Hongfei. Then, he said with a grave expression, "Quickly put it away. This is a Heaven Dragon fruit. The Heaven Dragon statue on your main peak has an extremely ancient origin. For the sake of this Heaven Dragon fruit, it even incited some fights between the outer palaces. It is best to consume it early to prevent more problems from cropping up." "They have such great origins?" Xiaochen was rather shocked. To think that 2 people with divine dragon bloodlines revealed such grave expressions. It looked like the value of this item surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Wei Hongfei said, "It is not just this fruit. These 3 Heaven Dragon leaves are worth cities as well and are extremely rare. You should keep them well. In the future, you can use them to exchange for the resources you need." Xiaochen asked, "Can the effects stack with the fruit?" "That is not possible. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, consuming the Heaven Dragon leaves will have almost no effect." When Xiaochen heard that, he understood. He said straightforwardly, "In that case, I'll give these 3 Heaven Dragon leaves to the few of you. I already have the Heaven Dragon fruit." It would be impolite of me to refuse." While Wei Hongfei and Sidu Changfeng were still being polite, Murong Yen casually put away the fruits. Murong Yen casually put it away. The 2 thanked him and solemnly put it away as well. A thought occurred to Xiaochen. He looked outside and said, "Someone else is here." Chapter 1927. Someone else came. Upon hearing that, Sidu Changfeng smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, it looks like you are rather popular in the Heaven Dragon Palace." "Rather popular?" Xiaochen did not say much. However, he thought about the somewhat disappointed scene at the Profound Dragon platform earlier. He did not know who had come. With a thought, Xiaochen took out his identity token and formed a hand seal with both hands. The layers of formations outside the residence opened. Soon, Zhu Yun and Exen rushed over to where Xiaochen was. "Senior brothers, what brings you here?" Xiaochen asked softly as he looked at the 2, feeling it strange. Zhu Yun hesitated for a while before asking probingly, "Junior brother, did you obtain a Heaven Dragon fruit?" "That's right. When I spoke to the various junior brothers, I seem to have obtained the acknowledgement of the Heaven Dragon statue. A fruit fell from it. It is indeed a Heaven Dragon fruit," Xiaochen answered honestly, not deliberately hiding anything. "Indeed, it is a Heaven Dragon fruit." Zhu Yun and Exian rejoiced. Exian said, "Junior brother, there should be 3 more Heaven Dragon leaves for the Heaven Dragon fruit. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, consuming the Heaven Dragon leaf will not have much effect. The 2 of us would like to request a Heaven Dragon leaf from Junior brother. We can use other resources to exchange for it." "Junior brothers, you are too polite. If not for me speaking to everyone, the Heaven Dragon fruit would not have appeared. We are all from the same sect, so there is no need to talk about exchanging." Before Xiaochen finished, Zhu Yun and Exen rejoiced. "Junior brother is really straightforward. In that case, it would be impolite for the two of us to refuse. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen was so generous, not requiring them to use resources to exchange for the Heaven Dragon fruit. Xiaochen immediately felt helpless, not knowing what to say. He had not finished speaking yet. When Sidu Changfeng saw the situation, he said softly, "The two of you are too late. Brother Xiaochen already gave the Heaven Dragon leaf to the three of us. I'm afraid that we cannot return it." What? Zhu Yun and EXN were greatly startled. Only now did they notice that the three people beside Xiaochen all had extraordinary airs and were very strong. He asked softly, "May I ask who you are?" The Red Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple Murong Yen. Blue Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple, Sidu Changfeng. The Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple Wei Hongfei. Zhu Yun and EXIN immediately felt immense pressure. These three were actually Heaven-class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines. Although they were all Heaven-class core disciples, everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire knew about the Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace and the Heaven-class core disciples of the other outer palaces. Not only in terms of strength and status, but there was also a clear gap between them. Furthermore, Zhu Yun and EXIN were among the weaker Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The stronger Heaven-class core disciples had already passed the test and were out tempering themselves. Zhu Yun looked a little embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I won't bother you anymore." After the two left Xiaochen's residence, they still found it hard to calm down. To think that three disciples with divine dragon bloodlines were Xiaochen's honored guests. Based on the three's expressions, they did not show any signs of superiority when facing Xiaochen. In fact, Zhu Yun and EXIN even vaguely felt that the three seemed to be here to seek help from Xiaochen. It turned out that the calm, white-clad bladesman at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had already surpassed them without them realizing it. Be it breadth of vision or breadth of mind, they were on completely different levels. With this thought, Zhu Yun and EXIN could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. It looks like senior sister Li Luo is right. Junior brother Xiaochen indeed has good intentions toward us. Given his current strength and breadth of mind, there is no need for him to mislead us or fear that we will surpass him. EXIN let out a long sigh, speaking the truth somewhat helplessly. Even Heaven-class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines sought help from Xiaochen. How could Xiaochen treat them as opponents and harbor ill intentions? Shaking their heads, the two showed dispirited expressions as they left in disappointment. They were not too disappointed that they could not obtain the Heaven Dragon leaf. What they truly felt disappointed about was discovering the invisible gap between them and Xiaochen. Sidu Changfeng's group did not remain for long in Cold Moon Cave. Wei Hongfei stood up and said, "Let's meet at the largest inn in Heaven Dragon City 3 days from now. Xiaochen, you should make your preparations as well." After the three left, Xiaochen took out the Heaven Dragon fruit and ate it without thinking. Not to mention, the glistening Heaven Dragon fruit tasted pretty good. It was fragrant and sweet, refreshing and moisturizing. After a while, the effects of the Heaven Dragon fruit started to show. Xiaochen closed his eyes and carefully experienced it. The instant he closed his eyes, his entire body gave off a resplendent light. The bright light was formed by strands of pure dragon qi. Then, the dragon qi gathered behind Xiaochen and formed a heaven dragon. With the aid of the Heaven Dragon fruit, the strand of Heaven Dragon's mysteries in Xiaochen's body strengthened continuously. Xiaochen felt that he could gradually grasp the originally vague and unfathomable Heaven Dragon's mysteries, which seemed to be about to completely take form. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Xiaochen's aura soared wildly. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, the two types of veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body continuously condensed and strengthened rapidly. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When Xiaochen completely absorbed the Heaven Dragon fruit, his cultivation directly soared to peak consummation late-stage star venerate. This saved Xiaochen a lot of time, allowing him to reach the peak of the star venerate realm. Originally, Xiaochen thought that he would need some time to reach the bottleneck. Now he had reached it. For hours later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. A strand of golden dragon-shaped light flashed in his eyes. How strong! My veritable essence energy is secondary. My Heaven Dragon's mysteries are truly a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy would reach this level sooner or later. Furthermore, he did not lack resources, he only lacked time. However, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries were different. Comprehending them was relatively slow. One Heaven Dragon fruit directly helped Xiao Chen condense a complete strand of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. It was no longer like before, where he could only comprehend it but not grasp it. With a thought, a strand of swimming light appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. This was the tangible image of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. In the future, it would be easy for him to infuse the Heaven Dragon's mysteries into his aura, dragon might, or martial techniques. Xiao Chen now felt even more confident of becoming a Heaven Dragon. For the next 3 days, Xiao Chen did not make any preparations. He spent all his time digesting the many benefits of the Heaven Dragon fruit. Aside from his veritable essence energy, cultivation, and the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, he had to slowly digest the other benefits. For example, the cleansing of his physical body allowed Xiao Chen's divine dragon war body to improve by another level. 3 days later, at the largest inn in Heaven Dragon City, Xiao Chen met up with Sidu Changfeng and the other two. Now that they were no longer in the Heaven Dragon Palace, Wei Hongfei, Murong Yen, and Wei Hongfei felt much less restrained. When Sidu Changfeng saw Xiao Chen, his eyes lit up. Xiao Chen, you refined the Heaven Dragon fruit? Yes, the effects are pretty good. I refined my veritable essence energy again, and my cultivation even advanced to peak consummation late-stage star venerate. My Heaven Dragon's mysteries improved further. In Xiao Chen's current state, one Heaven Dragon fruit raised his combat prowess by at least 20%. Although Sidu Changfeng and the other two also refined the Heaven Dragon leaves, the effects were much weaker than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the three had not comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. Hence, they had wasted the greatest effect. In that case, let's go to Desolate God Valley. It looks like we have a better chance there, Sidu Changfeng said softly with a smile. Wei Hongfei said, let's get back to business. Xiao Chen, how much do you know about Desolate God Valley? Not much. I only know that it is a forbidden land at the intersection of several empires. Not only will there be Divine Dragon Empire cultivators, but cultivators from the other empires will also appear there. Aside from the dangers of Desolate God Valley itself, we also have to deal with the cultivators of the other empires. Wei Hongfei said seriously, in reality, it is even more dangerous than you think. With our strength, we can probably only search for fortuitous encounters at the periphery of Desolate God Valley. Although Desolate God Valley is called a valley, in reality, it is extremely vast, comparable to a county of an empire. There are also many secret realms that can materialize unknown small worlds. However, as long as we can find some fortuitous encounters, our chances in the competition between the 7 outer palaces will be much higher. Xiao Chen thought of something else and asked, how strong do you rank among the heaven-class core disciples of your respective outer palaces? When Murong Yen and the other two heard that, they thought for a while before answering honestly, although we are not at the bottom, it will still be difficult for us to enter the top 10. Many of the veteran heaven-class core disciples hide their strength and are extremely horrifying. No one knows exactly how strong they are. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. A heaven-class core disciple with a divine dragon bloodline seemed somewhat horrifying. To think that Murong Yen and Wei Hongfei did not even dare to say that they ranked in the top 10. Wei Hongfei said seriously, however, the three of us are still very confident that we can enter the top 10 within half a year. Those people only have a little more time than us. Their talent and comprehension ability are not that much stronger. In fact, they might not even be comparable to us. Situ Changfeng said, this time, we entered Desolate God Valley to search for a fortuitous encounter, one that can shorten the time and overtake them. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He had not seen any of the veteran heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, based on Zhu Yun, Li Luo, and Wei Hongfei's strength, he could tell that the heaven-class core disciples that left the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Compared to Sidu Changfeng, Murong Yen, and Wei Hongfei, Xiaochen also needed to work hard. After discussing and coming to an agreement, Wei Hongfei said, "We still need to go to the White Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace to find one person each. Let's go to the White Dragon Palace first." Chapter 1928. Each province had 100 counties. Each county was the size of a great realm. The Divine Dragon Empire had a total of 7 provinces. The 6-colored divine dragons each occupied a province. The strong mixed-blood dragon clans occupied the other provinces. The province that the White Dragon bloodline occupied was Cloud Water Province. The White Dragon Palace was in Cloud Water Province's White Mountain County, far from the Heaven Dragon Palace. A holy venerate might not be able to reach it even if he flew for a year. They could only rely on the teleportation formations between cities to teleport from one city to another to travel extremely great distances. Xiao Chen's group of 4 traveled for 7 days, traveling non-stop. Finally, they arrived at White Mountain County. Like the Heaven Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace was also in an ancient dragon city. White Cloud City, the ancient dragon city, had an extremely simple and refreshing name. Like its name, most of the buildings in the city were white. However, they were not pure white. Instead, they gave off a jade-like luster. The later generations must have used divine materials to refurbish this ancient dragon throne according to the white dragon race's preferences. Although the city was completely white, it gave off a much more magnificent feeling than Heaven Dragon City. However, there were far fewer cultivators in the city than in Heaven Dragon City. The streets of Heaven Dragon City were bustling with people, flowing in an endless stream. This was understandable. There were many more cultivators with mixed-blood dragon bloodlines than the cultivators of the other 6-colored divine dragons. There was no comparison at all. Normally, mixed-blood dragon cultivators would not come to this White Cloud City for no reason. The mixed-blood dragons in this city were probably servants and the like of the lowest rung. Xiao Chen sensed that this city was not friendly to mixed-blood dragons. After thinking about it, he did not have any intention of going to the White Dragon Palace. He did not want to cause any trouble. "Xiao Chen, are you sure you are not coming with us?" Wei Hongfei asked. After all, they had come together, so he hoped to go together. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'm not going." Murong Yen smiled and said, "Are you really not going? I heard that the White Dragon Holy Daughter occasionally returns to the White Dragon Palace. If you don't go and miss out, it will be a pity." Sidu Changfeng laughed to himself. What kind of reason is this? Xiao Chen does not look like someone who covets beauty. Although the White Dragon Holy Daughter was indeed peerless in her generation, her beauty was enough to topple cities. However, he did not believe that Xiao Chen would change his mind just because of the White Dragon Saintess. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking this, Xiao Chen said, "There's no harm in going." Haha, Xiao Chen is indeed a kindred spirit. Murong Yen guffawed. However, Wei Hongfei and Sidu Changfeng were startled. However, he soon calmed down. Sidu Changfeng said, "The White Dragon Holy Daughter is indeed a peerless beauty. Back then, I was fortunate enough to see her from afar. She is indeed extraordinarily charming. After a few years, I wonder how much more elegant it has become." Wei Hongfei said, "He should be a late-stage holy venerate. He will probably have some difficulty breaking through to sovereign personage. The bottleneck between holy venerate and sovereign personage is still too big." The group chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the White Dragon Palace's main gate. Xiao Chen took a look. Compared to the Heaven Dragon Palace's main gate, this gate was much more vast and majestic. The mountain range occupied by the outer palaces controlled by the 6-colored divine dragons should be even larger than the mountain range occupied by the Heaven Dragon Palace. Wei Hongfei had already informed the White Dragon Palace in advance. As a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple, the White Dragon Palace still showed him some face. After verifying their identities, the White Dragon Palace did not make things difficult for them. It even sent an administrator to lead the way. Everything in the White Dragon Palace was normal. Clearly, Lu Ryue did not come. There were not many coincidences in the world. Xiao Chen had come with some hope, so he was not too disappointed. After entering a residence, the servants took care of the group, and they started to wait. Xiao Chen observed for a while. This residence was similar to his own. However, there were many more servants. Even if the master was not around, the guests would be well taken care of. The person we are waiting for is very strong. He became a heaven-class core disciple 1 year ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the leader of this operation. Most importantly, he has already been to the Desolate God Valley twice and is much more experienced than us. This trip is definitely not for him. Wei Hongfei softly introduced the identity and strength of the person he wanted to meet on this trip to the White Dragon Palace. Stronger than you? Mu Rongyan said with some surprise. If that was the case, Xiao Chen's strength would truly inspire awe. Something like that? Wei Hongfei did not express any opinion, not objecting. Dong dong dong. Xiao Chen and the others didn't have to wait for long before they heard footsteps coming from outside. However, from the sound of it, it wasn't just one person. As expected, of the 2 White Dragon race martial artists of similar stature, the one on the left was particularly eye-catching. His cultivation was not high, just a peak early-stage holy venerate. However, he had an aura that had been tempered for a long time. It was extremely terrifying. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert who had gone through many trials and tribulations. His gaze was sharp and his expression was cold. Brother Zhongli, long time no see. Wei Hongfei stood up to welcome Zhongli. At the same time, he introduced Xiao Chen and the others. Every time Zhongli introduced someone, he nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. However, when it was Xiao Chen's turn, Zhongli interrupted. Brother Wei, our agreement did not mention bringing a mixed blood dragon along. Here comes trouble. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, he remained calm and collected, his expression not changing. He had already expected this. So what if he is a mixed blood dragon? As long as he is strong enough, that is enough, Mu Rongyan said straightforwardly, dissatisfied with Zhong Li's attitude. Zhong Li could not be bothered to look at Mu Rongyan. He pointed to the person beside him and said, "This is my junior brother, Hui. He is a new heaven-class core disciple of the White Dragon Palace this year. I want to bring him to Desolate God Valley." Situ Changfeng said softly, "Actually, with our team, having one more person is not a problem at all." Why is it not a problem? One more person means one more share of the benefits and one more person to take care of. If we end up being a burden, we might end up harming the entire team. My team does not tolerate trash. Zhong Li showed a cold expression, showing no intention of backing down. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei immediately felt put on the spot. Unexpectedly, Wei Hongfei was so determined. However, Wei Hongfei did not back down. He said seriously, Xiao Chen is not weak. Before he became a heaven-class core disciple, he could already kill Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike. He nearly single-handedly saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion. Now, he even practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. If Brother Zhongli insists, then we can only take the risk and enter by ourselves. Although Zhongli was strong and had the experience of entering Desolate God Valley, it was impossible for Wei Hongfei to abandon Xiao Chen. Wei Hongfei had strong confidence in Xiao Chen, so he decisively made his choice. Such a decisive decision startled Zhongli. To think that Wei Hongfei was so determined. Very well, I'll take a step back. Xiao Chen is indeed extraordinary to be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist has clear flaws. If he loses control of his emotions, he might end up entering a state of berserking chi deviation. Clearly, he cannot use it as a trump card. Without the Supreme Dragon Fist, how strong can he be? Zhongli was extremely calm, analyzing objectively. So, Situ Changfeng felt that the other party was implying something. Zhongli said seriously, "It's very simple. Don't use the Supreme Dragon Fist and fight with my junior brother. We need a stable companion, not a troublesome person who might lose control of his emotions at any moment. If you win, I have nothing to say." Zhong Li's words sounded reasonable. However, Situ Changfeng felt that Zhong Li had already prepared this excuse when he brought Lu Yunfei over. Zhong Li wanted to kick Xiao Chen out and send his junior brother in. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei exchanged looks. They could not decide. So, they looked at Xiaochen and asked, Xiaochen, what do you think? After all, it would be unfair to Xiaochen if they did not use the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiaochen said calmly, I have no objections. Zhongli smiled and said, You are rather bold. I forgot to mention that my junior brother has already converted 20% of his divine dragon bloodline. His potential is even greater than mine. This is also why I insisted on bringing him to Desolate God Valley. What? Sidu Changfeng, Murong Yen, and the others were startled. As they looked at Lu Yunfei, they found this somewhat incredulous. The great Desolate Ian bloodline was a boundless treasure trove. Normally, before one reached the Faux God realm, it would be very difficult to convert all of it into one's strength. Xiaochen managed to convert 20% of his bloodline as a holy venerate. This person had indeed hidden his strength. Situ Changfeng and the others only managed to convert less than 10%. The conversion of one's bloodline could only be done with external help, like medicinal pills or natural treasures. Some people had special physiques. For the same medicinal pill, if one could convert 1,000th, another could convert 100th. The various sects would pay attention to people with such special physiques and focus on nurturing them. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking Lu Yunfei would actually have a special physique? Chapter 1929. Lu Yunfei looked at Xiaochen and smiled coldly. You will lose for sure. To think that you dare to fight me without using the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, don't worry. If you take the initiative to admit defeat, I will not injure you. Wei Hongfei said anxiously, Xiaochen, let's go. There is no need to remain in this White Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the four of us, if we work together, we can still barge into Desolate God Valley. Go. Why go? Xiaochen retorted coldly, didn't you just convert 20% of your bloodline power? Being able to convert 20% of your bloodline power as a holy venerate is indeed incredible. However, so what? Whether you can bring it out and how much you can bring out is the key. If you cannot bring it out, it will be useless. Xiaochen had to admit that being able to convert 20% of his bloodline power as a holy venerate was indeed incredible. Furthermore, he had a divine dragon bloodline. Converting 20% of his bloodline power would make him stronger than ordinary people. It would be easy for him to fight across realms. As his cultivation increased, the 20% of his bloodline power would come into play, increasing its potential. Xiaochen had not tested himself, but he estimated that he had converted about 10% of his bloodline power. Although Xiaochen did not have a special physique, he had consumed and refined a lot of life juice source back then, digging out the bloodline power. Even now, he was still benefiting from it. Now that his grade 8 blue dragon bloodline was formed, Xiaochen was confident that he could match the other party's white dragon bloodline by several grades. Furthermore, it was still unknown how much the other party could bring out. Even without using the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiaochen was confident of defeating the other party. What bold words! Xiaochen's words thoroughly enraged Lu Yunfei. He demanded, You mixed blood dragon, do you dare to make a bet with me? What are we betting? 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Not only that, but whoever loses will kneel and kowtow to the other party and admit their mistake. Lu Yunfei shouted in an overbearing manner. Zhongli revealed a playful smile. He did not care. In any case, the loser would not be Lu Yunfei. If Xiaochen did not dare to accept the bet and admitted defeat, that would be for the best. If I am the leader, I will not need a gutless person. If you don't have the guts, there's no need for you to follow me. Zhongli glanced at Xiaochen and said nonchalantly, My junior brother is being overbearing, and my senior brother is mocking me, squeezing me everywhere. However, these words provoked Wei Hongfei. He flung his sleeves and said coldly, It looks like there is no need for us to remain in this White Dragon Palace. Xiaochen, let's go. Since they don't welcome us, there's no need for us to be entangled here. With such an attitude, there was no need to continue playing with them. Even if they really formed a team. The knot in his heart was still there, and it was inevitable that a grudge would arise. Xiaochen could not help admiring Wei Hongfei's decisiveness. If the team was not harmonious, there would be conflicts in Desolate God Valley. Since there was no way to compromise, It was better to leave as soon as possible. What the hell? Murong Yen cursed and stood up indignantly. Clearly, he supported Wei Hongfei's decision. Wei Hongfei, you actually fell out with me for a mixed blood dragon? Zhongli looked at Wei Hongfei incredulously, filled with confusion. Wei Hongfei smiled coldly and said, "Your question is rather interesting. Did you fall out with me for a junior brother with a special physique? Why can't I fall out with you for a mixed blood dragon who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist and even saved my life? Little mixed blood dragon, stand still. Your duel with me has not started yet." Seeing Xiaochen stand up and leave, Lu Yunfei, who was at the side, suddenly attacked, charging at Xiaochen. The expressions of Murong Yen and the others changed involuntarily. Since Xiaochen already fell out with Xiaochen, how could there be a duel? "Xiaochen, be careful." A few people shouted a warning. Without needing anyone to remind him, Xiaochen already sensed the other party's killing intent the moment it appeared. Xiaochen turned around and threw a palm strike. The instant Xiaochen attacked, a Dao disc unfurled behind him and infused the force of his palm strike. Boom! Great Dao energy? Do you think you are the only one with it? Lu Yunfei snorted coldly, and a Dao disc appeared behind him as well, infusing it into his palm wind. His aura immediately soared. A strong wind blew, and Dao might swept out. The others quickly scattered. "You think you can touch me at all? Child's play." Lu Yunfei revealed a disdainful smile. His aura continuously merged with the Dao might and soared. It looked like Xiaochen was about to fall into a disadvantage. With a thought, another Dao might appeared. Two kinds of Dao might? Damn it. Back down. Lu Yunfei felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen comprehended two different great Daos. So, he quickly covered himself with his holy venerate will. Enough. When Xiaochen saw that the other party was relentless, he felt slightly enraged. The two Dao might layered over each other as he unleashed his full power, going from small perfection to great perfection. Lightning and saber intent resonated. As electric light flickered, the two great perfection Dao might merged into one. Boom! The impact knocked Lu Yunfei back and made him vomit blood. Great perfection Dao might. Lu Yunfei and Zhongli were both startled. Both kinds of Dao might have reached great perfection. When Wei Hongfei and the other two saw this scene, they revealed joy after their initial shock. Unexpectedly, both of Xiaochen's great Dao energies had reached great perfection. Murong Yen laughed loudly. "Ha! You are indeed trash. You should rejoice that my brother, Xiaochen, did not gamble with you. Otherwise, you would have to kneel and kowtow to apologize. Furthermore, you would have to hand over 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. You are simply bullying others." After being humiliated, Lu Yunfeng flew into a rage and directly attacked Murong Yen. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Murong Yen snorted coldly, and a berserk aura surged out of his body. Boom, boom, boom. The entire building instantly crumbled, and the aura spread. A small portion of the vast residence was instantly destroyed. "Causing trouble in my residence? Aren't you looking down on my White Dragon Palace a little too much?" Zhongli felt slightly angry. As a veteran Heaven-class core disciple, he allowed his junior brother to be humiliated in his residence. Now, this Murong Yen even dared to destroy his residence. A murderous intent involuntarily stirred in Zhongli's heart. There was also Wei Hongfei. To think that he did not give me any face, daring to fall out with me. In that case, Zhongli should not leave. He should remain in the White Dragon Palace to reflect on his mistakes and figure out what he did wrong before leaving. When Wei Hongfei saw that Zhongli's expression was off, he said sullenly, "Let's go." The four did not think about anything else. They turned around and left, only wanting to leave this troublesome place. Bush, bush, bush. The four soared into the air and instantly left Wei Hongfei's residence, arriving at the White Dragon Palace. Zhongli gave chase. He shouted angrily in the air, "These people came to the White Dragon Palace to cause trouble. Stop them." As a veteran Heaven-class core disciple, Zhongli held a high position in the White Dragon Palace. After Zhongli gave the order, the surrounding White Dragon Palace disciples were stunned for a moment. Then, They surrounded Xiao Chen's group. When Xiao Chen saw more than 100 White Dragon Palace core disciples surround him, he could not help smiling bitterly. What is this? Although Xiao Chen had a feeling that some trouble would occur, he had not expected it to be this big. Wei Hongfei clearly panicked somewhat. He said sullenly, "Let's leave before the elders arrive. We absolutely cannot get caught by them. If they got caught, the other party would be able to say whatever they wanted. However, once they got out, they would be heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces. They would not be afraid in their own territory." "Ha! White Dragon Palace trash, how dare you block me, Murong Yen? You are seeking death." Murong Yen did not have a care in the world. He only felt incredibly excited. He had never caused trouble in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in his life. Murong Yen clapped his hands, and a strong wind of flames surged out, immediately knocking several core disciples into the air. Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. The two Dao might layered over each other as he casually attacked. Anyone who dared to block him would be knocked into the air by the scabbard. Sidu Changfeng's long sleeves fluttered. When he gently waved them, the strong wind was like he had grown an extra arm. Before the people blocking Sidu Changfeng could get close, they were knocked into the air, flailing about helplessly. They could not control their bodies at all. Then they fell to the ground in a sorry state. Immediately, agonized cries rang out endlessly. As long as the heaven-class core disciples did not make a move, no one could block them. They swept through everything in their path. The four felt like they had returned to the abyssal underworld battlefield. Their auras flourished, and their hot-bloodedness surged. Bang! Bang! Zhong Li and Lu Yunfei cursed as they personally blocked the path. Unfortunately, the four worked together with great teamwork. The two exchanged only one move before getting beaten black and blue and getting knocked back. Murong Yen and the others could not help laughing loudly. Wei Hongfei said seriously, "Zhong Li, if not for your experience in Desolate God Valley, do you think I would really let you be the leader this time? Now, it looks like there is no need for that. The four of us working together is enough." The commotion was too great. More and more disciples joined the group blocking the way. However, when the four worked together, it was as Wei Hongfei said. They swept through everything in their path, unable to stop them at all. "Keep it up. Let's see if you can make it out of the mountains." "Let's see how we get out of the mountain," Wei Hongfei said as he looked at the mountain gates. The four raised their auras to their peak. When they worked together, their dragon might spread out unparalleled. Their teamwork actually improved. The four charged forward ferociously, not lingering to fight, not giving the other party a chance to trap them. Just as the four were about to charge out of the mountain gates, a short saber less than 1 meter long descended from the sky. The willow leaves fluttered chaotically. A spot of cold light amid the leaves looked resplendent and dazzling. It fell straight down, moving as fast as a star crashing to the ground, not giving anyone any time to react. Willow leaf saber? Wei Hongfei recognized that saber technique and quickly said, "Scatter." When the four sensed the strong saber intent contained in the short saber, their expressions changed slightly as they quickly scattered. Boom! When the short saber stabbed into the ground, it exploded. A shock wave containing saber intent radiated out. The four could not dodge in time. They grunted and went flying back. After the four landed, they had to take a few steps back before they could stabilize themselves. This saber strike scattered their formation. They saw a valiant and formidable-looking short-haired girl standing in front. She stretched out her hand and beckoned. Whoosh, whoosh. The short saber spiraled over. The howling saber light looked dazzling and piercing under the sunlight. Xiao Chen and the others could not help but close their eyes. At the same time, their figures flickered, dodging the saber chi that shot out as the saber light spun. Bang! 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 The four executed their movement techniques. Aside from Xiao Chen, who did not get hit, the saber chi struck them all. Damn it! This girl is really heavy-handed. Murong Yen was in the worst state. His movement technique was weaker, and he suffered more than 10 moves. His body was covered in blood as he cried out in pain. Clang! The short-haired girl withdrew her saber, and the saber light returned to the scabbard at her waist. Do the few of you really think that my White Dragon Palace has no one left? The short-haired girl asked charmingly as she looked at Xiao Chen's group of 4. For a moment, Xiao Chen thought that Lu Ryue had appeared before him. However, her refreshing short hair clearly distinguished her from Lu Ryue's temperament. Chapter 1930. Dong Dong Dong. The short-haired girl's obstruction broke the formation of the 4 people, and the people behind them immediately chased after them. They surrounded Xiao Chen and the other 3 again. Once one's aura was disrupted, it would be very difficult for it to return to its peak even if it was reassembled. Furthermore, with this obstruction, the White Dragon Palace elders would definitely rush over. The few of them glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. They had caused a huge ruckus and charged forward ferociously, but in the end, they still failed at the last step. Without any other thoughts, the few of them gave up on the idea of resisting. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. They were all Heaven-class core disciples. The White Dragon Palace would not dare to do anything to them. At most, they would be confined and sent back to their respective outer halls to receive another punishment. This delay had messed up their plans. Speaking of which, the gains did not make up for the losses. It would affect the subsequent plans, and it was hard to say whether or not it would affect his performance in the competition between the 7 palaces. Murong Yen stopped the wound and squinted. Only then did he discover that the short-haired girl before him was not very old. He looked to be in his 20s, and the childishness on his face had yet to disappear. With one look, one could tell that he did not have much experience in the Jianghu, and he did not have any worldly aura. So, it is a girl. Murong Yan's lips curled up. As he spoke, he could not help wailing, "It really hurts." Clang. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a strand of saber chi with a piercing light flew over like a willow leaf. This startled Murong Yan. He could no longer care about stopping his wound. He quickly jumped away, not daring to say anything more. So. A few strong auras came from the air. The sovereign personage experts of the White Dragon Palace rushed over. As Xiao Chen and the others expected, they no longer had a chance. "Elders, just leave the matters here to me," said Yi Shiwen. Who knew? The short-haired woman shouted a few words to the sky, and those sovereign personage elders tactfully withdrew. However, before he left, he sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chen and the others, "Don't mess around, or it won't just be a simple confinement." After threatening him, he didn't actually go too far away. Truth be told, Xiao Chen and the others would not take action again. If there was an opportunity, they would not give it up. If they didn't have the chance, they wouldn't waste their efforts. Senior Sister Lu. It was at this moment that Lu Yunfei and Zhong Li rushed over in panic. Sidu Changfeng whispered to Wei Hongfei, "Hongfei, who is this girl? How could he have a lancet saber?" That Zhong Li was actually so polite to him. What is his background? Wei Hongfei said uncertainly, "I heard that Lu Ryue has a younger sister who rarely shows herself. That should be her, right?" "What?" Xiao Chen was shocked. "Sister? What's going on? Why haven't I heard of this before?" Xiao Chen was indescribably shocked. However, it wasn't convenient for him to pursue the matter, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Although he was shocked, Xiao Chen didn't show it. He just looked at the short-haired girl a few more times. Seeing that Xiao Chen and the others had no intention of resisting, he heaved a sigh of relief and said to the short-haired girl, "Junior Marshal Sister Lu, these people made a scene in my abode. Not only did they injure Junior Marshal Brother Lu, but they also humiliated me and destroyed half of my abode. Leave these people to me. I have already informed the people from the law enforcement hall." "To hell with your nonsense." Murong Yen cursed. "It was clearly you who looked down on our friend, wanting to chase him out of the original team and put your junior brother in. After being rejected, your dogs hit junior brother's sneak attacked my friend. Ha. The funniest thing is that not only did your sneak attack fail, but you even defeated him. I have seen shameless people before, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. No wonder you can enter and leave desolate God Valley a few times. It turns out that you are already unrivaled because your skin is too thick." Ha. Even though the situation was bad, Murong Yen did not dare to show his true colors. Not only did he curse, but he even mocked the other party, not giving the other party any face. Zhongli raged in his heart. However, as Murongyan said, his expression did not change at all. He said casually, Junior Marshal Brother Lu, send Junior Marshal Sister Lu back first. I will handle this. Wait a moment. I have not asked clearly yet. Am I the one in charge of this matter? Although I do not have much experience, my elder sister told me that when facing such a matter, the person involved has to avoid arousing suspicion. An outsider has to handle it. The short-haired girl's words were reasonable and well-grounded. Zhongli did not know how to rebut. Junior Marshal Brother Lu, did you really sneak attack someone? The short-haired girl asked Lu Yunfei, who was beside her, with wide eyes. Lu Yunfei blushed slightly in embarrassment. He found it hard to answer, so he looked at Zhongli for help. Just as Zhongli was about to say something, the short-haired girl said, Don't interrupt. Let him speak for himself. In any case, the truth will be investigated. Don't ever lie. Otherwise, this young lady would not have done it on purpose. Lu Yunfei felt conflicted for a long time, hesitating over whether to admit to it or not. However, when he thought about it, if the short-haired girl before him really went to make a fuss about it, since he invited the palace master over, he had to tell the truth. He might as well admit it now. It would be more troublesome if the matter blew up. Lu Yunfei clenched his teeth and lowered his head. I did. Really? This startled the short-haired girl. You sneak-attacked someone and got defeated? Yes. Lu Yunfei had not even wiped the blood off his lips. He could not hide the wounds on his body. Even if he wanted to rebut, he could not. Lu Yunfei clenched his teeth and nodded again. Zhongli sighed in his heart. It's all over. Things took a turn. Xiao Chen and the others had not expected this Lu Yunfei to admit to everything. Murongyan smiled and said, You are really trash. You are not strong enough, and your character is not good enough. Your skin is not even as thick as your senior brothers. So what if your bloodline has been converted to 20%? You are still trash. Ha! Scolding Lu Yunfei and Zhongli felt incredibly delighted. However, this infuriated Lu Yunfei and Zhongli. However, the short-haired girl did not care about this. She smiled excitedly and said, Stop scolding. You are not a good person either. Who is the friend you speak of? Murongyan immediately felt like vomiting blood in his heart. What do you mean I am not a good person either? However, Murongyan still obediently pointed to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, the newly advanced Heaven-class core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. The short-haired girl looked around and roughly understood what was going on. Then, she looked at Zhongli and asked, Junior brother Zhong, are you still going to pursue this? Zhongli smiled bitterly and said, With junior sister making the decision, how could I dare to pursue this? What was there to pursue? Lu Yunfei was like an idiot, admitting to everything. This was the White Dragon Palace, his territory. Outsiders were causing trouble here. Even if this matter was brought to the Hall Master's attention, as long as he refused to admit it, nothing would happen to him. Which outer hall didn't protect their own? Wei Hongfei glanced at Wei Hongfei and snorted coldly. Then, he flung his sleeves and left. Lu Yunfei quickly followed. The crowd of core disciples surrounding Xiao Chen's group sighed and scattered. They knew that they had suffered for nothing today. Thank you for upholding justice. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Wei Hongfei performed a cupped fist salute, wanting to take his leave to prevent more problems from arising. There's no rush. With me around, no one will dare to cause trouble for you. My sister has always told me that I can't judge a person based on their bloodline. I can't look down on others just because their bloodline isn't high. This time, senior brother Zhong was indeed in the wrong. I apologize on behalf of the White Dragon Palace. I also apologize to this friend from the Heaven Dragon Palace. The short-haired girl said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Chen. Murongyan said, Girl, although you were ruthless in your attacks, your bearing is pretty good. However, just apologizing is useless. We are all injured. We still have to make amends. The short-haired girl did not blame Murongyan for pushing his luck. She smiled and said, Hee hee. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. I would like to invite you all to my residence. I can see that you are all injured and exhausted a lot of veritable essence energy. It would be good to rest well before continuing on our journey. However, Murong Yen felt embarrassed. He had only said it casually. He had not expected the other party to be so sincere, so he felt somewhat terrified. Then, he looked at Sidu Changfeng and the other two and whispered, "What do you think?" Xiao Chen was still feeling conflicted. How did Lu Rue gain a younger sister? He did not think about anything else. Wei Hongfei rolled his eyes. He really could not do anything to Murong Yen. They could have just left, yet Murong Yen insisted on being a busybody. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him anymore. Sidu Changfeng said helplessly, "Miss Lu, you are so kind. If we do not go, it would seem like we are being unreasonable." "Let's go then." Seeing the group agree, the short-haired girl appeared very happy. After the group went far away, the hidden sovereign personage elders revealed themselves. They all shook their heads helplessly. Second Miss is so mischievous and likes to meddle in other people's business. I think Zhongli is so angry that he wants to kill someone. She has been locked up in the White Dragon Palace all this while. It is rather boring. It is rare for something out of the ordinary to happen. It would be hard for her to ignore it. Are there any problems with these people's identities? There are no problems. They are all heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces. They probably only had a conflict with Zhongli because of a small argument and not intentionally causing trouble. In that case, let's leave this matter as it is. When Second Miss has had enough fun, we will send these people away. To dare to cause trouble in the White Dragon Palace, they are truly bold. Clearly, these elders were still rather angry. Whether one was in the right or not, injuring an outsider or a White Dragon Palace disciple would upset the White Dragon Palace disciples. If not for the short-haired girl's interference, the matter would not have been resolved like this. Chapter 1931. The short-haired girl's residence was built at the side of a lake in the mountains. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a large lake in the middle of a lofty mountain range. The lake water was clear, and a hazy white mist seeped out of it. Spiritual energy assaulted the nose. There was an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the lake, shrouded in white mist. It looked like a fairyland. Mountains surrounded the surroundings, and the lake water looked like a painting. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell. The lake water looked like jade amid the rising and falling mountain ranges, looking like a flawless rainstorm embedded in the mountains. Spirit birds soared in the sky, and fish played in the lake water. When standing at the lakeside and looking, this picturesque lake was incredibly long and narrow, extending out between two mountain ranges. Unexpectedly, this small lake gave off the feeling of a vast sea, vast and unfathomable. As for the pavilion in the middle of the lake, through the mist, one could see dragons and phoenixes carved in the pavilion, looking pure white. The pavilion flickered with a glazed luster, making the lake water ripple and look jade green. A few large mandarin ducks took off, tearing through the mist and flying past the pavilion. The picturesque scenery instantly came to life. Great place. Even if I stay here forever, I will not tire of it. If there comes a day when I no longer pursue the martial Tao, I want to find a scenery comparable to this place and retire. Sidu Changfeng sighed, completely immersed in the beautiful scenery. The short-haired girl retorted, "That's impossible. I've lived here for 10-odd years already. I've had enough already. How can I stay here forever and not tire of it?" Xiao Chen said softly, "That is because your heart is not calm enough. If your heart is not calm, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it will not be enough. In your eyes, it is just two simple words: mountains and water. If you have already seen all the splendor, experienced the ups and downs of honor and disgrace, what you will see?" The short-haired girl interrupted, "Then what will you see?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You will still see the mountains and the water. That is still the same. Do you see that pavilion? Every time my elder sister comes back, she stays there," the short-haired girl said softly as she pointed to the white jade pavilion in the middle of the lake. Murong Yan's eyes lit up. "Can we go over and take a look?" The short-haired girl shook her head and said, "Of course not. Without permission, how can we enter my elder sister's room?" "That's just wasting my time," Murong Yan said, appearing somewhat disappointed. "Hee hee, but you can go to my cave. Besides, That pavilion is so empty. What's there to see? After the short-haired girl spoke, she called everyone over to her residence. Xiao Chen was the last to enter. Before he left, he glanced at the pavilion in the center of the lake and entered deep thought. After entering the cave, the short-haired girl seemed to have changed into a different person. She kept pestering them with questions. She was far from being an expert like she had been. As the group chatted, they learned that this short-haired girl was called Lu Ruyun, the daughter of the current White Dragon race's clan head. White was white. Of the white of the dragon. The White Dragon race's patriarch was the White Dragon King. He led all the White Dragon cultivators in the Divine Dragon Empire. If something happened, the white of a in. The of a of the of a to the dragon. Of course, the various outer palaces were under the jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate, even the White Dragon King. Xiao Chen couldn't help but say to himself, nonsense. Doesn't that mean Lu Riyue is the White Dragon King's eldest daughter? In the Sky Dome realm's Qingyan Peak, who died from falling into a demonic Dao and sealed herself in ice before dying. Who was that to Lu Riyue? Lu Riyue could not possibly have two fathers. Xiao Chen pondered in his heart. This matter might be much more complicated than he thought. The White Dragon Palace core disciple had mentioned it previously. Not only did Lu Riyue have a grade 7 bloodline, but she also had an innate dragon soul. The power of her dragon soul was extremely pure. Ordinary dragon race cultivators possessed a dragon bloodline. However, their soul energy was that of an ordinary person's. There was nothing special about it. An innate dragon soul contained the power of the dragon soul. It was completely different. Not only could such an existence revitalize the White Dragon clan, but he might even be able to seize the position of Dragon Emperor. Perhaps this was the reason why Xiao Chen had to hide Lu Riyue's identity. Making her the daughter of the White Dragon King would be the most convincing. Who would dare to doubt the White Dragon King? Looking at it now, it was indeed very successful. In the Divine Dragon Empire, Xiao Chen had never heard of anyone doubting Lu Riyue's identity. To Xiao Chen, none of this mattered. The crux of the problem was whether Lu Riyue herself knew about this. If this group of people harmed Riyue for the sake of their own benefits, I absolutely will not forgive them. Xiao Chen had seen people do extreme things before benefits. He could not help but overthink this. You are going to Desolate God Valley? The short-haired girl asked as she looked curiously at the group. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, yes. Originally, we planned to invite Zhongli along. However, only the 4 of us can go. The short-haired girl, Lu Rin, said, I'll accompany you. I am no weaker than brother Zhongli. Even he did not stop you, but I did. Confidence flashed in Lu Riyun's eyes as she spoke. It had to be said that Lu Riyun was not weak. She could even be considered very strong. As the White Dragon King's daughter, her bloodline and aptitude would not be bad. Her cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and Dao tools would definitely be the best. On the surface, Lu Riyue appeared to be stronger than the other 4. However, in a true fight to the death, the short-haired girl would not be a match for any one of the 4. When the short-haired girl said that she would come along, even the brainless Murong Yen did not respond. Sidu Changfeng said, it looks like it is already late. Let's rest first. The short-haired girl appeared somewhat helpless as she said, all right. Uncle May, bring the few of you to check in. Late at night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, Xiao Chen came out of his room and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After verifying that no one was around, he pushed off with his feet and carefully avoided the many restrictions. Then he landed on the lake and turned into a cool breeze. Sticking close to the lake's surface, he silently flew towards the pavilion in the center of the lake. When Xiao Chen got closer, he was shocked to discover that there was nothing at the center of the lake. The water rippled and a cool breeze blew. There was no pavilion. Is this an illusion? Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye unhurriedly and saw some clues. The illusion before him was not a simple one. If he took another step forward, he would enter an illusion formation and be trapped. If he tried to barge in, the consequences would be dire. This is not a problem for me. Xiao Chen put on the death god mask and activated one of the mask's 3 secret techniques, Void Shadow. Xiao Chen's body slowly turned illusory, existing between reality and illusion. He existed for only a second. However, this 1 second was sufficient for Xiao Chen to pass through that troublesome illusion formation and enter the pavilion. I succeeded. Xiao Chen removed his mask and walked up the steps of the White Jade Pavilion. Then, he pushed open the door without hesitation. This is where Ryue lived. Xiao Chen sized up the place and did not find anything special about it. It was just where girls usually stayed. It was as Lu Ryun said, it was empty. Clearly, she had not returned for a long time. Even if she returned, she would not have stayed for long. As Xiao Chen casually walked around the pavilion, he did not think too much of it. He just wanted to look around where Lu Ryue once stayed. This is... Xiao Chen stopped and discovered an unfinished painting in the study of the pavilion. Slowly unfurling the painting, Xiao Chen discovered a blurry figure. There was a silhouette, but the facial features were missing. It was unfinished, so he could not make out much. Who is this painting? After closing the painting, Xiao Chen thought curiously, could it be Lu Ryue who drew it? Only she and Lu Ryun lived here. Lu Ryun was still young and did not look like she knew how to draw. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that it was very likely that Lu Ryue drew it. Xiao Chen thought for a while and rolled up the painting. Then, he placed it in the universe ring. Ha! Thief! Just at this moment, a voice rang out. The short-haired girl, Lu Ryun, suddenly appeared outside the door. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at this girl in astonishment. However, he did not feel surprised. He took out the painting and unfurled it. Did you draw this? Seeing Xiao Chen's calm expression, not showing any shock or embarrassment, the short-haired girl could not help but feel bored. It looked like the other party had guessed long ago that his residence was connected to this pavilion. She could sense every movement in the pavilion at any time. How could I possibly draw these? I borrowed them and I drew many of them. They are all like this, only the silhouette and no facial features. Hey, this silhouette is actually quite similar to you. Lu Ryun seemed to have discovered something very interesting. After she walked over, she picked up the painting and looked at Xiao Chen. It really is quite similar. Chapter 1932. Like me? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. If it's like me, why didn't I just draw it? Wait, don't move. Lu Ryun ran away in a fluster. However, she quickly returned with a brush and ink in her hands. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Xiao Chen and drew Xiao Chen's face, filling the blank outline with his facial features. His drawing skills were a little rusty, but he could still draw a simple picture. Not long after, the blurry outline gradually became clearer as the facial features appeared one by one. The person in the painting had delicate facial features, and he was handsome and elegant. Between his brows, there was a sense of elegance and calmness. It really looks exactly the same. Lu Ryun said incredulously after she finished drawing. Originally, she only felt that it was somewhat similar and casually drew it. Unexpectedly, after the painting was completed, it was nearly identical to Xiao Chen. There was nothing special about it. Is it a coincidence? Lu Ryun muttered to herself as she rubbed her chin in confusion. Let me see. The shock in Xiao Chen's heart was no less than hers. When he received the painting and looked at it, he frowned heavily. What was going on? Xiao Chen could not understand at all. Was this a coincidence, or did Lu Ryue forget what he looked like? Impossible. Xiao Chen did not believe that Lu Ryue would forget about him. Furthermore, with a cultivator's memories, as long as they remembered someone, they would be able to recall that person clearly in their mind. You said earlier that your sister often paints, but she only draws the outline and never the facial features? In my memory, she started drawing when she was very young. I saw that she was trying very hard to remember something, but she still couldn't draw the facial features. At least, I think there are at least tens of thousands of them. Lu Ryun thought for a while and answered honestly, not hiding anything. Strange. Xiao Chen closed the scroll. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a myriad of thoughts twisting into a knot in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't untie it. When Lu Ryue was involved, even the normally calm Xiao Chen could not think straight. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and looked at Lu Ryun. He had to start with her. There was still too little information. If he had more information, he might be able to sort things out. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Ruyun lowered her head and said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from Xiao Chen's gaze. How much do you know about your sister? So you want to know about my sister? Hee, she practically watched me grow up. How much do you think I know about her? But let me tell you. When Lu Ruyun heard that Xiao Chen wanted to ask about Lu Riyue, a crafty look flashed in her eyes as she kept Xiao Chen in suspense. This little girl was actually talking about conditions with him. Xiao Chen didn't argue with her. What do you want before you tell me? You are indeed a smart person. You should know what I want, Lu Riyun said as she looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head and rejected decisively. No way. You cannot go to Desolate God Valley. We cannot bear the responsibility if something happens. No one can endure the White Dragon King's rage. When Lu Riyun heard this, she retorted angrily, even so, you can forget about knowing about my sister's matters. You'll find out sooner or later. Xiao Chen did not say anything more to the other party. He put down the painting and turned to leave. Don't go. Seeing Xiao Chen leave, Lu Riyun stomped her feet and gritted her teeth in frustration. Then she chased after Xiao Chen and said, I'll tell you, all right? Xiao Chen revealed a smile in his heart. This girl is still too kind. He stopped and said, very well. Answer whatever I ask. You really defeated me. Ask away. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen organized his thoughts and asked a few crucial questions. Did Lu Riyue mention anything about the Sky Dome realm? Did she do anything strange? Her experiences in the past few years. After obtaining Lu Ruyun's answers, Xiao Chen's thoughts slowly cleared. Finally, he concluded that Lu Riyue's memories had been erased. Indeed, this was the best way for the White Dragon race to control her. It made her feel like she grew up in the White Dragon race. They did not need to do anything else to make Lu Riyue work for the White Dragon race and acknowledge their identity. Given this, it explained why Lu Riyue did not remember him. Why had she not shown any strange behavior or mentioned the Sky Dome realm for so many years? After obtaining the answer, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Memories were the imprints left in the body. They could not be completely erased and could only be sealed. As long as one found a way, one could recover them. It all depended on the strength of the person who did it. If it was the White Dragon King, then it would be somewhat problematic. No matter what, this was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Lu Riyue had not suffered any substantial harm, nor was she threatened or controlled. Xiao Chen could accept this, albeit barely. Although I know a lot about my elder sister, I keep feeling that she is hiding something from me. In the past few years, there has been an endless stream of people pursuing her. Aside from the Dragon God Crown Prince, there are also several outstanding talents from the 8 great empires. However, she does not fancy any of them. I keep feeling that she has someone else in her heart, but she is not telling me. As Lu Riyun spoke, she discovered that she did not seem to understand Lu Riyue that well. It would be strange if you knew. She herself does not know, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then he said, don't overthink. Just remember how good she is to you. That is natural. Hey, that's not right. Why are you so concerned about my elder sister? Now, you are even speaking up for her. Lu Riyun looked suspiciously at Xiao Chen, trying to find some clues from his expression. Naturally, she found nothing. There is no need for you to care about that. I thought about it. It is not impossible to bring you to Desolate God Valley. Xiao Chen changed the topic. Really? Lu Riyun felt incredibly excited. However, she quickly asked, are you not afraid of my father's rage? In any case, he will fall out with your father because of Lu Riyue's matter sooner or later. I'm not afraid of this. Xiao Chen said sullenly, cut the crap. Are you going or not? Of course. I have waited for this day for a long time. You two will leave tomorrow. After that, I will meet up with you outside White Cloud City. Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked as he asked, you prepared for this long ago? I prepared for several years already. This is the last chance I have. However, I do not dare to go out alone. Coincidentally, I ran into you too. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Actually, even if you did not agree, I would have gone out to look for you. I left a mark on all of you. Lu Ruyun's eyes gleamed, startling Xiaochen. This girl was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. What if someone discovers that you are missing? I prepared it long ago. Before I leave, I will say that I will be in closed-door cultivation for a period. After I return, I will come out quietly. Then it will be flawless. Don't worry. I have prepared for several years already. There will not be any unexpected surprises. Xiaochen still felt somewhat worried. He said sullenly, "There is one thing I will say first. After we go out, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I will not be able to bring you out. I promise to listen to you. Is that all right?" Xiaochen said indifferently, "I swear. I swear on my heart demon." Since Xiaochen was going to bring Lu Ruyun out, he had to take care of her safety. He could not allow anything to go wrong. Although Lu Ruyun might have more treasures and trump cards than Xiaochen did, it was better to be cautious. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. That Qin Outyen was also covered in inherited Dao tools. However, Xiaochen still easily defeated him. "All right. I swear on my heart demon that after I leave the White Dragon Palace, I will not act on my own. I will listen to you, Xiaochen, until I return to the White Dragon Palace." Seeing Xiaochen's serious expression, Lu Ruyun swore on her heart demon to dispel his worries. Once she went back on her word, she would suffer a rebound from her heart demon, entering a state of berserking qi deviation. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Why do you trust me so much?" Lu Ruyun revealed a heroic air on her face. She said sullenly, "It is because you are confident. It is because you are a smart person and know my trump card. If you want to harm me, please be prepared to die. I'll go and make preparations. You should leave early as well. Don't let anyone discover you." After saying that, Lu Ruyun turned and left. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This girl is not as simple as she looks. This is good as well. I can worry less. However, as for Lu Ruyu's matter, Xiaochen felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the portrait. Even though Lu Ruyu's memories were wiped, she still had not completely forgotten him, doing her best to remember. "Just you wait. I will definitely help you recover your memories." Xiaochen gave the pavilion one last look before putting on the death god mask and leaving this place. Chapter 1933. The next morning, Xiaochen and the other three were sent off respectfully. Seeing the unfriendly gazes of the White Dragon Palace's group, the four laughed to themselves. They were the only ones who could wreak havoc in the White Dragon Palace and retreat unscathed. What a pity! I realized that I actually quite like this girl. Murong Yen said embarrassedly as he turned his head to look at the White Dragon Palace. However, not only did Lu Ruyun not send them off, but she did not even see them one last time. Murong Yen could not help feeling disappointed. Wei Hongfei mocked, "I really enjoyed beating you up. If you are not used to it, I can beat you up again later." Back then, when the four of them were blocked, no one was injured. Lu Ruyun's saber light injured him the most miserably. At the mention of this awkward matter, Murong Yen lost his temper. He snorted, "I won't lower myself to your level." Sidu Changfeng asked, "Are you still going to the Green Dragon Palace?" The Green Dragon bloodline was extremely good at healing injuries. The spring wind and rain art was their array hall's cultivation technique. It is an extremely famous cultivation technique in the entire Central Great Realm. "Don't go. Just tell him the rendezvous point." Wei Hongfei said, "A friend of the Green Dragon Palace has a life and death friendship with me. He would not be as despicable as Zhongli, that's good." The group left White Cloud City and walked for more than 50 kilometers. Then a strong aura surged over, kicking up strong winds and falling leaves. A saber intent spread out. "Be careful. There is a strong enemy." Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly. He took a few steps back and shielded the group. Murong Yen said angrily, "I just knew that this group of people from the White Dragon Palace would not leave the matter at that." Unexpectedly, a burst of bell-like laughter rang out, and a person flew out from the gale. Her short hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked valiant and formidable. This was the White Dragon King's youngest daughter, Lu Run. Murong Yen smiled in pleasant surprise. "Little girl, you ran out? Don't call me little girl. You're not much older than me, and you're not even as strong as me. Lu Ruyun glared at Murong Yen ferociously. Then her gaze fell on Xiaochen. She smiled and said, "He agreed to bring me to Desolate God Valley." What? The group was greatly startled. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiaochen and said, "Brother Xiao, you are not the frivolous sort. Do you know the consequences of bringing her along?" Xiaochen nodded and said softly, "I did not discuss this with you and acted on my own. I apologize for causing you trouble. She did me a big favor last night. To return the favor, I'll take her out for a trip. This is my plan. If you find it troublesome, I will take her there myself. If you are willing, I will bear all the consequences alone. If there is an opportunity, I will give up the right to choose once." Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei immediately felt conflicted, not knowing what to choose. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother Xiao, sorry. I cannot take this risk. I cannot bring you along this time." Xiao Chen cupped his hands and said, "You're welcome. I've caused you trouble. You brat, don't always think of me as a burden. This is for you." After Lu Ruyun came up, she gave each of them an armband. There was a divine dragon painted in different colors on the armband. "This is..." Wei Hongfei said, finding it strange. Xiao Chen received the armband and glanced at it. Then he said, "This is a simplified version of the divine dragon 4 divisions formation. If we work together and execute it, we will be able to hold our own even against a peak holy venerate. We might even be able to trap them to death." Lu Ruyun looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You know quite a lot." "It's all right." Xiao Chen had once inherited a strand of faux god flame in the soaring dragon great realm. Although the memories in it were fragmented, they were not complete. Although the memories in it were incomplete, it recorded many things that senior had seen. The divine dragon 4 divisions formation was one of them. After Xiao Chen put on the armband, he activated it with his soul energy. The purple divine dragon on the armband turned into a dim light and entered Xiao Chen's body. The armband slowly disappeared, merging into his sleeve. The others followed Xiao Chen's method, activating the armbands one after another. Interesting. This armband is actually able to perfectly match our different attributes. Situ Changfeng discovered that after everyone activated the armband, the colors on the armband were different. This should be because the armband happened to match their attributes. Xiao Chen's was lightning, Murong Yan's was fire, Situ Changfeng's was wind, and Wei Hongfei's was light. Of course, the divine dragon 4 divisions formation is very famous. Although this is a simplified version, it has boundless uses. Yesterday, I saw that you all worked very well together. You all have different attributes, but you do not have a formation that works together. So, I found this for you, Lu Ruyun said proudly. Lu Ruyun said proudly. Then, she took out a jade bottle and gave each of them a medicinal pill. "This is a rank 3 heavenly pill." Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock after he received it. Heavenly pills were the highest-ranked medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms. There was a total of 9 grades of heavenly pills. The primeval heavenly pills that the 4 normally cultivated were of the lowest grade, having only the most basic functions for cultivation. In reality, there were many kinds of heavenly pills with different effects. Even rank 1 heavenly pills were extremely rare to them. Alchemists that could refine heavenly pills would be highly respected everywhere in the Central Great Realm. They held high statuses and were known as Grandmaster Alchemists. Grandmaster Alchemists were also divided into grades. Being able to refine primeval heavenly pills was the basic requirement for becoming a Grandmaster. Above that, one would be a rank 1 Grandmaster if they could refine rank 1 heavenly pills. Rank 2 Grandmasters if they could refine rank 2 heavenly pills, and so on. Lu Ruyun nodded and said, "That's right. This is a rank 3 heavenly pill, the Spring Sun White Dew pill, a holy medicine for treating injuries. As long as you all still have breath left, you can be saved." To think that it is a rank 3 heavenly pill. Before my master left, he treated it like a treasure, leaving 1 for me. Ha! Ruyun, you took out 4 at once. How incredible! Murong Yen put away the medicinal pills happily. Then, he thought of something and asked worriedly, "You gave them to us? What about you?" Wei Hongfei said in disdain, "Don't worry about her. Worry about yourself. She is the White Dragon King's daughter. No matter what, it is not your turn to worry about her." Murong Yen patted his head and smiled. That's true. Everyone was already used to Murong Yan's intelligence and did not find it strange. Sidu Changfeng toyed with the rank 3 heavenly pill in his hand and said softly, "It looks like we found a treasure. Hongfei, what do you think?" Wei Hongfei thought for a while before saying, "All right, I understand what you mean. You are welcome to join us." Lu Riyun smiled with narrowed eyes. "Thank you." 3 days later, Duan Fei, the heaven-class core disciple from the Green Dragon Palace, successfully met up with them. Now that everyone was present, they officially headed for Desolate God Valley. "Let's go." Xiao Qin released the demon blood vulture and had it carry the group at lightning speed. A demon blood vulture. Unexpectedly, Brother Xiao has such a precious demonic pet. This is truly shocking. This was Duan Fei's first time seeing the demon blood vulture, so he felt slightly startled. The demon blood vulture was one of the few mutated beasts in the world that could not be restricted by bottlenecks, able to grow infinitely. Aside from luck, one needed strength to subdue the demon blood vulture. When Duan Fei saw this demon blood vulture, he could not help looking at Xiao Chen in a different light. Xiao Chen felt depressed. Unexpectedly, he managed to gain a whole new level of respect for the silly bird. When the silly bird heard someone praise it, it probably became very happy. Just as Xiao Chen thought, the demon blood vulture screeched and scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of dim scarlet light, moving even faster. Desolate God Valley was at the intersection of several great empires. It did not belong to any empire. There was a town outside Desolate God Valley called Ancient Desolate Town. This town was not large, but its population was comparable to the large cities of the various empires. The cultivators of the various empires who wanted to adventure in Desolate God Valley would rest here first. Aside from this, all the famous merchant associations of the Central Great Realm would set up shop here. The peak factions of the Central Great Realm also extended their reach here to purchase the treasures that the cultivators brought out of Desolate God Valley. They set up branches of varying strength. This ancient desolate town is really bustling. Seeing is believing. The people walking around the town were star venerates at the very least. With a casual glance, one could see holy venerates and sovereign personages. There were even a few terrifying auras hidden in the town, inspiring fear in people and deterring them from probing. There had to be terrifying existences that surpassed sovereign personages holding down the fort in the dark. After traveling for several hundred kilometers, the demon blood vulture became obedient. It withdrew its aura and flew carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the demon blood vulture landed, it turned into a beam of red light and entered Xiao Chen's finger. Such a scene made the eyes of the others light up. They did not know what was going on. To think that he did not use a demonic pet pouch. "Do you have any plans for going to Desolate God Valley?" Lu Riyun asked. Duan Fei did not know Lu Riyun's identity. He smiled and replied, "This is our first time going to Desolate God Valley. We know nothing about it. What plans could we have? We can only remain cautious and go as far as possible to see if we can run into any fortuitous encounters." Wei Hongfei and the others nodded. That was the plan. Or rather, there was no plan at all. Lu Riyun frowned and said, "You are all so stupid. It would be strange if you could gain anything by trying your luck like that. Fortuitous encounters need to be more proactive in order to grasp them." Wei Hongfei discovered that he could not underestimate this Lu Riyun. He asked, "What do you think? How should we take the initiative to capture them?" Lu Riyun replied, "Desolate God Valley is boundlessly vast with countless forbidden lands and incredibly dangerous. However, the empires have been exploring it for so many years. The places that need to be explored have mostly been explored. There will definitely be a lot of useful information." "What useful information can there be? Before I came here, I asked around but did not find anything valuable," Wei Hongfei said with a frown. "Watch me." After saying that, Lu Riyun ran off like a wisp of smoke. Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Xiao Chen. However, he discovered that Xiao Chen had been following Lu Ruyun in secret. When Wei Hongfei saw this scene, he relaxed slightly. Xiao Chen was indeed reliable. With him around, there was no need to worry about anything happening to Lu Ruyun. Xiao Chen secretly followed Lu Ruyun into ancient desolate town. When he saw her actions, he realized that this girl had gone to look for the local tyrant. She is rather smart, Xiao Chen praised in his heart. Wei Hongfei was the one who organized this trip. Originally, he did not think too much about it. Now, it looks like Wei Hongfei had indeed not done some things well. There was a certain amount of risk in looking for the local tyrant. However, if they could obtain useful information, it would be much better than trying their luck in desolate God Valley. Chapter 1934. Lu Ruyun exuded a heroic air. She looked pretty, youthful, and lively. Furthermore, she had the aura of a divine dragon, and her cultivation was not low. When that local boss spoke with her, he did not dare to have any other thoughts. After paying a certain number of primeval heavenly pills, Lu Ruyun obtained the information she wanted. Then, she revealed a smile and sent the other party away. Whoosh! Xiao Chen appeared beside Lu Ruyun and asked softly, "Is the information you obtained valuable?" Lu Ruyun replied softly, "Naturally, it is valuable. There are many brokers in this ancient desolate town. They often know desolate God Valley like the back of their hands. If there is a fortuitous encounter, they will know immediately. These brokers are all opportunists. They cannot obtain fortuitous encounters on their own, so they can only organize teams of cultivators to go and eliminate them. Teams like ours are all heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. We are truly in high demand. This local boss told me that there happens to be a rather famous broker looking for teams. Just wait. Someone will come looking for us soon." Xiao Chen could not help saying in admiration, "You are still young and inexperienced, but you know a lot. Your elder sister told you this, right?" You guessed it. My elder sister has been to desolate God Valley several times. I am indeed more familiar with this place than you. How about it? I am more reliable than that Zhongli, right? Lu Ruyun put on an expression of, "I am very smart. Quick, come and praise me." Xiao Chen glanced at her and directly ignored her. Then he turned around and went back to inform Wei Hongfei's group. "What a boring fellow." Lu Ruyun muttered a few words before following behind Xiao Chen. Soon, the group gathered. After hearing the news, they all felt somewhat nervous and started discussing it. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, what do you think?" Xiao Chen voiced his opinion. "I lean towards Lu Ruyun's opinion. Going around randomly is too much luck. If we are unlucky, we will have wasted this opportunity. Don't forget why we are here. As for the risk, there will definitely be. However, this is not our first time adventuring. We should understand that risk and opportunity always coexist." With Xiao Chen's opinion, Wei Hongfei made the final decision. Good. It's settled. Not long after entering the city, someone called out to Xiao Chen's group. "This must be Miss Lu Ruyun." An ordinary-looking young man with a shrewd look in his eyes arrived in front of the group. After sizing up Xiao Chen and the others, a plan formed in his heart. These people were pretty strong. They were the people he was looking for. Seeing the group's confused expressions, this person introduced himself. I am Qi Yunfeng, a disciple of the ruling Sword Gate. I received news that a team of divine dragon cultivators will be going to Desolate God. I would like to come. I am." Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. It was indeed as Lu Ruyun said. However, this was a little too fast. Xiao and Chen Xiao, he Xiao and Xiao and Xiao Xiao and of Ru Xiao, Xiao Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao and of or Xiao. Of Xiao of Wei, he Wei Xiao, Ru I Li Xiao and Chen Xiao. I do not dare to claim my name. I am Wei Hongfei. Xiao Chen's eyes were as clear as water. He figured out some of Qi Yunfeng's tricks. He truly lived up to his reputation as a broker. His connections were excellent. Lu Ruyun had already told that local boss that there was a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple in their team. In the end, this fellow still showed a shocked expression. If not for Xiao Chen knowing in advance, he might have been fooled. Xiao Chen's acting was very convincing. Soon, Qi Yunfeng and Wei Hongfei started chatting excitedly. Qi Yunfeng took the opportunity to invite them, saying, "This is not the place to speak. I have a courtyard in ancient desolate town. Let's gather there." However, Wei Hongfei did not lower his guard. He turned his head to look at Xiao Qin, seeking his opinion. Xiao Qin nodded slightly. Wei Hongfei said, "In that case, many thanks for Brother Qi's hospitality." When Qi Yunfeng saw this, he felt shocked. Why would a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple seek advice from a mixed-blood dragon? What was even stranger was that this mixed-blood dragon was only a star venerate. Never mind, I will not think about it. In any case, he is just a one-star venerate. There is no need to worry. When they arrived at his courtyard, they saw a chariot in the shape of a fiery bird hovering above the courtyard. It emitted a faint light, and its pressure was frightening, intimidating one's soul. Heaven's suspending war chariot. Wei Hongfei exclaimed with some shock, "Brother Qi, you are really generous." The original model of the Heaven's suspending war chariot was manufactured by the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance had specially designed it for the experts of the Central Great Realm. Its performance was excellent, far surpassing the other chariots on the continent, but they were also rare. Owning one was a symbol of status. However, this Heaven Suspending War Chariot also had 9 grades. Qi Yunfeng's was the lowest grade. However, for people of their cultivation, it was still extremely precious and powerful. Qi Yunfeng said modestly, "It's fine. It is just a 1-star. However, its speed is exceptional. With this war chariot, no holy venerate can catch up to me. Even a regular sovereign personage would have to put in a lot of effort to catch up. As for defense, it can withstand 3 attacks from a sovereign personage." Although Qi Yunfeng showed a humble expression, his tone was very proud. Lu Ryun whispered to Xiao Qin, "How cocky. I have one as well, and it is a 2-star one." Xiao Qin asked, "Then, why did you not take it out at the start?" "When we are outside, we should not flaunt our wealth," Lu Ryun said with a smile, looking very pretty and lovable. "Qi Yunfeng, have you King found the person yet? This old man has already waited for a month." Just at this moment, curses came from the courtyard. Qi Yunfeng laughed awkwardly and said, "Let's go in first." After entering, the group discovered that there were already 3 small groups inside. One of them was a skinny old man. He was alone and was known as Eccentric Tai. Eccentric Tai's cultivation was the highest, a peak consummation late-stage holy venerate. With his horrifying cultivation, he could face Xiao Qin and the others without any pressure. The one who cursed Qi Yunfeng earlier was this old man, who had a strange temper. The other group had a total of 9 people. The leader was a stout, middle-aged man named Bailey Xiu, a late-stage holy venerate. Everyone in this group was at least a holy venerate. The last group was a middle-aged couple. The man was from the Confucian sect, dressed like a scholar. The woman was pretty and held a whip in her hand. Although they were husband and wife, they did not look compatible. After a simple introduction, Eccentric Tai smiled sinisterly and said, "To think that they are people from the Divine Dragon Empire. Qi Yunfeng has good eyes. All of them are cultivators with Divine Dragon bloodlines. Not bad, not bad." The middle-aged couple and Bailey Xiu were very satisfied with Xiao Chen's group. As for Xiao Chen, who was in the middle, they completely ignored him. Qi Yunfeng said seriously, "I will cut to the chase. Since the few of you spread the news, you clearly want to go to Desolate God Valley and search for fortuitous encounters. Truth be told, I have a great fortuitous encounter here and would like to invite the few of you to join me." Wei Hongfei glanced at the other 3 groups and asked calmly, "What fortuitous encounter? You already have so many people. Even if you face a sovereign personage, you should be able to hold your own. Why are you looking for us?" Eccentric Tai, the middle-aged couple, and Bailey Xiu did not say anything. They only smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, I have a reason for looking for you. It is because my fortuitous encounter is," Qi Yunfeng enunciated every word with emphasis, "an overlord-level ferocious beast, a demonic blood thousand-winged snake." The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, The expressions of Xiao Chen and the others immediately changed. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake was a bona fide sovereign personage ferocious beast. Furthermore, it had the bloodline of a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. Regular sovereign personages could not take it down. While they had the advantage in numbers, they did not stand much of a chance against a sovereign personage. As for targeting the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, they would die no matter how many people went. They were on a completely different level. Wei Hongfei smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Qi, you must be joking. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake should have experienced some kind of change. Let me think, is it severely injured, or did it just undergo a lightning tribulation?" Xiao Chen's sudden words startled Qi Yunfeng. This mixed blood dragon had said what he wanted to say. That's right. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake just underwent a lightning tribulation and is currently at its weakest. Otherwise, once it survives this period, it will not have another chance. Although it is still very dangerous now, there is still a chance. Qi Yunfeng looked around and smiled. Furthermore, doesn't it have you guys now? If you all activate your great desolate Aeon bloodlines at the same time, even sovereign personages would have to run when they saw you. Chapter 1935. Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. So, that was the plan. How could the great desolate Aeon bloodline be activated so casually? If these were his own people, he would not mind activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline. However, there were outsiders present. After activating the bloodline, it could only be used as a life-saving measure. Wei Hongfei said straightforwardly, "If Brother Qi has such an intention, I'm afraid we will not be able to continue this discussion." Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "I was just speaking casually, just in case. After all, they are all heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. Even if they do not use their great desolate Aeon bloodlines, they are strong enough. Let's discuss this first." Qi Yunfeng extended his hand and said, "Please." Suddenly, Xiao Chen called them out of the courtyard. Then, he laid out a simple isolation formation. In the courtyard, eccentric Tai looked at Qi Yunfeng and said, "Little fellow Qi, you actually managed to find the bloodline cultivators of the 8 great empires. We are much more confident in this operation." Qi Yunfeng said, "It looks like Senior Tai also knows that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake has the bloodline of a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. The might of its bloodline greatly suppresses us. With a divine dragon bloodline cultivator going up, the chances of success will increase greatly." Old Freak Tai snorted coldly and said, If I didn't know, why would I waste a month here? I would have gone alone long ago." Bailey Xiu said somewhat doubtfully, "It has already been 1 month. Could the demonic blood thousand-winged snake have passed its weakened phase already?" "Don't worry. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake's weakened state lasts for 3 months. During these 3 months, it will be hard for it to bring out even half of its strength." The middle-aged Confucian scholar, Murong Sheng, was quite knowledgeable. "That's right. There is no need to worry for 3 months, Qi Yunfeng said. Outside the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others discussed whether to go or not. The allure of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake was great, but the risk was equally great. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. The entire body of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake is a treasure. This is especially so for its blood. It is a great tonic for us dragon race cultivators. The other body parts were worth more than 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. No matter how you look, you can't miss it." Wei Hongfei simply stated his opinion. Clearly, he agreed to go. Sidu Changfeng said softly, "However, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake is an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast. I estimate that it is as strong as a sovereign personage. It is hard to say whether we can kill it or not." Murong Yen said sullenly, "We definitely have to gamble for fortuitous encounters. There is no guarantee." As the few discussed enthusiastically, Xiao Chen suddenly asked, "What is the background of this Qi Yunfeng and the ruling sword gate behind him?" Wei Hongfei explained, "They are not considered a major faction. In the northern region, they are just an ordinary rank 6 sect. However, they are a rather strong faction near ancient desolate town. Northern region? Xiaochen was not very familiar with the distribution of factions in the Central Great Realm, so he did not understand. Wei Hongfei said in understanding, I forgot that you left the Divine Dragon Empire at a young age. Let me give you a simple rundown of the factions in the Central Great Realm. In the Central World, the 3 strongest dynasties occupied the central courtyard and enjoyed supreme fortune. The 8 empires are in the north, south, east, and west. The Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire are in the north. The northern region is collectively known as the Northern Region. In the northern region, aside from the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire, 2 great empires led by great desolate Ian bloodline cultivators, there are many empires of varying strength and many sections. Xiaochen asked curiously, aren't there 4 dynasties? Wei Hongfei explained, the Shuawu dynasty is not in the central courtyard, so it is rather complicated. You can understand it on your own in the future. Xiaochen thought to himself, indeed, I need to understand it more. In the past, I spent all my time cultivating. To think that I did not even understand the basics. Wei Hongfei continued, I did some research on this ancient desolate town in advance. The strongest faction is the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. The Heavenly Lodging Palace is a rank 7 sect in the northern region. In the entire Central Great Realm, it can be considered a super faction. The ruling sword gate is not that strong. Not that strong? In that case, there is no problem. We can gamble on this fortuitous encounter. After learning about Qi Yunfeng's background, Xiaochen voiced his opinion. After a while, the group returned and reported the results of their discussion. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, Good. I knew that the few of you would agree. This is how we split the spoils of this mission. The 4 of you will each take 20%, then 10%. The remaining 10% will be reserved for later use. Any objections? This was the general method of distribution. Although Qi Yunfeng was not very strong, he was the one who provided the information. It was not overboard for him to take 10%. The reserved 10% would be reserved for the dead and injured as compensation. No. Good. In that case, let's depart immediately and not delay. Whoosh, whoosh. The group soared into the air and flew into the heavens suspending war chariot. The war chariot was very spacious. There were already some ruling sword gate disciples operating it. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen and the others entering, it did not feel crowded, appearing very spacious. A complete beast skin covered the floor. It was incredibly soft and exceptionally comfortable to step on. The interior of the war chariot was extremely luxurious, very pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! Qi Yunfeng gave the order, and a flaming red tail shot out from the heavens suspending war chariot's rear. Then, it turned into a beam of light and quickly went far away. Now, you should be able to tell us the location of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, right? Senior Tai asked indifferently. Qi Yunfeng smiled and spread out a map covered in fog on the white jade table in the middle. Zhang Xian tapped lightly on one of the spots, and the mist parted, revealing a complete 3-dimensional image. It truly lives up to being a famous broker in ancient desolate town. Not just anyone can have this map, Bailey Xiu sighed. With this map, one could increase their harvest by 20% and reduce the danger by half when adventuring in Desolate God Valley. This place is already extremely close to the core of Desolate God Valley. The core of the map was a valley. That was Desolate God Valley. However, the Desolate God Valley that everyone went to was not the true Desolate God Valley. It referred to the vast region around the valley. No one would be tired of living and enter the true Desolate God Valley. Qi Yunfeng said, Everyone, don't worry. Although it looks very close, it will not come into contact with the core region. You are afraid of death, but I am even more afraid of death. Senior Tai smiled sinisterly and said, If it were not so close to the core region, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake would have been discovered long ago. This ferocious beast is so valuable that even sovereign personages would risk their lives for it. Qi Yunfeng smiled faintly and did not deny it. I'll give a simple explanation of the arrangements. Naturally, the outstanding talents of the Divine Dragon Empire will block at the front, helping us block the great desolate Ian demonic might. Bailey Xiu's team will harass them from both sides. Old Tai and the Murong couple will be in charge of attacking. Qi Yunfeng must have planned this long ago. Elder Tai's cultivation and strength were the highest. The Murong couple's combined strength was not much different from his. It was suitable for the three of them to be the main attackers. If there are no objections, then before we go, let's work together to hunt some ferocious beasts and train our teamwork to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Qi Yunfeng was very good at handling matters. When he made arrangements, everything was very orderly. After a round of hunting, the team of more than 20 people gradually developed some tacit understanding of each other's strength. Half a month later, the heaven-suspending war chariots hatch opened. Whoosh, whoosh. Strong winds accompanied by blood sand blew over. Vision turned blurry, and the entire world turned into a hazy world of blood fog. Indeed, we are already close to the core region. Even the blood sand has appeared, Wei Hongfei said softly. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The baleful blood qi in this place had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Xiao Chen's vision was no more than 10 kilometers. When he extended his spiritual sense, he found it blurry, unable to see anything. It is so blurry. How are we to find the demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Bailey Xiu frowned. He could not see the situation beyond 10 kilometers. The various auras were chaotic, and he could not use his soul energy to check. Qi Yunfeng walked to the front and formed hand seals. In the next moment, many ancient lamps flew out from under the heavens suspending war chariot. The light was burning and it looked like an eye. Demonic eye lamps? Xiao Chen felt slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, this Qi Yunfeng even had such a wondrous item. The demonic eye lamps were ancient wondrous items. The method to refine them had already been lost. These should be replicas. Not to mention their value, they would not be easy to obtain. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "This friend is really knowledgeable. With the help of these demonic eye lamps, it will not be difficult to find the demonic blood thousand-winged snake." As the demonic eye lamps entered the strong wind and blood sand, the group started to wait nervously. Bang! 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 1 hour later, a terrifying roar came from the distance, followed by a few intense explosions. The demonic eye lamps were all destroyed. However, the instant they were destroyed, they gave off intense light, extremely eye-catching amid the bloody battle. At the same time, a vast and boundless ancient demonic might surged towards the heavens suspending war chariot. Found it! Qi Yunfeng said joyfully. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and the others. Let's go! Xiao Chen's group of 5 merged their dragon might and charged over, clashing with the vast demonic might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bailey Xiu's team quickly followed. Eccentric Tai and the Murong couple soared into the air, flying increasingly higher. The hunt began. Chapter 1936. Bang! The heavy great desolate Aeon demonic might seemed to transcend time and space, crashing towards the group with a loud sound. Xiao Chen's group of 5, whose dragon might already merged, grunted. They felt their qi and blood surge, feeling extremely unbearable. What a strong demonic might! Duan Fei said. He was the weakest of the group, so he felt the strongest. I'll take the lead then. Xiao Chen and Wei Hongfei exchanged opinions. After obtaining the other party's agreement, the two swapped places. Be careful, Wei Hongfei said. The two auras clashed. The shock waves from the clash made the strong wind even stronger. Even the heaven-suspending war chariot could not stand stably, looking like it would get knocked away at any moment. This is really damn scary. Qi Yunfeng wobbled in the war chariot for a long time before he managed to stabilize himself. Then, he quickly controlled the heaven-suspending war chariot to retreat and watch from a distance. Qi Yunfeng originally wanted to observe from a close distance. However, after some contact, he gave up on this thought. After putting in so much effort, don't fail. Qi Yunfeng frowned heavily as he looked at Xiao Chen's group. Success or failure would depend on this group of people. How long these people could last would determine whether Senior Tai and the Murong couple could kill the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Ice River Iron Horse. Senior Tai raised his aura to its peak in the sky. His holy venerate will encased his body, and a Dao disc appeared behind him. Then he formed a strange posture as he descended from the sky, looking like he was stepping on an ice river. Senior Tai's entire body was like metal, exuding an icy chill. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a skinny and cold iron horse, stepping on an ice river as he charged forward. In an instant, everyone felt that even an army of thousands and thousands of men and horses would fall apart under his charge. The sun sets in the west, sobering up. Wind and rain fall on the western pavilion. The Confucian scholar, Murong Sheng, said softly as he drew his sword. Immediately, a righteous aura surged out, scattering the blood sand for 5,000 kilometers around. Just at this instant, everyone clearly saw the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's true appearance. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake was gargantuan, coiled up like a mountain. Its head was tall and straight, and purple patterns covered its skin. It had a snake crown on its head that emitted a piercingly cold light. It flicked its tongue and its eyes were filled with anger. The instant the scarlet sand scattered, eccentric Tai turned into a heavenly horse and soared through the air. He moved as fast as lightning, not giving anyone time to think before crashing into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Boom! No one saw what exactly happened, but eccentric Tai was bounced back like a cannonball. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake unfurled its body and slithered about frantically. It roared ferociously as its great desolate Aeon demonic might surged out. The entire world began to shake. Under the tremors of his demonic might, the world spun and space seemed to have been turned upside down. Everyone wobbled, unable to stand straight, much less attack or harass this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. A wave of fear spread from the bottom of everyone's hearts, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Form the divine dragon four beasts formation. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The might of this demonic blood thousand-winged snake was far stronger than Qi Yunfeng said. So. With the help of the armlet, the divine dragon four divisions formation instantly formed. Then, Xiao Chen, Murong Yen, Wei Hongfei, and Sidu Changfeng each flew in a different direction. Thunder, strong wind, fire, and light. Four kinds of mysterious phenomena mixed with dragon might spread out as dragon roars rang out. The trembling heaven and earth were immediately suppressed. What a fellow! He truly lives up to being a divine dragon cultivator. Eccentric Tai wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and laughed loudly. Then he stopped hesitating and started preparing for the second wave of attacks. As for the Murong couple, they took advantage of this opportunity to execute their killing move, which had been delayed for a moment. A flash of sword light chopped down with great might, accompanied by wind and rain filling the sky. Kasi! Scarlet light flashed everywhere. Blood spurted out of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's wounds, falling like rain. Put. Suddenly, electric light flashed in the air. Then, Murong Sheng's wife brandished her whip twice, creating crackling sparks in the air. The pretty woman's whip swung down, and it turned into a lightning snake that extended continuously, coiling around the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. However, just as the pretty woman was about to make a move, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake pulled ferociously. The pretty woman vomited a mouthful of blood as she went flying. Fortunately, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake managed to grab hold of the whip. That electric snake bit the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, and thousands of sparks pierced into its body. After stopping the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for a moment, the pretty woman quickly took advantage of this opportunity to let go. Then, she nimbly leaped into the air, moving 10 kilometers in a flash. If she had been any later, she would have been pulled into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's mouth, swallowed whole. The Murong couple had just finished attacking, but eccentric Tai had not finished preparing his killing move yet. Hence, an opening appeared. Bailey Xiu led his team and instantly charged over. The 9 strong holy venerates each sent out a move. The sky and clouds changed color. Sword intent, saber intent, and spear intent covered the sky and sun as they charged over. The various disturbances made the demonic blood thousand-winged snake even more berserk. It roared ferociously as a horrifying demonic might spread out. After executing the Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation, Xiao Chen's group of 4 felt the pressure on them increase explosively. Their veritable essence energy drained continuously, so they clenched their teeth and held on. Spring Wind and Rain Art. The Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The wind blew, and the rain fell. The gentle spring breeze was like a young girl's arm, gently brushing past everyone's body. Drizzle fell continuously, infusing into the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. They immediately felt refreshed, and the pressure on them decreased significantly. Their veritable essence energy also recovered significantly. On the heaven-suspending war chariot in the distance, Qi Yunfeng said anxiously, "Hold on. Just 2 more waves." After 2 more waves, this demonic blood-thousand-winged snake will not be able to hold on. Mountains and rivers in dreams, 10,000 horses galloping. Eccentric Tai finally executed his killing move. Thousands of horses immediately appeared in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping suppressed the dragon roars in the surroundings. Then, Eccentric Tai sent out a palm strike with the might of a vast army. Bang! When this palm strike landed on the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake, many horses crashed into the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake's gargantuan body. The horses continuously exploded. Bang! 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 The force of this palm strike knocked the mountain-like demonic blood-thousand-winged snake into the air. The terrifying palm might was startling. A thin and frail body swings the heavy sword. Heartless and hateful, it is sad to part. Righteous Qi gathered again, and the sword in Murong Sheng's hand became incredibly heavy. Compared to the heavy sword, Murong Sheng's body looked skinny and bony, like a hungry ghost. Only his pair of bright eyes displayed the state of the poem. The heavy sword landed with a sigh, knocking the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake, which had yet to land, into the ground. But the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake swung around and soared into the air, knocking Murong Sheng, who could not withdraw his sword in time, into the air. Elder brother Sheng. The pretty woman could not be bothered with attacking. She swung her whip and pulled Murong Sheng back. The demonic blood-thousand-winged snake missed, narrowly avoiding death. Bang! 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 Bailey Xiu led his team of holy venerates and took advantage of the situation to appear, continuously launching all sorts of killing moves. The mysterious phenomena in the air layered over each other, looking incredibly chaotic. That was close. Murong Sheng landed beside the pretty woman and wiped the sweat off his forehead. However, his back broke out in a cold sweat. However, that earlier sword strike contained a lot of soul energy. Not only did it injure the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake's physical body, but it also severely injured its soul. Just 1 more wave. Qi Yunfeng anxiously sweated profusely. He turned his head and saw that his junior brothers in the war chariot were so frightened that their legs went soft, unable to stand up. Qi Yunfeng cursed, "Quickly stand up for this old man and drive the war chariot over. Quick, quick, quick." Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake became utterly enraged. A horrifying great desolate Aeon demonic might surged out like surging waves, each wave taller than the one before. Several of Bailey Xiu's team, who took advantage of the situation to harass the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake, could not dodge in time. The snake tail swept them away, causing them to vomit blood. Something's not right. Eccentric Tai was just about to make a move when he felt that something was wrong, so he stopped. The purple patterns on the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake's back silently unfurled, turning into pairs of purple wings. Damn it! Wasn't it in a weakened state? How can it spread its wings? Boom! Such a strange change completely surpassed everyone's expectations. When the 1,000 wings spread out, the Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation that Xiao Chen and the others formed instantly shattered. No one could suppress the raging demonic blood-thousand-winged snake anymore. It vented its rage to its heart's content, attacking indiscriminately, sweeping through the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. The ground split open, and strong winds and bloody auras gathered once more. The terrain within 5,000 kilometers was completely destroyed. Several mountains broke into thousands of pieces, rising and falling with the great desolate Aeon demonic might. However, they could not fall. After that, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's rage crushed them into dust, turning them into blood sand. The world turned incredibly chaotic, scarlet everywhere. Aside from the raging demonic blood thousand-winged snake, no one else could be seen. Lu Ruyun lay prone on a rock in a somewhat flustered manner. Her heart pounded heavily, but there was no one beside her. Blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Ruyun's lips, and her complexion paled. The instant the divine dragon 4 divisions formation broke, the solid demonic might struck her. If she had not been carrying a valuable treasure, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Ruyun did not know when the demonic blood thousand-winged snake would discover her. As she faced the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which was displaying its ferocious might, her thoughts ran wild. Fear made her tremble all over. Lu Ruyun silently felt a figure land beside her. She turned around to look, and she nearly cried out in pleasant surprise. It was Xiaoqin. This startled Xiaoqin. He quickly covered her mouth and gestured for her to be quiet. Lu Ruyun rolled her eyes to indicate that she understood. Only then did Xiaoqin let go. Where are the others? Are they all dead? A voice projection rang out in Lu Ruyun's mind. She had learned her lesson and no longer dared to make a sound. She asked somewhat anxiously. The instant the divine dragon 4 divisions formation broke, she had seen some people dismembered on the spot. Then, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake swallowed them up, not even leaving a scrap behind. They are all hiding. They are a group of smart people. How could they die so easily? Xiaoqin replied. At the same time, he stared at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, not daring to relax for even a moment. Lu Ruyun felt slightly more at ease. She discovered that Xiaoqin's dragon might contained an indescribable aura. After it covered her body, the pressure from the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's demonic might decreased significantly. Scarlet sand filled the air. Aside from the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which was displaying its ferocious might, there was only the sound of wind and sand for 5,000 kilometers around. There was no aura of the living at all. No one could imagine that just a moment ago, there were many people making a move against the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Chapter 1937. Bang! A loud sound rang out amid the blood sand filling the air. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake had destroyed Qi Yunfeng's precious war chariot. Xiaoqin did not know if Qi Yunfeng was still in there. If he was, he probably would not have escaped death. Even if he managed to survive, he would probably feel heartache. A one-star heaven-suspending war chariot was already worth more than 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. Furthermore, it was hard to buy. Now that it was destroyed, it truly hurt. Murong Yen lay on a boulder, which rose and fell amid the blood sand filling the air. Did they all run away? Murong Yen sneaked a look around, but his vision was blurry. When he did his best to look, he could not see anyone. This seems like an opportunity. A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yan's eyes as he revealed a smile. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake looked like it was showing off its ferocious might, but in reality, it was aggravating his injuries. If everyone had already fled, then he might be able to obtain all the value of this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Murong Yen chewed on the rank 3 heavenly pill that Lu Ruyun gave him, and his injuries healed quickly. Those people cannot block this great desolate Aeon demonic might. I have a divine dragon bloodline and actually hold a significant advantage. The martial techniques of the red dragon race can be said to be the most ferocious of the 6-colored divine dragons. I can take a gamble. The battle flame in Murong Yan's eyes blazed increasingly fiercely as he stared at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Murong Yen carefully leaped around the boulders, seeking a suitable opportunity for himself. I have to wait patiently. Despite his blazing battle hunger, Murong Yen still cautiously advised himself. Finally, the opportunity arrived. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake landed at an extremely suitable spot for Murong Yen to attack. Its already irrepressible battle hunger erupted like a volcano. Blood-devouring dragon fist, boundless madness. Murong Yen roared ferociously, and a surging aura burst out of his body. A heat wave soared into the clouds, looking like a resplendent meteor. A berserk aura surged out, sweeping away everything in its path. Everything within 10 kilometers turned to dust. Just the berserk aura alone could already reach such a level of might. This showed how ferocious this fist technique was. Murong Yen laughed loudly, and a dragon roared. A fiery light spread out as his fist light landed on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Oh no! In the distance, Xiaochen, who was using the dragon might containing the heaven dragon's mysteries to protect Lu Ruyun, slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch the scene before him. Murong Yen fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake alone, displaying the fiery ferocity of the red dragon race. There was a smile on his face, and his mind surged with excitement. He fought to his heart's content. Soon, Murong Yen was somewhat shocked to discover that although the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's aura was weakening, it was not weak at all. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but does not fall down, let alone an overlord-level humanoid king ferocious beast. In merely 10 odd moves, Murong Yen found himself in a perilous situation, on the verge of revealing his great desolate Ian bloodline at any moment. Wait for me, don't move. Xiaochen warned, you might become our trump card and reverse the situation at any time. When Lu Ruyun heard that, she nodded and said, don't worry. I understand. Xiao. Before Lu Ruyun could finish speaking, she saw Xiaochen turn into a flash of electric light and charge over. In an instant, he arrived above the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Xiaochen did not hesitate to land his killing move. Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon transcended time and space, coming from the past to the present. Its rage filled the sky. When one looked up, it looked like the rage of the firmament, unquenchable. A colossal flaming palm tore through the sky. Xiaochen showed a stern expression, and 2 Dao discs of the lightning Dao and the saber Dao appeared behind him. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao infused into the colossal palm. Immediately, Xiaochen's 5 fingers became like sabers, flickering with electricity. When he smashed the palm down, he smashed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake down from the sky. Electric light exploded, and the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's entire body trembled. Xiaochen's 5 fingers were like sabers, leaving 5 huge holes in the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiaochen. When Murong Yen saw Xiaochen appear, he rejoiced at first. Then he said, quickly, let's go. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake is harder to deal with than we imagined. We cannot kill it. It's too late. Xiaochen sighed softly. What do you mean? Murong Yen still did not understand. Closely after that, many figures appeared. Sidu Changfeng, Wei Hongfei, and Duan Fei appeared one after another. Damn, why are you all here? Weren't you all scared off? Murong Yen exclaimed in shock. Xiaochen said helplessly, you are overthinking things. It is not just them. Eccentric Tai, the Murong couple, Bailey Xiao, and the others should be here as well. They were just waiting to see if there were any fools who could not resist making a move. Then they would reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, they succeeded in their gamble. Murong Yen could not help raging, damn. These fellows are using me as a tool. Xiaochen, what should we do now? Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Xiaochen. At some point in time, Xiaochen had already become the core of the team. All the decisions had to be made by him. I can't be bothered. In for a penny, in for a pound. After we kill this reptile, we will take 80% of the profits. Decisiveness flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He said coldly, if they want to watch a show, then let them watch to their heart's content. The breathing of the others turned somewhat ragged. They had not expected Xiaochen to be so decisive, going all out against them. Good. Everyone was influenced by Xiaochen. They did not hesitate to speak seriously. The group attacked together, not holding anything back as they fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. In the darkness, eccentric Tai hid behind a rock and smiled coldly. A bunch of fools. Did they really think that they scared us away? The Murong couple also revealed smiles, happy to see this happen. After Bailey Xiu smiled coldly, he heaved a sigh of relief. His team had suffered the most casualties. Of the 9, only 5 remained. Originally, Bailey Xiu worried that his team's strength would drop and that he would not have the right to speak. Upon seeing this scene, Bailey Xiu could not help feeling overjoyed. As Bailey Xiu thought, a figure landed between them. This startled him. Qi Yunfeng was significantly injured. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Bailey, do you mind if I rest here for a while?" The heaven-suspending war chariot had been destroyed, and Qi Yunfeng had managed to escape. However, he had lost his greatest support, so he came to Bailey Xiu's place to form a temporary alliance. Bailey Xiu understood. He smiled and said, "You are very welcome." Bailey Xiu happened to lack manpower. How could he reject? A centipede might die, but it would not fall over. However, this demonic blood-thousand-winged snake was too severely injured. Xiao Chen's group of 5 did not give each other any warning. They attacked with their full power, working together and stabilizing the situation. They trapped the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake, not giving it a chance to counterattack or flee. The group used the dragon race's martial techniques. Strong winds, lightning, fire, and sunlight formed the Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation. Xiao Chen and the others decided to end the battle quickly. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiao Chen saw that the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake was about to launch a desperate counterattack, he snorted coldly. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist and punched. A blazing dragon might materialized a banner filled with killing intent burning in flames. The instant the banner appeared, the killing intent in the air soared. The heaven dragon's might on Xiao Chen's body soared, bursting out with the arrogance of a sovereign looking down on the world. "You want to counterattack? No way. Get down." Boom! This supreme dragon banner with surging killing chi descended from the sky. It carried an incomparably tyrannical air, carrying the might of the heavens. It turned into a beam of light and instantly stabbed into the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake's neck. Rumble! The ground shook continuously. Xiao Chen's supreme dragon banner pinned the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake, which wanted to launch a powerful killing move, to the ground. The demonic blood-thousand-winged snake roared endlessly, struggling endlessly. The supreme dragon banner shook, on the verge of breaking. Red Dragon's profoundness, inextinguishable rage. Murong Yen roared, and his entire body radiated the pure Red Dragon's dragon might. His figure flashed, and he landed on the top of the flagpole. Golden Dragon profundity, inextinguishable light. Wei Hongfei snorted coldly. His body spun around continuously, releasing a golden light made of golden dragon chi that shone in the surroundings. Murong Yen supported the sky with one hand and placed it above his head. Then, Wei Hongfei landed firmly on his hand. Boom! The might of the supreme dragon banner increased. The demonic blood-thousand-winged snake roared in pain, and its aura plummeted. Green Dragon's profoundness, spring wind and rain. Blue Dragon profoundness, wind conquers the world. As Situ Changfeng and Duan Fei joined in, using their own strength to support the supreme dragon banner, the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake's aura continuously weakened. Heaven Dragon profundity, heart higher than the heavens. Xiao Chen descended from the sky, and his dragon might merged with the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. Then he landed firmly on Situ Changfeng's palm. Bang! The final strike caused the might of the supreme dragon banner to soar explosively, and the snake's head separated from its body. The demonic blood-thousand-winged snake's mountain-sized head directly blasted away. The supreme dragon fist, which contained fist force, turned into thousands of strands of dragon chi spreading out. The few people who were like pillars supporting the sky quickly scattered, revealing smiles on their faces. Clap, clap, clap. The outstanding talents of the Empire are truly incredible. This is a great eye-opener. This old man is in awe. Eccentric Tai clapped his hands and appeared with a superficial smile. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the demonic blood-thousand-winged snake's corpse on the ground. Indeed, I did not choose the wrong people. However, you can all withdraw now. It is time for us to decide how to split this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Murong Sheng and his wife, Bailey Xiao, and the others appeared one after another. They all felt that they had the upper hand, so they directly told Xiao Qin and the others to scatter. Eccentric Tai frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Why are you still not scramming? Do you think you can split the war spoils? I don't have much patience." Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. After a while, they suddenly guffawed. This baffled Bailey Xiao and the others, making them feel somewhat depressed. Xiao Chen shouted, "How do we deal with those who offend our empire's dragon might? Kill without mercy. Fight to the death." Murong Yen and the others answered loudly. Before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the five activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines at the same time. In that instant, an ancient dragon might from the great desolate Ian surged out. The five all had divine dragon bloodlines. The moment they activated their bloodlines, the ancient bloodline power in their bodies surged out uncontrollably like a flood that broke the dam. In the dusky sky, there was only the roar of the dragon, deep and furious. Bailey Xiao and the others were so frightened that they nearly cried. They simply did not expect Xiao Chen's five to be so decisive. The five did not give them a chance to negotiate, not compromising at all. At the same time, they activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. The first to bear the brunt was Eccentric Tai, who stood at the very front. The five struck Eccentric Tai at the same time. In less than a second, the Berserk Divine Dragon veritable essence energy blasted his body apart, leaving no corpse behind. Chapter 1938. Eccentric Tai's death was truly unjust. It was not that he did not expect this. No matter how weak the five were, they still had their divine dragon bloodlines that had not been activated. However, once the divine dragon bloodline was activated, the group's originally weak bodies would become even weaker after the process ended. At that time, not to mention a star venerate, even a major primal core venerate would be able to end them. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chen and the others would definitely compromise. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen and the others would not even bother saying a word? They had already thought of how these people would deal with the situation. At the same time, they activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. Caught off guard, they could not even retaliate. They were blasted into dregs. The five's auras flourished as they chased relentlessly. Before Bailey Xiao's team got far, they were all destroyed. Qi Yunfeng was right. When the five activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines, even a sovereign personage would have to run. Furthermore, they were far from a sovereign personage. How could they run? Bang, bang, bang. Murong Sheng and his wife were prepared. They endured their severe injuries and ran far away. However, Xiao Chen did not want to let them go. A red light flashed on his ring, and the demon blood vulture screeched as it gave chase. In mere moments, only Qi Yunfeng remained of the group of people that came with a ferocious aura, fleeing wildly. Qi Yunfeng paled in fright. Cold sweat poured down his face as the fear of death shrouded his heart. A horrifying great desolate Ian dragon might spread out in the world, preventing him from bringing out even 50% of his strength. Flying Cloud Talisman. The deaths of the others bought Qi Yunfeng some time to bring out his trump card. A talisman appeared. After activating it, Qi Yunfeng stood on a flying cloud, and his speed more than tripled. It looked like Xiao Chen and the others would not be able to catch up. A wind blew, and willow leaves fluttered. A saber light chased after the sun and clouds, piercing Qi Yunfeng's chest. Qi Yunfeng fell like a broken kite. Who knew? He held his breath and endured the intense pain, continuing to flee. Lu Ruyun stretched out her hand and grabbed her saber. She frowned slightly. Clearly, she had not expected Qi Yunfeng to have the strength to continue fleeing. Qi Yunfeng's armor should have blocked much of the saber's might. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. Don't give chase. Seeing that Zhang Xian still wanted to pursue the matter, Xiao Chen spoke up. Qi Yunfeng was not a simple person. Xiao Chen did not know what other trump cards he had. If he ran, so be it. Xiao Chen, who knew his background, did not take him too seriously. As soon as they finished speaking, their auras weakened rapidly, falling to the bottom of the valley. However, all of them had smiles on their faces. They all felt incomparably delighted. Back then, they had been worried. If this group of people waited for them to finish killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake and kill the donkey after it was no longer of use, how would they deal with them? Xianxia didn't think too much about it. He had already planned this move, activating his bloodline and striking like lightning. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to show mercy. Haha, it's been a long time since I've had such a good time. These bastards are all hiding and not coming out. They actually dare to use me as a tool. Murong Yen vented his frustrations and felt incredibly delighted. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "Xiaoqin, thank you." Xiaoqin and Sidu Changfeng exchanged glances, thinking that they heard wrong. This Murong Yen was famous for being heartless. Xiaoqin and Sidu Changfeng had saved him many times, but he had never said a word of thanks. This was the first time the two heard it, and they found it strange. The others also looked at Murong Yen strangely. Murong Yen asked anxiously, "What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong?" Wei Hongfei scolded, "Brat, you are used to being heartless. You finally said something nice. Xiaoqin, how should we deal with this demonic blood thousand-winged snake?" Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Just its head was the size of a small mountain. As for its body, it was even more colossal. It was indeed somewhat difficult to deal with. If they dealt with it all, they would probably waste a lot of time. Just take the important ones. As for how to split them, we can talk about it when we return. We can just take away the essence of the great desolate Aeon demonic blood. However, we have to take away all 1,000 pairs of purple patterned wings. They are all peak materials for refining, worth at least 1,000,000 primeval heavenly pills. We also have to take away the snake crown. However, be careful of the poison. Pull out the venomous fangs. Xiaoqin sized up the demonic blood thousand-winged snake as he gave instructions seriously. Even though it was much simpler, this was still a huge project. However, the group worked very hard, feeling very excited. Originally, they could only get 20% of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Now, they got more than 80%. The rest were just scraps that they did not need. As for the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's most valuable beast core, Xiaoqin personally went to retrieve it. The beast core was covered in purple cloud patterns and gave off a strong aura, flickering with a faint light. This was the beast core of an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast. Its value already surpassed Xiaoqin's estimation. He needed to find a good appraiser to give it a reasonable valuation. Otherwise, if he sold it off carelessly, he would suffer a huge loss. "Xiaoqin, we already removed all the purple patterned wings. We have more or less collected the great desolate Aeon demonic blood essence. We obtained the venomous fangs. There are a total of 9 of them. Even without refining them, they are bone weapons equal to Dao tools. We already took out the snake crown. It was really difficult to deal with. The venom nearly spilled on me." The people who obtained the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's parts came to report to Xiaoqin one after another. They did not say anything, directly handing them to him for safekeeping. This was a form of trust. The decisiveness and level-headedness that Xiaoqin showed in the past few dangerous situations convinced the others. "Xiaoqin, come and take a look. What is this?" Wei Hongfei called out to Xiaoqin as he stood on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head. With a thought, Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and he landed beside Wei Hongfei. Then he looked in the direction Wei Hongfei pointed. That is, Xiaoqin saw many terrifying black lightning bolts in the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head. "This is tribulation lightning," Xiaoqin exclaimed with some shock. "What tribulation is this demonic blood thousand-winged snake undergoing? To think that this tribulation lightning even makes me feel some fear." Wei Hongfei thought to himself, "We got lucky." It turned out that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake that we were fighting was refining the tribulation lightning at the same time. Its lightning tribulation probably sent down an extremely special tribulation lightning, wanting to subdue and refine it for its own use. We got lucky this time. If it did not refine this tribulation lightning, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wei Hongfei explained his analysis. Xiaoqin nodded in agreement. This tribulation lightning piqued his interest. Among us, you are the only one who cultivates the Thunder Great Tao. You should subdue it, Wei Hongfei said when he saw through Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen did not reject. I'll give it a try. After saying that, Xiao Chen directly entered the head and used his saber intent to carve out a path for himself. Then he followed the source of the tribulation lightning. Put, put, put. The lightning in the head occasionally struck Xiao Chen's body, causing him some pain. This made him even more interested. Found it. Traveling through the head was not easy. Xiao Chen spent a lot of effort before arriving at the source of the tribulation lightning. A sword? Xiao Chen revealed a strange expression. To think that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake had already refined the source of the tribulation lightning into a crude sword embryo. Ancient words formed naturally in the world were carved on the embryo. They flickered with golden light and contained the supreme principles, swimming around like tadpoles. It is actually a strand of grand unity, profound lightning. There were records in the incomplete memories of the faux god flame that Xiao Chen inherited. The tribulation lightning that contained the supreme principles of the world was called grand unity, profound lightning. It was extremely rare. It was the Tao naturally materialized by the heavenly Tao, produced when it mixed with the lightning. It could only be found and not sought. It was very difficult to obtain. No wonder this demonic blood thousand-winged snake wanted to refine it into a weapon. Once it succeeded, it would be a grand unity profound weapon. Its might would be unimaginably great. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking too much, he erased the remnant thoughts and spiritual mark on the sword embryo. Then he placed his spiritual mark on it and stored it in his palm. However, this was just a primitive sword embryo. He did not know how much time it would take to form. Of course, if he did not want to refine it into a grand unity profound weapon, he could directly absorb it. Xiao Chen's divine lightning eye was sufficient to digest this grand unity profound lightning. Xiao Chen could accept both choices. It all depended on which one he chose. After leaving the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head, they discovered that most of the valuable parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake had already been harvested. When Murong Yen and the others gathered, they handed the other parts they collected to Xiao Chen for safekeeping. The huge body that remained was actually very valuable as well. However, it was too large. The group's storage rings could not contain it. The demon blood vulture that chased after the Murong couple returned amid strange cries, perfectly completing its mission. Let's search the surroundings. There are usually 10,000-year-old spirit herbs around overlord-class ferocious beasts. Perhaps there might be an unexpected harvest. Xiao Chen said softly as he looked around. I nearly forgot about this. We do have to search properly, Wei Hongfei said with a smile. If they found it, it would be a huge pleasant surprise. Chapter 1939. As the others searched for unknown natural treasures, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The demon blood vulture sent him a voice projection. Ran away. When Xiao Chen saw the demon blood vulture returning with a baleful aura, he thought that it had perfectly completed its mission. Unexpectedly, it still let the two go. So be it. Xiao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. He would teach the other party a lesson. In the future, the other party would know who he should not offend. After casually consoling him, Xiao Chen did not take this matter to heart and joined the search. In the distance, a flickering heaven suspending war chariot flew over the fleeing Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng raised his head to take a look. The war chariot flew too fast, so he could not see it clearly. He only saw the insignia of the heavenly lodging palace on the war chariot. It was the heaven-suspending war chariot of the heavenly lodging palace. Furthermore, it was a 2-star one. A 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot could not compare to a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. With this war chariot, Xiao Chen would not even need to fear a sovereign personage. Qi Yunfeng's chest was still bleeding. The incredibly weak Qi Yunfeng did not even know if he could walk out of this desolate God Valley. How could he think about anything else? Retracting his gaze, he continued walking forward. Oh, isn't this the ruling sword gate's Qi Yunfeng? The heaven-suspending war chariot that just flew over returned. The hatch opened, and a youth in blue embroidered clothes walked out. He mocked, "Why are you in such a sorry state? Where is your 1-star heaven suspending war chariot? Drive it out and compete with my 2-star heaven suspending war chariot." Qi Yunfeng felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the war chariot to return. The blood sand was hazy, and Qi Yunfeng's strength had dropped, so he could not clearly see that person's appearance. After a long time, Xiaochen discovered that it was Hua Qingyun, the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's young sect master in ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen's grandfather was an existence that surpassed sovereign personages in the Heavenly Lodging Palace. He was very strong and could be considered a wealthy young master of the sect. Furthermore, he managed some authority in the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. In ancient desolate town, Xiao Chen was someone who could do whatever he wanted. Qi Yunfeng had met Xiao Chen once before, so he knew that the other party was mocking him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Hua must be joking. How can my broken war chariot compare to young Master Hua's? Furthermore, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake already destroyed my war chariot." "What? A demonic blood thousand-winged snake?" Hua Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Speak! Where is the demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Men, invite him up here." Qi Yunfeng had purposely said this to attract this person's attention. After he went up, he told the story of his encounter, adding details to the story. He sighed softly. After all, they are disciples of the Divine Dragon Empire's Dragon's Gate. We just killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, and they immediately fell out with us. Our ruling sword gate cannot afford to offend them. Right now, a group of people is probably harvesting the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse. Hua Qingyun sneered and said, "How dare you? I'll help you vent your anger. This is not their Divine Dragon Empire's territory. To think that they dare to be so arrogant in ancient desolate town. Many thanks, young Master Hua. However, they are disciples of the Dragon's Gate, after all. If I suffer some grievances, I will just endure it. Young Master Hua, there is no need to make a big fuss and offend the people of the Dragon's Gate." Hua Qingyun laughed loudly and said, "If they were inner sect disciples, I would give them some face. However, they are just a group of outer palace disciples. How dare they bully the people of our ancient desolate town? No way." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly in his heart. Seeing that he managed to incite conflict with Hua Qingyun with just a few words, he could not help feeling cocky. "Why are you still sitting there? What are you doing?" Feeling confused, Qi Yunfeng asked, "Young Master Hua, what do you mean?" "Friend, I already said that I would stand up for you. Do you still want to go with me?" Bang! Right after Hua Qingyun spoke, he kicked Qi Yunfeng off the heavens suspending war chariot. When Hua Qingyun saw Qi Yunfeng land and roll a few times on the ground, he could not help laughing loudly. Qi Yunfeng lay on the ground in so much pain that tears flowed out. He cried out in grief. Today was really the worst day of his life. "Young master, good kick. This fellow is full of bad intentions. He might even be feeling cocky about successfully sowing discord between young master and those Dragon's Gate disciples." A gray-clad old man came over and fawned over Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun mocked, "Others might not know what kind of person he is, but do you think I do not know? He is just a broker. He has done several shady things. I thought that no one knew." The gray-clad old man asked, "Young master, what are your plans?" A bright light flashed in Hua Qingyun's eyes as he said, "The 9th elder of the main palace hall seems to have reached a bottleneck in his poison cultivation technique. I can give him a demonic blood thousand-winged snake spirit core." The gray-clad old man said, "However, Elder Su and the others said that they made a big discovery in Desolate God Valley and needed this 2-star heaven suspending war chariot to hold the fort. What's the rush? It is just a group of Dragon's Gate cultivators who activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. Dealing with them will not take much time." Hua Qingyun's tone brimmed with pride, not caring about Xiao Chen's group at all. 2-star heaven suspending war chariot, accelerate at full speed. Xiao Chen and the others who were searching for natural treasures did not know that a huge problem was quickly heading their way. Found it. Lu Ruyun cheered, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a scarlet, glistening seven-petal flower under the rubble of a mountain range. A fruit that looked like a ghost face grew in the middle of the petals, looking exceptionally sinister. A demonic blood ghost face flower. Wei Hongfei exclaimed, "We really struck it rich this time." Xiaochen went over to take a look. Then he said, "It is more than 10,000 years old. As for how old it is, we will need a professional alchemist to determine it." Lu Riyun frowned and said, "This ghost face looks really scary. This fruit is actually the essence. However, we cannot consume it. Demonic Dao cultivators can use it and exchange it for resources in the black market. Let's keep these 7 demonic blood leaves and consume them when we reach the sovereign personage realm. They will be able to bring out their greatest effects and strengthen our soul energy." Sidu Changfeng understood the demonic blood ghost face flower very well. The group carefully picked it off and handed it to Xiaochen for safekeeping. Boom! Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from the distance. Lu Ruyun found the voice familiar. She exclaimed in shock, "It's a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot." A 2-star heaven suspending war chariot was several times faster than a 1-star heaven suspending war chariot. By the time the group discovered it, they could no longer flee. Bang! The war chariot landed in front of the group and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a huge shock wave that surged out. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed slightly. Right now, they had not recovered much of their strength. "Calm down." Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he released the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture understood Xiao Chen's meaning. It let out a loud cry, and its demonic nature erupted, turning its entire body scarlet. A strong scarlet wind blew back the shock wave, nearly sending the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot flying. Hua Qingyun cursed in the war chariot. When he saw that it was the demon blood vulture, his eyes lit up. He said, "There are so many good things. The few of you, go out and say that this young master is interested in this demon blood vulture. Get them to hand over the demon blood vulture and the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake's beast core, and they can leave. Young master is really benevolent. You only want the beast core and the demon blood vulture. You are giving them too much face." Hua Qingyun smiled and said, "Stop sucking up. Quickly go out." "There's no need." Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. Hua Qingyun demanded, "Who is it?" Bang! Hua Qingyun's reply was a heavy punch from Xiao Chen. 50 cauldron force flew out together with a dragon roar. The 2-star heaven suspending war chariot's hatch directly shattered. Then, it flew into the war chariot with the remaining force. The broken hatch whizzed over, kicking up a boundless strong wind that scattered the decorations in the war chariot, turning it into a mess. "You are seeking death." Hua Qingyun raged. He stretched out his hand and caught the hatch. However, Hua Qingyun had somewhat underestimated the strength of the hatch. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he got knocked back. Xiao Chen blocked the entrance alone and gave it a cursory glance. There were 10 odd people in the war chariot. Aside from the cultivators controlling the war chariot, there were 10 other holy venerates. This was a rather strong team, especially that gray-clad old man. He was no weaker than eccentric Tai. A vital chi cultivator. The gray-clad old man frowned and asked, "Friend, where are you from?" Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "Can't you make out the dragon race aura on me?" The gray-clad old man immediately felt goosebumps in his heart. He had kicked a metal plate this time. As he looked at the calm and relaxed Xiao Chen, he found him somewhat unfathomable. He stretched out his hand to stop the enraged Hua Qingyun behind him. "So, it is a dragon race disciple. I wonder what kind of misunderstanding there is? We are just passing by." Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "Stop pretending. It's not like I did not hear what you said in there." Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen had many reservations about his current strength in the sect, preventing him from bringing it out. However, once he left the sect, he had many trump cards. Unless a sovereign personage arrived, he would not fear anyone. As long as Xiao Chen did not bully others, it would be fine. Those who dared to target him were simply reckless. "Old Yang,